Kaboom! Right there. Let's see. 1v1. 1v1. Oh, another one. Two other teams live. Thanks for mercy right between you. Done. That's going to be a good old-fashioned.
We are back here for our final day of our very first Super Weekend live here at the PUBG Mobile Pro League Western Europe. I'm still your host, Jason Kaplan, and at the end of the day, we'll have our 16 teams locked in with points, but it all comes up to the next week of league play, where they'll be playing out through 2 days to try to re-qualify for another Super Weekend. But you know what? That's enough of just seeing my face. We got to bring in two handsome gentlemen to help me break down everything happening across our entire day, and more importantly, break down what happened yesterday, because we had quite a few teams perform exceptionally well. One team in particular getting themselves 2 chicken dinners. Kalaris, I'm digging the blue. Max, man, you're looking snazzy today. How you doing, Max, man?
I'm doing fantastic, man. I had myself some ice cream last night, so I'm feeling real good. You know, even though you promised me some, I didn't get it at the end, so I'm feeling fantastic now. And as you mentioned, the team gave himself 2 chicken dinners, and last opportunity for them to see if they can maybe continue that streak. So I'm hyped for this final day of the first Super Weekend.
And I know production's having a problem with the fact that my blue is exactly the same color as that lower third that just came up. Good job.
You can put your lower third all over your shirt then at one point. Hopefully we can get that done. Max, I will say this, though. It's not fair because your dad must have been watching the show, heard the bet happen, heard you lose the bet. He came over. Here, son, have some ice cream.
Yeah, that's how it went down. it was cookie dough. It's cookie dough too. So, you know, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling refreshed. I needed that.
So jealous, but you know, I had some ice cream and a pizza last night. Let's take a look at our overall settings, though, so you guys get an idea if you missed out on all the action happening yesterday, where our teams currently do stand at the moment. And we do have 3 chicken dinners in total across our 2 days for one team. Destiny coming up big, 124 points here, Kalaris. Fantastic showing out of them.
Lasting out of control, I think is fair to say, with not only the 3 chicken dinners, but another 2 podium finishes across the 10 games, across all of that as well. So 5 podium finishes in 10 games is absolutely nuts. But the last chicken dinner that they were able to get, whilst they were holding down in the Alamo compound, 18 kills off the back of that. They're not only #1, but they set the record for the tournament so far as well. So they are head and shoulders above the rest right now.
Yeah. They're just looking so comfortable overall. I mean, we talked about it too yesterday. They not only got himself so many chicken dinners and top 3s in the Super Weekend, but also they got himself a win every day of the league play. So we'll see if they can keep that streak on going today. Though I'm still looking at this top 8. We're seeing a few teams on the bottom side that were able to get there just in the finishing moments. Especially I'm looking at Unicorns of Love. High kills actually come in their way. Just got to try and increase those positioning points a little bit more, and they could get close to that top 3 potentially. But I think that Unicorns of Love have shown really good signs of improvement over time since day 1 of the league play. And I think that now that they're really in what makes them one of the strongest teams in the region, in my opinion, because they go aggressive, and that's what suits every single one of their players.
Kalaris, I just gotta ask you this, if you've noticed, did Max Ben specifically avoid talking about one team in particular, just in case he might curse
I don't want to be blamed. I don't want to do it, okay?
It's nice that you don't want to be blamed, but you will continue to be blamed, Maxman, until the end of time. Yes, I will talk about them. Clash up at the top here as well. They have had a great surge up the board as well. If you think about especially their last couple of games that they played things out on yesterday, a win, a second place, and a second place. Doesn't get much better than that, unless you're Destiny. And yeah, I was very happy to see them up there, right, Max?
Yes, I agree. It's really good to see that team up there.
I don't know if I can read it correctly. Who is the #2 team, Max, at the moment?
It's okay. It's the team with a green logo, okay? It's really nice looking. It's like a dragon with a Q. It looks really nice.
Yeah, it looks like blue to me. But you know what? We'll let it slide for now. As we're going to look at our second page here and see our other 8 teams. As we stop tormenting poor Max, and we take a look at Lost Bullets. Again, they had some, I'd say some decent showing on day 2, even decent showing on day 1. But for me, right off the bat here, Kalaris, Black Sparks, he talked about him yesterday going from 3rd place down to 10th in 1 day of play. Now, the point spread isn't that dramatic. However, seeing them not have that same kind of performance in day 2 was really I want to say let down, but I don't mean that in a negative sense.
Oh, absolutely.
We're hoping for more.
If you think about the amount of kills that they were able to get throughout that day, yesterday, it was about 8 kills across 5 games. Placement wasn't fantastic either. I think they peaked at about a 5th place during the day yesterday. That was the one where they were able to accrue 3 of those kills out of the 8. And Black Sparks, we know they're capable of more. We've seen them be capable of more in the previous 3 days of play across the Super Weekend and the lead-ins as well. So hopefully today they're able to bounce back.
Yeah. I think the Black Spark definitely is one of the few teams that we're expecting a lot more from, so hopefully it was just a little bit of a fluke coming into the Super Weekend, even though they did get themselves a win, which was still really nice, but they need to try and improve on it. I also want to just mention a little bit, there's likes of GODSENT. This is also one of the few teams that we thought would be some of the few strongest, potentially even top 5 in the entirety of this event in the Super Weekend. Yep. Didn't quite show up at the very start, especially day 1 was a very, very silent day for them. We didn't see them too much in the kill feed, or at least in our top 5 leaderboards, but they did improve significantly more on the end of our second day yesterday, with a chicken dinner actually coming their way, and they actually were able to secure themselves just a little bit more kills in general, feeling a lot more confident. So I'm looking at GODSENT as this team that if they keep improving like they did show us yesterday, they could be climbing up hopefully to the first page.
Yeah, I think it's important. It's important that you mention that, Max, because I think maybe it's just having a little bit of a learning curve coming into PMPL here. Obviously, they have extensive experience behind them, but if they keep ramping things up, they keep improving on a day-to-day basis, they can definitely be a top contender. Because yes, it's just one Super Weekend. You still have 2 more to come up, and again, prize money isn't necessarily earned in the sense of if you place at a certain position, a certain podium here in our Super Weekends, you get a certain amount of money. It comes down to the chicken dinners you win, and they already have one. They already have $1,000 to their name, but in the finals, that's what it's all about. So that'd be the perfect time to actually peek into, as we're seeing some highlights from yesterday. And honestly, that last game, Destiny, Mazzaro, seeing them get crashed by quite a few different teams here, holding on Alamo. Destiny put up the highest point game we've had yet so far here, Kalaris, at 33 points.
Yeah, and it was the perfect linchpin, the perfect opportunity to do so in a compound quite like that. And also, they flexed out very well as well. There's moments where, you know, I've spoken about this line between genius and insanity. Sometimes when you flex out the way that they did and then group up back again, sometimes you might lose 1 or 2 of those people that have flexed out the way that they did. However, they didn't. They all then grouped back up to be able to control that compound very effectively. And it's similar to how I thought that the Destiny breakdown, my first Picasso of this entire tournament, was great. I think that I could look at this same play and think this is then one of my also favorites. Destiny just keep impressing me time and time again.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, and I'm curious to see if they can maintain, again, the momentum throughout the next days, and hopefully for them, they don't peak very early on in the tournament. We do want to talk about a specific team here, and it's going to be about your home country, Kalaris. Actually, it's going to be about Lakonostra MVP, and we're going to compare them up against RESQ. So you've seen a lot of their points come in, particularly just off the placements alone, whereas RESQ do have a longer average survival time. We're going to throw that up on your screen. You guys can get an idea, a visual representation of what we're talking about here. And yeah, Lakonostra, they do have more damage overall when it comes to the Super Weekend. That survival time, though, and you can see the rest of the stats as well here, is mostly what they're banking on, it seems.
Yeah.
Sorry, go for it.
Absolutely, no. We're both too polite, I think is fair to say. So Lakonostra MVP, in terms of when you look at their average points over time, in the games that they've been able to accrue, they've had higher peaks and lower troughs than a more average and stable rescue that we've been able to see. And I think that when we see Lakonostra playing out some of these later stage games, they're able to get to some of those later stages, but aside from the one victory that they got at the very beginning here of the Super Weekend, they've been in other positions where they could have maybe tried to round things out, but there isn't quite that finish factor here just yet for Lakonostra. So maybe if they're able to tighten those bolts, it would be nice here, Max, eh?
I think especially for Lakonostra, now that you mentioned it, like, they're always able to find themselves great entry points. Like, so many times you're going to see them in the northern side. It's completely uncontested, and they take control, but I wouldn't say they're just tiptoeing their way forward. They're a little bit scared of like overstepping their boundaries from time to time. So I do think that they could use maybe a little bit more aggressiveness, and I do think when you have players like Daddy, such and such, like, they are really known as aggressive players in the European region, especially when I've been casting some of these guys in scrims for the past like year and a half now. They are just fantastic, but I still think that they're getting a little bit more comfortable. Like, this is still the very early days in the big competitive scene in the European region. So I think that they are getting there slowly but surely, and we've seen it as of recently too, that they are feeling a lot more confident, but I still think we got a little distance to go before they actually are at their peak potential.
And on the flip side, though, RESQ, I think that I mean, right now, they are the highest placing team currently without a chicken dinner here in our Super Weekend. So whilst we're looking at Lakonostra and saying sometimes maybe there's moments where they can't round things out, the same could potentially be said here to a certain degree for RESQ as well. They have had podium finishes and a really strong finish at the end of yesterday with 2 third places. Just need to see them go that little extra step, get a chicken dinner on the board, get that $1,000 as well as moving up the table.
Yeah, I was going to say maybe RESQ were saving their chicken dinners for the finals, but I just kind of realized, wait a minute, you get $1,000 per chicken dinner.
Exactly.
The Super Weekend. And if you can get 10, you actually win as much as you would have getting through at the very end of the finals in first place. But obviously, you get a spot into the EMEA Regional Championships. But yesterday, we talked about the big 3, right? We talked about the big teams that really made plays across league play and across the Super Weekend. But we have some new challengers approaching here in the likes of Eastern Stars. Oh, no. And QLASH as well. QLASH had a major step up. And Max, you know, I mean, you talked to us, you said you talked to MZ, and you mentioned how he said that, like, they were very nervous and they were struggling at the start of the day. But then once they got that first chicken dinner in league play, they immediately followed up with a second. And confidence seems to be there completely now here for this team.
Look, if you dare tell to me you're feeling nervous and anxious, and then you go for full-on open push in Miramar with an M249, I think you're fine, okay? I think you're okay from now on. But yeah, I mean, QLASH have been also improving on their synergy, and I think he said it was maybe down to an issue of communication. I mean, the pushes are so clean now. Of course, it does happen from time to time when you have the likes of, you know, Haikoni or potentially even MZ sometimes being left as a solo player, but that's because you're taking fights, and it is something that even the best teams, like you're looking at Bigatron, the 4 Angry Men, they will lose players eventually by taking fights, right? So I think that QLASH have been definitely working on their communication, their synergy. It's been showing immensely in my eyes. And this is just the start for them because they're going to have so many more events to come. And I think that they're still in the very early days. And I can't wait to see where they can be actually at the end. And hopefully there could be the French representatives going into the EMEA regional finals there.
Yeah, it would be good to see it. I do want to point out really quick that Eastern Stars, they seem to be becoming like fragging powers for their team. Like they're always looking for fights, they're always looking for kills, but sometimes that does come back to bite them in the backside. Now, what you're going to see here is really interesting, right? If the color's in green, it means a positive change from day 1 of our Super Weekend to day 2. And if it's red, it means it's negative. The one that immediately is going to stand out, of course, is Destiny and Black Sparks right next to each other, Kalaris, because Destiny was all green and Black Sparks was all red.
Yeah, ScrimFarm also follows that all-red trend because yesterday, of course, we pointed out the fact that they've been up and down from day to day to day, and that continued on. Eastern Stars and QLASH are the 2 teams that joined the fray here, and Eastern Stars, it's funny because, you know, we came into yesterday being like, these are the 3 best, yeah, they're really good, but Eastern Stars was quite like, yo, guys, what's up? And actually did fantastically during that first day anyway, into the second day as well, in terms of the points that they were able to put up. But as you say, Destiny is the one that is the standout clear favorite here when it comes to the points that they are able to accrue throughout this. And it does come down to those 2 chicken dinners that they were able to fantastically portray.
Really quickly, Max, I just want to point out for people at home as well, just to see how it fully understands. When you see like average placement there as a 1 for Destiny, that means they actually had a better average placing by 1 point compared to the previous day, from like 8th to 7th average placing. Average survival time, they survived on average 2 minutes longer than compared to when they did the day before. So it's fantastic to see these like small little changes, but net so many big ones. And what we do need to point out here for Eastern Stars, as you mentioned in Kalaris during rehearsals, is the fact that it's really hard to improve on an already good day. So that, you know, the difference of 38 seconds of average survival time less, it's really not that big of a deal, Max.
It's only 1 point difference in terms of the overall average rank, the average placement 2, and the average kill. So it's really, they've been showing really strong consistency. If you're going purely based off of this graphic, they are potentially the most consistent team, even though Destiny did outdo their performance of day 1, which in a sense is a lot better. But yeah, Eastern Stars really shown some really strong potential here, and hopefully they can keep the ball rolling because day 1, day 2 was awesome. Let's see if they can potentially be on the top of the podium at the end.
Oh man, seeing Mazzaro there, by the way, at the start of the highlights here on top of that cliff on Miramar was just ridiculous. And we had like the feeling that there was a chance he could win one out, Kalaris, but there was a QLASH member just waiting and lurking for him.
I mean, Mazzaro is the reason yesterday for Destiny, that entire board was green, right? If you think about how much impact that man had throughout those 2 games especially. They're also, of course, the Miramar, but even into the Erangel later on as well. Eastern Stars also putting in a ton of work. And I know that for a fact that Banks himself has pegged this team as one of the teams that is playing strategically and well across all 4 members. He believes that they're moving as a unit. He believes that they're moving with purpose, with kind of confidence. And that goes a long way in an FPS quite like this.
Yeah, 100%. And Eastern Stars, I mean, at this, we saw him day 1 be the real stand-up player for the team. I mean, I think we saw him maintaining his #1 position overall when it comes to kills in our top 10. But Max, man, the man with the power, the man with the telestration skills here, and potentially earn himself a point would be ideal for you to be. Oh, there you are. You were getting ready.
I'm here.
I was getting ready to draw. You got your tools out. You got your brushes. You got everything set up, ready to go. Can you break this down for us? And can you make me want to buy this piece of art? Also, more importantly, what is it?
I don't know if I can confirm about making you buy a piece of art. I told you, man, like arts and craft is not my best skill back in college, but I'll give it my best shot. But then we've been talking a lot about Eastern Stars, as you just mentioned, and they've been improving a lot, and especially they proved us that they could close off games right in game 1 yesterday on Erangel, where they had a great finish towards the side of Fields. And rightly mentioned yesterday by Kalaris, where he did mention that this is one of the flattest terrains of the entire map on Erangel. So one way to use this is to try and find some elevation. So you can see here you have the likes of Eastern Stars who got himself 3 really strong positions, a nice little spread on the opposing side, Polar Race, and also Lost Bullet that just entered from Pachinki itself. I'm going to be moving a little bit more into this clip and seeing exactly what's going to be happening, because Eastern Star's got great vision, Polar Race died, but we're not going to focus too heavily on that point, because now the visibility is going to be going away, and you can see right off the bat, we talked about elevation. What do you want to do with that one? Bazzi's going to be taking full control of this rock, getting the slight elevation from that position alone with the third-person perspective, gives him great amount of information on the entirety of this position, sees exactly where every single opposing player or team could potentially be. And if you guys watch especially Lord of the Rings, he's going to be basically the eyes of Sauron of this lobby for the rest of his teammates. Going to be moving forward, he's going to be gathering information above the smokes for his team, trying his best to not take any shots. Athis, being Athis, going to be taking himself one great shot. And during that entire time, you can see that Bazzi is still going to be granting information forward for his team, allowing both Kapahala and also Athis to take great positions. A hay bale over to Athis. Kapahala going to be prone, but he doesn't need that much information because Bazzi still on the backline is feeding that to the rest of his team. And Master's just completely overwhelmed. There's no hiding spot from that position. Gets spotted by Kapahala, and it ends up in a win. I think that that is just a great showing of Eastern Stars improving on one specific aspect of their game, which is communication and trusting their teammates. And the trust that was sent Bazzi's way, I think, was astonishing in its own regard and deserving of the win in my eyes, at least. So that's why they got it.
Let me ask you, Kalaris, would you buy that piece of art?
It wasn't many lines.
So a circle, 2 lines, and then 2 green circles. So, no.
See, I was going to go the other way. He mentioned Lord of the Rings, and that kind of sold me on the artwork.
Oh, okay.
So,
Right.
It's exactly
maybe
the
half a point,
interpretation
Max.
of like Mordor and everything. It's very deep concept. Like it's very, you got to go into it. There's a lot of meaning behind those lines.
Well, you know what? As Max tries to explain his artwork, I'm going to try to explain to you guys the schedule and what's coming up today, and of course, our order of maps that's going to be happening across the day. And like I said before, it's going to be the same same maps in the same order every single day when it comes to Super Weekend. And in the finals, we got Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok, Miramar, and Erangel to round out the day. So a lot of choices, a lot of chances here for teams to pick up a chicken dinner. For me, I'm curious when we get to our third map, Sanhok, will ScrimFarm play the blue yet again? We're going to find out. Maybe we should rename them to the Blue Man Group when it comes to Sanhok, because that seems to be the only thing they know how to do. But though, they still did pick up quite a few kills and quite a few points, at least in yesterday's matches. So guys, quickly, as we go into our first game here, predictions. I'm going to hit you up again. There's going to be nothing to win, no ice cream, no car parts. After I looked up how much it cost for the M2 to add on some parts, I realized my bank account is not that deep. So for pride points here, who do you think is going to be coming out strong here in game 1?
I always start, and because I want more time to think, I propose James starts maybe. I want more time.
I could have claimed seniority and bullied you into picking first, but anyway, no. I will say, easy choice. It's ScrimFarm day. Yesterday was bad. Today is good. ScrimFarm.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it goes up and goes down, goes back up again. I respect that one. I wanted to go with Unicorns of Love. We talked about them being really aggressive, and especially the kills they gathered. I was really strong. I want to see those kills converted in a win, so I'm going to go with the Unicorns.
I like how you said Unicorns of Love when they appeared right behind you in our virtual set too. So maybe they were like telling you better choose us, or maybe it was just coincidence.
I was getting
but gentlemen, Oh no, PRZ, stay there. We'll see you in the league play. Thank you guys for breaking out everything that happened yesterday, and we'll check in with you guys once the first game does finish. But it's time to bring in our commentators here for our very first 3 games of the day. We got John and Blake coming back into the mix here. Now, gentlemen, I don't get to ask you guys your predictions, so can I do that? John, can you grace us with your prediction here in game 1?
No, I was going to say no and just show you that. No, to be honest, I'm hoping for.
There's a John thing.
Hoping that I'm with QLASH on this one. I'm hoping that that ScrimFarm can pull back on their rudder and try and course correct back towards the appropriate pole star. We'll see if they're able to do that. So I'm going to go with ScrimFarm as well. It's a bit of a cop out, but I do believe in the stats as QLASH says.
Come on, Blake. You know what's coming. Don't make me ask.
All right, man. Well, I also believe in the stats, so I think Destiny's going to win this game. I've got Destiny on the cards. I want to hit the 4K dollar mark this weekend, which would be incredible. Currently already on 3K, but we'll see you in a little bit, Jason. Lovely to speak to you. As always, we love you.
Don't ask me my predictions.
No, I don't want to hear your predictions, man.
I predict that you're going to go away in 3, 2,
Whoa,
1.
He's gone. Look,
Let's get rid of him, and we're getting into game
Jason. But
number 1
predictions
from the Super Weekend. Day number 3 now. We're moving into the double digits in terms of the game totals.
We are.
Exciting stuff coming on forward flank. We are going to be going from southeast down to the western edge near to Georgia Pole on the plane path.
I love your idea of excitement is, wow, 11th game. Let's go. So
Double digits. I'm a big fan.
All right. I mean, we hit it yesterday, but right at the end. But we didn't mention it. That's fine. I know you had to sleep on it to really realize the true grandeur of that. But we are getting
ruminate on the number of digits greatly. It's a
wait. Just look at the map. Just look at the map. Everyone dropped out southeast. What the hell?
Is that real?
Is that real?
Is that real?
No one waited for the blame.
I don't think that's
like,
real. I think there's just a.
Okay, it's a.
So I think they are continuing to go forwards, and they will spread out as we're used to it. The plane path did go from southeast Novo all the way up to Georgia Pole. I was surprised because I was like, hang on a minute, the plane only just started, but no.
I know, and everyone's like, let's leave.
Normally.
So, Milter Power, let's all congregate and we will fight to the death. This is the only way we can battle out Destiny's superior rotations, is we have none. So I'm okay with it, but yes, it's not real, guys. It was fake news. Instead, we do have the teams all dropping out in their respective locations. ScrimFarm heading up towards Georgia Pole. Destiny obviously sending their forward scout up towards Zaki, whereas the rest of the team is probably going to maneuver their way up to Severny side. Not sure how long.
Obviously sending their scout.
Yeah, I mean, they've done it every time. I mean, you had your boy, I think it was Mickey over in Kameshki for about half the game the other day. But now instead we have Noshi over towards Zaki, whereas the rest of the team's heading down here. I wonder, have they moved one of the players out here? Because I'm only seeing Whiskey and Mozaro. I'm still waiting to...
There's one in the fold of it.
East. So Mickey,
just to the west of
Mickey
Polaris,
is not in the game. Interesting. Very, very interesting. So Noshi's taking forward scout role this game. ScrimFarm staying very much towards it together. And, you know, I 100% agree with QLASH is that, you know, ScrimFarm, if you haven't been watching and this is your first time tuning in, they have a very strange playstyle here where Erangel and Miramar seems to be their favorite map. So Sanhok, they just kind of cop out and they're like, we'll stay in the blue half of the game. We'll see what we can do after that. Currently, though, Beast holding up towards, I think that's Cube right now in the tower, just holding it down, keeping it safe, happy with this, and Polarace over on the way. So he's just gathering some information, Polarace in their general position, which is around ruins, trying to take control of that river there, should we need to cross it. Other than that, very standard.
Doing well. We've praised Polarace for their rotations before around this river. We'll see if they're able to echo those performances this time around. Blank. In the meantime, not really anyone outside of the circle on the eastern edge. It's pretty much you're only going to find a couple of teams there. Central locations being occupied by Lost Bullets over in Pachinki. Potato Hill not occupied by anyone just yet. It's early on, it's looting phase, no one really going to make that move as of just now. And the Gatka split, coming in from Unicorns of Love.
Yes, so Unicorns of Love going to take that position there, so this is nice for them. Pretty open area as well, so they'll get a lot of information from the large split they currently have. Black Sparks opted to not fight out Lost Bullets over towards Pachinki and just give it up. I think they'd rather be able to play towards that endgame. I feel like they think to themselves that the way Lost Bullets is playing is pretty crazy. let's be real here. They tend to strike out, draw a load of teams' attention. They're like, well, we don't really want to be near this blaring siren anymore because they're bringing a lot of teams towards us. So we'll head towards Everest, play that compound around there, try and acquire some loot, do some early scouting. I think this is good. It's a nice change of pace from Black Sparks, especially with so many times we've seen them like run towards a compound with rarely any scouting. I feel like one of the best places you could be to get some good scouting on the way is on the top of the mountain. So I hope they've got their telescopes, hope they've got their binoculars, and they're getting ready to move with the circle.
If they can get a shifty on, Panda in Rozhok, pretty much fine at this stage. I mean, they're not really going to want to move. They might have to make the choice to go to north or south. Again, that's really the main choice that any of these teams are going to have to make in the long run. Historically, it's been Lakonostra MVP who have made that northern choice, opted to play a little bit more safe on those rotations potentially, although it can guard you out if it does then shift south of that river. So I think they are just going to bide their time and wait for the next circle. The question is, where do they wait, right? Where do they go and wait for that circle to come on through? Do they move to Mansion? Do they even, swing up towards Stalber and try and come down south if it swings that way? They have a lot of options.
They do have a lot of options. I think the typical option we've seen them take is head down towards Shelter Way, hang around there and then move in. Recently, that hasn't been working too well for them, and I think the boys on the desk, obviously, we talked about it this morning, about how, Lakonostra MVP, they've struggled at the end of the games to lock them down. If it's not like one of those sure wins where we've seen them hold a ridgeline, it's almost impossible for any teams after that point with the good rotations they make, because they do make good rotations. I think it's closing the door on these games that they have difficulty with. A lot of the times it's other teams popping their foot between the crevice and the door, and you get the situation where they're like trying to rag it closed, but they've got steel toe cap boots on, and they're just not able to do it. They don't have the strength here, John.
Sheer force of will escapes them for now. See if they can summon something from within themselves.
They have will on the team. It's still not working for them though.
Yeah, it's strange that, isn't it? Strange.
Yeah, it's strange.
Anyway, Nexus, they're going to be leaving their early position and moving up towards, a little bit closer towards Sunken City, towards just the south hills of Rozhok as well, across Headshot Valley. We'll see if they're able to make that push. And there we go, the Black Sparks making their rotation.
Yeah, so they're going to move further down, and this is a position that we've seen ScrimFarms take before. It's right on the edge of Everest towards the north side, and I mean, it does deny you sightlines towards the southwest, but they're not too bothered about that. They'd like to be able to check down, see what's happening in ruins. They should know by now, if they've done their homework, that you've got Polar Ace in this area. Polar Ace, however, have moved further towards the east, towards Rozhok side, and they've regrouped a lot faster than we're used to them doing here on Erangel. Sure, they've still got a split between them and the middle island, but usually we're seeing like a much further 2-2 split. But I think what's happened before is this team realizes, we're not having a lot of success holding it down as two. And I mean, it's admirable that they have tried to do that before and had some success with it, but I think grouping as four here might be the better idea. Sure, it gives you less land to control, but if you can control at least some land, John, that's better than no land.
Oh yeah, that is true. That is true. That is true. GODSENT, one of the teams who started to have glimmers a little bit stronger, but they've yet to really sort of fully prove themselves at this stage. They're just leaving that farm area, moving up a little bit closer to that central way. You can see a lot of the teams at the moment, Blank, they're congregating on the southern shore of that central river, which maybe, I mean, that kind of makes sense when you factor in the idea that maybe you're going to have to move north, so everyone wants to be in a close crossing spot so they can make that fast push, but it does potentially cause a little bit of early scuffle.
It does, yeah. I mean, especially with Rozhok as well, where you've got the hillside to play along, which Panda are currently holding down. You've got a lot of abilities to take out teams as they come in. I think if you are Panda, you're a little bit scared, though, at this point in time, because there are so many teams, like, heading towards your spot. You can hear the rumble of vehicles around you. So I think if I'm Panda, I'm looking to find a more secure position, maybe towards the coastal side, which you can see them now starting to rotate. GODSENT, you mentioned it, little glimmers of brilliance from them yesterday, and I think a lot of that comes down to AZY. Very confident player, and I think when you have a confident player on your team that's able to make calls like that, and corral the rest of the team, you know, give them that confidence they need to move forward, be that leader of the pack. It's really important. So if AZY can continue that today, I'll be very happy. I think we've seen before a few times, though, where AZY has made that push, made that move, and it is confident, but it has come back to bite them with AZY going down, and then suddenly GODSENT's left at loggerheads, not sure what to do going forward. Next circle hits, though, very central towards this river position, so many teams unsure what to do next. Destiny, no, they are in position as per usual, right on the edge side of the north. They can work their way down depending on what happens next, and they've got a lot of free reign to do it with. There's almost no teams towards the pizza slice, just towards the northwest side of Yasnaya, and all these little compounds are clear, and if they make their way through the forest as well, they should be fairly hidden for the majority of this journey.
It looks like a gas station is actually pretty open at the moment, and it might be where Lakonostra MVP are going to opt to go for. They mounted up in Mansion for the time being, but in go GameLord, they want to crash on towards GODSENT. Not so lucky on the first push. Leno able to go down there. GODSENT holding strong for now. We saw glimmers, but we're going to see them shine. Akashi able to find one, but traded out pretty quickly. GODSENT lose yet another down on knee. And Victor looks for more. Not going to be able to find it just yet. Tommy gun in hand, and that's a double spray down. Beautiful. Reeves able to get it done.
Oh,
hang on a minute.
hurts.
Panda from across the way. Take down GODSENT. Oh, that's so sad. But that's the way the cookie crumbles.
That is very sad. But for Panda, super duper happy. May as well have a party going from here. And this is the strength of having a split like this. They've took it, the majority of RESQ very confidently, and I'm happy about it because they are laying down foundations here. They're able to take down two teams with one player, which is very nice. Obviously, GODSENT did the majority of the work onto GameLord, and then able to just clear up the last players from GODSENT themselves. So that's two teams now gone. Very early in the game as well, especially for Western Europe. We tend to see 16 teams towards that 15-minute mark, and now Panda has much more capability here towards the north side of RESQ. Destiny, though, have flown down from Severny to the north side of the shore, getting prepared at least to maybe cross the road or hold out teams should they try and cross that river. Lakonostra MVP, they've headed up to just outside the fields of Yasnaya. There is Rice Gang as well as Eastern Stars. We praised Eastern Stars yesterday, had some fantastic games, really good grenades. I think the team fighting ability from this team is absolutely massive at the moment. Let's hope they can keep that up going into this one. But Lakonostra MVP currently in a nice position. I do like this spot. Gives them free reign going forward. And should they need to move, they also have that Yasnaya bridge crossing still available to them.
Not only that, but they control that ground as well, right? Nobody can really get across that bridge from the south side if they are going to need to. Obviously, it's still undecided as to which way the circle's going to go. But if anyone needs to cross that from the south side, they have such incredible sightlines to try and control that. I am surprised they didn't move a little bit closer towards that gas station, towards that bridge to hold that position if they need to make a quick crossing. But you know what? This is fair enough. They're holding it by proxy. They're not allowing anyone else in.
Yeah, they've kind of got the God compound here outside Gas Fields, which I'm totally okay with, but it's ScrimFarm rocking up towards Destiny. ScrimFarm not in the best of positions, though. Destiny identified a very nice outpost very early on, and we've seen how quickly Destiny does take position. I mentioned it before, they were all the way in Severny, but they immediately made this push down to the two-story, which gives them massive capabilities in terms of high ground and being able to scout out towards behind them. But again, looking back at Lakonostra MVP whilst we have the map here, the reason they're holding here, not only is it a God compound, they can effectively hold out the entirety of the northeast area. No one's getting across those fields without them seeing them, and you almost have to be in a vehicle to do it. So Lakonostra MVP can take some very nice sprays, potentially blow up a vehicle or two, and hurt a lot of the teams coming in. So they have massive control over this eastern edge, but we set up towards that gas station. You mentioned it before, John. That is a position that a lot of teams should be wanting to take right now. You can see Panda mounting up. I assume they want to head over towards there now.
Maybe looking to leave RESQ. Might be a little bit slow on the draw, though, because look at where ScrimFarm have managed to plant themselves now on the northern side, right next to Yasnaya Bridge. They might just look to cross and get on in there. Lakonostra MVP, as we said, they've had a pretty good rotation here so far. Destiny, they're getting crunched on a little bit by RESQ, who did dethrone them from a similar position last time around when we saw them holding on the north side of this shore. You can see that on the map moving in. And the Unicorns of Love are ready and waiting to potentially third-party that. We saw them do that on Miramar yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, Unicorns of Love not in the best position right now, but you are right. It's one of the better positions when it comes to third partying and leapfrogging into a better position. So, you know, 100% by proxy, they're in a good spot to find a good spot, if that makes sense. ScrimFarm, on the other hand, they're just cautiously moving over Yaz Bridge at the moment. It looks like Lakonostra MVP hasn't given them any troubles so far, so they can breathe easy for the time being as they get Woodson across. But as we see with ScrimFarm so often, is they do like to leave that remaining backstop towards those areas where they can be flanked. So they're not always as a 4-man, but they try to control more area instead. Now, we heard Claris on the desk talk about how it might be ScrimFarm's day. I do like this position. However, it's not because they're taking this flanking spot, because so many times this flanking spot has worked against them, where a team's rocked up, killed their man that holds the flank, and then suddenly they're down to 3, and then they kind of crumble underneath the pressure. So no one's pushing this position right now, which is why ScrimFarm is in a good spot. But I would rather see them as the 4.
Yeah, maybe regrouping just a little bit. They're hedging their bets. If the circle does give a hard north shift, there's maybe a potential that it could end up on that north shore. It's very, very unlikely, but they're still keeping an outpost there. Maybe even trying to get advanced warning of crossings from teams like RESQ, Destiny, Unicorns of Love, by the looks of things.
Oh yeah.
On our maps at the moment, actually swinging over towards the north side of RESQ, maybe looking to leapfrog them, go all the way out to the eastern side, where they will be met with pretty heavy resistance. However, no one controlling the little bridge between Rozhok and Yasnaya at the moment. No one really sort of staking their claim there. The closest team really is Panda, and Destiny are controlling it on the northern side, but no one sort of up close and personal with it.
Well, I think that this is not a position you really want to hold this late in the game either, John, because it is so open there. There's not many great spots to retreat to that won't already be taken. Next circle heads up towards Panda's position just outside Rozhok, so a pretty big city finish here. You got Unicorns of Love trying to get through by having a bit of road rage on the way there. Rice Gang immediately trying to make their move. Lakonostra MVP have sat pretty for a long time, but starting to go ugly now as, you know, they're held out right on the eastern side and they have to move in. They will have seen Eastern Stars though. They cross across the field, so they're very open. ScrimFarm as well as Lakonostra MVP should have seen this, but ScrimFarm immediately jumping in on the action. Now they've got to be very wary of Eastern Stars. There's ScrimFarm taking down a player from Destiny as well as Lakonostra MVP at the same time.
Not entirely sure how that happened, but they are going into the fight with Lakonostra MVP. Daddy already dead, Ellison down as well. ScrimFarm yet to take any casualties, Will now under fire. Specboy has the sight lines, but gets taken down with a nice off angle from Danny, and a lot more knocks are starting to come through as well. Eastern Stars, they've started to put the pressure on. The hydraulic ram is starting to close, Blank, and the pressure's on for ScrimFarm. Are they going to squidge out sideways, or are they just going to combust in the middle of it? I don't know how lucky they're going to be here, Blank. There's 2 down, only 1 standing for ScrimFarm. Lakonostra MVP, they only have 1 player standing, but they can get these reses, not under the pressure that currently ScrimFarm are under.
Yeah, I personally don't really understand this play from ScrimFarm. They move into Lakonostra MVP, but they don't clear out the eastern side of the field itself, so Eastern Stars just rock up, take down ScrimFarm in very good fashion, and now they're still pretty healthy to take down the remaining members of Lakonostra MVP who are quite heavily hurt, but looks like they just want to get into the circle. They know they can hold them out from within there, but they'd rather have a spot towards this coastal side, towards the bank, where they can hold off for a little bit longer, maybe find a better position as this circle continues to fall together.
Look at that forward-thinking attitude, Blank. They know they could take the fight, but they don't. They pull away. They have the advantage, and they give it up for position later on. They think it's more expected value into the future. Looks like they're going to get that value right now as they start to rattle onto 2 teams over on the shoreline. Fights going on. Unicorns of Love crashing onto Panda's position in Rozhok. These are the teams that are currently getting shot on by the Eastern Stars from across the way as well. So this fight is under pressure. Seems like Eastern Stars continue to give the entire lobby a lot of jip.
Yeah, I know. I just like that Eastern Stars at the moment, they don't take their own fight, they take everybody else's fight instead. Unicorns of Love are forced into the building with Panda. Currently Panda holding down a 2-on-1 split. Nade goes through. I don't know how much damage it's going to get. Hopefully he can get 1 more knock from this one. It does go through the window. Only 2 players from Unicorns of Love now down. That's bouncing off, just dropping the smokes for the rest of the team to try and get over towards the rest of Panda's position. Just drop out the windows there.
Goodness me, the pressure that Eastern Stars have actually put on is incredible. You're right, they didn't take the fight with Lakonostra MVP because they didn't want just a straight up brawl. They want to move into the city and play the sweeper through from the eastern side of RESQ. We'll see if they're able to pull out the dustpan. Destiny, though, they've spotted their spot and have managed to get a knock.
Yeah, so they're within the city right now, and this is that quick crossing that they made from the north side. Destiny having a pretty good time. I think they took a couple of knocks earlier on. I think they have got most players back up again. Beast did fall, though, for them. Next circle shifts down towards the southwest, so QLASH going to be happy about this one, but it's right in the middle of these roads, so you can see them all snaking together towards the middle there, which is going to cause a little bit of problems. Teams really have to just kind of focus on one side of the map at the moment, because crossing these roads is going to be absolutely deadly. Destiny, the most put out by the situation. They're expecting that city finish. Instead, it's moved away from that, down towards Lost Bullets position. But I really like what Black Sparks have done here. They've played it very safe, very cautious, done their due diligence, and moved around towards the southwest side. So they can move up towards school now.
I think that was just a 1v2 from a RESQ player there coming forwards.
Was it
Two
Clash?
players from Clash just went down. I'm not entirely sure. I think it might be. I don't know. I don't know. Two players from Clash have just died, which means that they are going to be taken down and their position usurped by RESQ moving in from the northeastern side. But everyone in RESQ now starting to have to make these moves.
Oh.
They are going to take a little bit of damage there for the Unicorns of Love. Panda across the way. The Eastern Stars now need to move down. They've made some really strong rotations, really strong presence so far. 5 points and a lot of points for this early on in the game, or certainly this early on in the number of teams that have gone down. Now see if they can move on through.
Yeah, this is what Destiny wants to do, go for that wide swing. They do take one knock on their side. Mozero does get finished off there, but Whiskey now out, put out in the blue. He's towards Polar Ace's position. Noshi tries to move towards Schoolgirls, does get taken out by Lost Bullet, I would imagine. Yeah, Black Sparks, though, they've managed to make their way into the circle here. They're around Nexus as well as GSG's position. Only problem for them right now is because they were so far out of the zone, they won't really have too much idea of what's going on here. So they're still getting their bearings. Whiskey trying to move through, but Polar Ace, they're currently holding down RESQ Hill at the moment. Very fantastic position, and that is Destiny going down in 13th.
Goodness me, all the big heavy hitters are starting to fall down. I mean, me and James had the worst of it with ScrimFarm going down. Now you are out of luck with Destiny. I can't remember who Max predicted, actually. I have to go back in the VOD. I don't know if you recall to mind, but we'll see if they're able to do a little bit better moving forward. I think it was Unicorns of Love.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, he won, though. He did win.
He did win?
Yeah.
Out of the four of us, he did win.
Can we get Jason in here and get his prediction, actually? I would quite like that.
I feel like it's a bit late in the day. For that one, but we'll have...
Oh, hello, Jason. Can I get your, prediction for the map, please? Just very quickly.
Jason's predicting Lost Bullet. Wait, sorry, no, wait. What is that? Is that Polar Ace? Oh, Jason predicted Polar Ace. Okay, that's a really good prediction.
No, we got a Lost Bullet from the homie, the Bromy, coming into our little channel to let us know. But he thinks Lost Bullet can win this one. With the circle moving away, though, Lost Bullet do have to move out from school towards the outer edges of those fences. Polar Ace, you know, they had a lot of luck in terms of kills, but because it has moved away from RESQ, now they have to come down. And a lot of people are pretty pissed off with them, to be honest with you, because they've been taking shots left, right, and center, and it's like, oh, you got to come down now. Well, you know who's going to be shooting at you? Probably the whole lobby.
Goodness me. Well, we'll see if they're able to take everyone else to school and win out the game for Lost Bullet. On the northern side, still, that move down from RESQ is brutal, but it's the south side that's really getting the focus right now in terms of teams crunching together. A lot of oversight, a lot of open ground around this area, Blank.
Yeah, exactly. I think that it's going to get a little bit tough for them, especially with so much of these roads being in play, which are basically unplayable zone, right? Unless you've got smokes, but they're temporary. Eastern Stars are trying to rock up on RESQ's position within the shack. Now, a lot of players left remaining, and Athis is just trying to move in there, get something done.
That's bold, but it's going to pay off. RESQ eliminated. Eastern Stars keep both of them alive, so two still standing for them. They'll have to move a little bit further. Under pressure now, it's the fight going on in towards the way stop. And Lakonostra MVP finally dropping. Panda moving in on the northern side. They have to cross this road, and they're going to do so now. They've got cover of smoke, but one of them's down in the midst of things. Black Sparks moving forwards onto Nexus, able to find Dexter in the upper floor window. Nicely done. And Sushi has to roll up to get this res. Moving forwards, they only have 2 players standing for Nexus, and it looks like Banger wants a little bit more. Unfortunately, Bellend down on bended knee, and they're just going to go for the res. A little bit of a timeout called, but they'll have to move on the next circle.
Yeah, Sushi, though, holding the stairs right now, not confident enough to head down and try and take the 1v2, which she assumes it would be, right? Because she's not sure that Lost Bullet are taking fights, but one player from Nexus drops down. It is Dexter. They go for the double-double. I'm okay with that. Trying to support one another. Nate goes up the top, though. That's nice by Banger. Does a little bit of damage, but is enough. Dexter drops down the side now, John.
Oh, they spotted out. He's dropped out the window, but it's not going to be fast enough. Dexter quicker on the draw there. And the M4 going to get the knock. Not got the confirm just yet, but rolls into the danger zone with Bellend in the wall. Gonna get taken down as well. And Dexter quicker on the draw on the second time.
Yeah, I mean, I love Dexter so far. He's had some pretty standout moments from the times we had seen him. And you know, Nexus, we don't talk about them too much, but they have consistently made it towards the top of the rankings most games. Sure, we don't see them towards that the third or second or first spot, but I feel like they are in the majority of the final circles. But we are talking about final circles in zone 6 right now. Drops towards the center. Again, still a large amount of this road in it, but there is a loot crate. Drop towards the center. Clash could potentially move around towards the north side, possibly create that flying V around that loot crate and get a little bit of cover for themselves. Polarace now down. Lost Bullet is still going strong with 4 players, John.
Yeah, they've been able to stay in this corner of school for so long. They've had incredible cover in this situation. RESQ finally eliminated. That's only now, I believe, 1 team from Rostock that's still standing, and it's Panda. They're going to continue to nade on out for Lost Bullets towards Nexus position. They're going to take them down as well. Look at that, 7 kills, all perfectly healthy, 4 players alive. I feel like Jason's prediction's good. He had an advantage having seen most of the game and close towards those final circles, but good call, I think, there. Clash taking a knock as well, now down to just 1. Looking for shots over towards Panda. Panda with 3 alive. 5 kills on the board. Hard fought so far. Now continue to fight on.
Yeah, Panda's in a pretty rough position. What they need right now is for just to bide their time, get into this circle just about, and hope and pray that the circle... Oh, Master, you're going to take it from Aza. Nice shot from him. Has to probably drop the deck. I don't think there's anyone in position to take Aza down right now. Panda, though, would really like for this circle to move away from that fence line that Lost Bullet are currently holding down. GSG... They're very close together and huddling up like penguins, but what a nice nade from GSG to take down a few from Lost Bullet. This could open things up here.
Panda maybe going to look for this opportunity to move on forwards. GSG playing spoiler to Lost Bullet's position. 4 teams alive. We'll see what more they can do. GSG looking to move forwards. You've got Aza waiting in the wings behind. That shack being held down right now. GSG counting their lucky stars. As Lost Bullet continue to hold this wall line. We'll wait for the next circle to see where it's going to shove.
As Aza taking down a player from GSG, so he's really striking out in this lobby versus almost anyone. That could be a nice nade if he gets through the door, and he does. There's 1, but it's not all the way in, so it doesn't take down Andalito. Now he knows his position, and Aza's out in the blue, has to move quickly into position. Andalito just trying to desperately see what's happening. Clever goes very low. Panda still trying to make their way into position. Clash goes down. 3 teams remaining, John.
There we go. Finally able to take down the player out in the fields. However, that Molotov, oh dear, that spread might just catch him. Andalito trying to stay alive amidst the flames. Will be able to do so. Finds a corner. A little bit of respite. Lost Bullets in the meantime. They're dismantling Panda on the crossing. But the nades come through. And GSG go down. Excellent nade there coming through from GK first. 1 player now standing. He's worked miracles before, but I don't think that this is going to be his best on this day. 8 kills, however, they found. He's out in the smoke. They don't know his full position. The Molotov's preventing those wide pushes, controlling that ground, making sure that if they push, they have to go close around the smoke.
I mean,
his way.
Oh, getting behind the loot crate, very smart. Gets a resupply. 1 player comes out. That's dangerous. That's very dangerous. GK first, come on, you have to hit these shots, man.
No. He's not going to be able to do it. Gets taken down. Lost Bullet from the school will give everybody a lesson in standing your ground. Fantastic stuff coming through from Lost Bullet to be able to claim that. And not a quiet game from them as well. They controlled a lot of the territory around their area, but in the end, the circle gave them gifts, and they reaped those rewards beautifully.
Yeah, look, if you play in school, you got to stand up to those bullies, and the bullies were definitely Panda as well as GSG, hiding towards those shacks, taking some nice nades towards Lost Bullet's position. I think if GK First could have survived a little bit longer, with that circle, it kind of pushed Lost Bullet out of position, and he could have got some cheeky kills there. We've seen GK First do some fantastic things before. His patience game is really there, but Lost Bullet finally pulled the trigger in those really important situations, go for a proactive vehicle push out, which to be fair, shouldn't have really worked there. GK First, I kind of expected to hit that spray, but what it does is it accelerates the pace of the game, gives time for the rest of the team from Lost Bullets to move out and take down this one player. So this is what happens when you have the man advantage. You need to really levy that position, levy that advantage itself, because you can create unfavorable positions for a single man player, especially when you have more lives to give.
Absolutely. I mean, you don't even need to take a one for two trade, right? If two of you go down and the third person gets the kill, that's going to work in those final situations as well.
Yeah.
Even if you give over a couple of points potentially. Let's take a look at a couple of those moments from that last game. Obviously, we went to school in the end of it, so let's take a look at how we just got there. Blank, I have to say there were some really heads-up rotations coming through. A lot of what we were breaking down was good rotations throughout the majority of that game. There were only a few sort of sore thumbs in that bunch of fingers, but it was pretty strong from teams like Lakonostra MVP from the eastern side. I mean, Destiny, they made some decent rotations as well from their Saverni position.
Yeah, I think Destiny, they set themselves up for success, right? It doesn't always come their way, but they're always in a position to take the win, if that makes sense. It's never a case for them where it's good enough to play for that second or third spot. They're always looking for that winner, and as we said before, over time, that will create the big point. And so far, they've proven that with the 3 chicken dinners they already have on board firmly at the top of the tables. They tried to go for this wide swing here as well. I don't think they expected players from Polar Ace to be looking down this way, but we know that Polar Ace is a team that loves to have eyes on all possibilities. They're a really thinking man's team, right? So I like that from Polar Ace. Unfortunately, not able to close out that game there from that position, especially when it moved away. They had a good spot. Again, it's one of those places where you play for the win. If the circle moves away for you, well, hey-ho, we lose. But again, Black Sparks, that's another team I want to talk about this game. It's probably the only other team I will talk about in this lobby for this game before we head towards the analyst desk. I like their rotations. I respected they didn't drop in Pachinki, head towards Everest, move down towards the south side, and they looks like they're really attempting to do more of that scouting so far. It's such a hectic circle to end here, so things definitely get difficult for them in the end, but this was just a standout play from Dexter on Nexus.
Absolutely fantastic stuff coming through to be able to hold that one down against the Black Sparks. I do just want to highlight as well the Eastern Stars set of rotations from the Eastern side. They played that third party nicely, and then they left Lakonostra MVP in the dust as they moved over towards RESQ, and I think that was absolutely the right decision. From then on, it was a massive scuffle in RESQ, so you can sort of excuse any foibles that they might have had in those situations. But I feel like the start of their game, they're early and mid. Was it? I thought I saw GSG come up with the kill feed. I'll have to double check.
But it was
the color of the nade.
Green color, yeah.
Yeah.
Like, here, have that, teammates. Take it. Lost bullet. Talk about lost grenade. Have it back. You'll be found and lost that game later.
Well, that game could have gone very, very differently if that nade from out in the field had landed inside the shack instead of bobbling off the staircase. But we'll never know. Lost bullet able to take the chicken dinner. We're going to head over to the analyst desk to break things down after this short break.
Welcome back, everyone, to PMPL Western Europe as we finished off our first match here of the day. We still have 4 matches to come up later after this, though, as we bring our analysts back in because we want to see their lovely faces. But we want to give me some alone time here on camera just to tell you guys who predicted Lost Bullet. This guy predicted Lost Bullet. Destiny out. ScrimFarm out. I don't want to hear it anymore. Unicorns of Love out. This man right here is not a curse. He is the savior here of PUBG Mobile and all the teams for Western Europe. So if you want me to predict your team to win, I'll shoot you my PayPal. Anyways, let's take a look at the map ranking, though, and see what points were picked up from all of these teams, because Lost Bullet, a fantastic game that I'm not going to say they desperately needed, but a good way to start the day. And we'll get into that in a little bit of time, as Imperium did dig up some stats for us, and we'll touch on in a second. But we can see here, 26 points for themselves, but Panda coming in big with 20. But even GSG Europe here, Max, they got themselves 14.
It was a really good strength from GSG Europe. I mean, they had the shack play, we'll talk about it a little bit further on later on, but it was such a good push too, because they were in apartments and they were clustered with so many teams. There was GSG Europe, there was Black Spark, there was Nexus. You don't want to be a part of that. And especially when the circle shifts away, you know it's going to be a battle royale inside of another battle royale, so only one team typically would come out. So like, hey, you know what? I'm out of this. I don't want to be involved. I'm going to go straight to the circle, and that is the play that I would say save GSG a lot of time and also allow them to make their way into top 3. Was 10 positioning points. Not as many kills, but because they were getting bombarded a lot that entire finishing. But yeah, GSG, knowing they were in 15th position before this game, these are the points they need, knowing that after today, we're back in league play, and it's not assured that every single one of these teams will qualify. So it's good that they at least get a few points coming their way on this last day.
Yeah, and I think it's important to actually note that, right? That specific point you said here, Kalar, or Max said, but for you, Kalars, is that it's about just grabbing as many points as you can today. Yes, I mean, a chicken dinner would be great. The extra $1,000 would be fantastic. But considering if you're one of those teams who's maybe on the border of qualifying in the very first Super Weekend and might be on the border qualifying in the second Super Weekend, you want that buffer zone built up for yourself if you do not qualify.
Yeah, it's a good start to try and get back on the horse here for GSG. And with taking that shack the way that they did, that I saw glimmers of hope for it in terms of more advanced tactics. Things like, when you're in a shack like that, of course, yes, smokes can be useful, but how can they be useful? Usually they're mostly useful to obscure your opponent's vision of throwing nades through those windows, because that can become a bit dicey, I think is fair to say. But then, of course, you run out of smokes, and then later on down the line, it becomes a little easier to be able to exploit that kind of position.
Yeah, and we can take a look at our next page here and the other 8 teams, the points they did get. A pretty big stack towards the top, as we saw. RESQ going to get in there right off the bat here with 4, some much needed points. But then we see a certain person's pick here on the analysis desk and in the caster area.
Why? I cannot ever win, Jason. Yeah, Unicorns of Love. Okay, I did say.
I wasn't talking about you, to be fair. I was talking about ScrimFarm and Destiny.
There you go.
But you're just so used to me giving you so much hate that you thought it was you. It
wasn't aimed at me. Thank you. I mean, thank you. I mean, you didn't say anything, but thank you anyways, Jason. You didn't try and bully me right away. But yeah, I mean, also, you're going to be seeing Destiny and ScrimFarm on the lower side of things. I think it's also down to the fact that you had that big northern road, and it's not the easiest position to cross over. Also known that you had Polar Race, they were playing on Roshok Hills. So they had information, they had visibility, they were being just the absolute goals of that lobby, trying to deny so many teams trying to reposition from the northern side over towards the side of school and apartment. So I think that's why you see so many teams that were on the northern side die pretty early. And as we know, ScrimFarm, they dropped northern George Pole. They tried to rotate, but it didn't quite go their way. It was a pretty hard shift at the very end for them, to be honest.
Now, what about GODSENT? I just want to bring them up really quickly because we talked about yesterday. I mean, they finally had a fantastic showing in the last game of the day. I think even earlier than that. Miramar, but the fact of that they had 3 kills, right? But they almost came out of that fight clean. They almost came out of that fight with a full res. I believe someone on Panda's side actually spotted out the last player of GODSENT and wiped him out. But I think that 3 can be misleading of maybe, if you look at it and be like, oh, it's not a great performance. I think there was the potential to have a much better performance if they did get the team res back alive and Panda wasn't there to capitalize.
Well, yeah, the compound that fight goes down in is a compound that was not taken for a huge portion of this game and could have played a pivotal role in this game up until circle 5, 6 or something like that. So you could have, if GODSENT get those reses and then are playing that garden compound that we call it a lot, they have an awesome game from that point on. They just got a little bit unfortunate with that. So yeah, unfortunate.
You can see our top players, though, in the last match. GK first. I mean, I thought he was going to get run over at the very end, to be honest. but, you know, he had a fantastic day to clean up GSG inside the shack that we were talking about, Max.
Yeah, I mean, it's great too because I talked with the manager.
Oh, wait, Max, I'm sorry.
Oh, yes.
I'm disappointed in Caloris.
I made a noise.
Okay, all right, okay, I'm just checking, you know, because he has over 1,000 damage. I was expecting a noise.
Oh, there you go,
okay.
okay.
You know,
It was
all right,
subtle.
sorry, continue. You're talking to the manager.
Continue. So I talked to Veggie as I talked about it at the very start of the show, and he said normally GK First could not play, and it seemed like they're able to get him play actually into this one. So it feels good to see him actually being able to show up on the first 2 games of every single day. And Dami, I'm going to call him the Molly King. He's been doing great in terms of mollies in general, so he's been doing good work on that shack of GSG. Now checking out top damage, over 2k coming away of Lost Bullet. I mean, they dropped in Skull, they play Skull, and the way they had that 2-2 split too was amazing for them to keep teams away from that global vicinity in the southern western side of the circle. And with a position like that, I'm not surprised to see the damage going over 2,000 here.
Yeah, here's the thing about that hold there for Lost Bullet is that having the 2 on the west makes a lot of sense because that's a big open area. Black Sparks could have crashed in if they weren't there holding that side. They didn't. They had to rotate wide. Destiny tries to come in, insta-blapped. No chance at all. Northern side being held, very important, very open. They know that they have to worry less about the east side and the south side. The south side, there's not really any teams playing there. The east side, all the apartment teams are holding each other off, so, and there's no way that they want to make that cross whilst all those teams are contesting one another. So having that position on the north and the west, very, very wise.
You can see here, by the way, the last 5 rounds played by Lost Bullet, 2 points, 2 points, 1.5 point, and then 26 in this last match. But what you're not seeing is the very first match of yesterday, which Imperium pointed out, they had 20 points. So now the question comes, can Lost Bullet stop themselves of having a repeat performance of yesterday where they do really well in one game and then they start to drop off here, Max?
I think they can, especially because Lost Bullet is a team that I've seen, if they go out early, it's because they did not check drop locations or rotational pathing. I remember especially a Miramar game of yesterday, when they got caught in between a rock and a hard place. They were in between, I believe it was Eastern Stars and ScrimFarms, 2 teams that, seeing how well they're performing, you don't want to go against them in the first 2 to 3 minutes of your Miramar game. So I think it's down to how they drop and how they play on the first 2 to 3 phases that causes their demise. If they can just take it very passive early on and avoid those skirmishes, I think they'll be in a lot better place. And as we see now, if they are in a good position, they can close off games, and it's amazing to see. And Dami, 3,000 damage coming his way total over the course of those 11 matches. Absolutely fantastic, but I would love to know how much of that is actually from mollies, because as I said, he's the molly king. He sees you're going to be burning to a crisp, mate.
Yeah, really cool to see. I mean, because we were mostly talking about Clever, for the most part, talked about Alush a bit. And it's nice to see there's another name coming through, but we've talked about Dami before a couple of times. Now, Max, I want you to check something for me over on your telestration in a second. Not necessarily to telestrate for us, but we loved seeing the shack out of GSG and the bombardment of nades that we talked about before. I believe we have it to show yet again for everyone at home to watch it. So why don't we pull up on the screen here and take a quick little look, because it was hilarious. I think there was a molly thrown in out of Lost Bullet that went straight through the window and through the door. And there was a small area to actually pull off the res inside of the shack.
That was actually another one from GK First. Actually went right through the window and the door. That's twice. That's the moment you don't want to thread the needle typically. But GSG, and I think that's the point you just rightly mentioned, the nade perk connects perfectly from GK First at the end to close it off. But they were smoking it every single time, and that's to avoid, you know, utility coming in through the windows. And the moment that wasn't there anymore, Lost Bullet, with that third-person perspective, could very easily chug those mollies forward. Of course, it did go right through the door after, so a little bit of an F in the chat for that one, but there was also Clash. The moment they were out of smokes, they knew their time was basically counted down until their doom, and which did happen at the very end. If they had more smokes, I'm intrigued to note, would I have gone a different way? Would it have been potentially a GSG Europe win? Maybe, who knows?
Because it's rare you would normally smoke in any other situation in a field or something like that to avoid utility. Normally you're smoking to either block your opponent's line of sight or block your opponents from shooting at you in an enclosed little area. But with this in particular, because the windows are so small, a smoke can work wonders about stopping the grenades coming in, because hitting that from a distance when a smoke is there is nigh on impossible.
I swear we can't hear team comms when we're watching these games and when we're broadcasting it, but I could swear I heard GSG just saying, please stop throwing stuff in through the windows, just leave us alone. The poor guys just couldn't get a break. But hey, they still had a decent finish. They got themselves some decent points. But now what I want to take a look at here is our top 10 kills by teams over the course of the Super Weekend. Because again, Imperium, he was crunching the numbers in the backside, telling us what's all happening. And we have actually Eastern Stars leading the charge here at most kills per match, or average kills per match at 5.7, with Destiny behind them at 5.4, and ScrimFarm down behind them at 5.1. So we're seeing really Eastern Stars just come through big when it comes to getting kills. But as we saw there, you know, kills are great, but sometimes like those placements can be super important. And the more fights you take early on, the more chance you won't make it deep into the run of the match.
The thing that surprises me here is that you've got teams like GODSENT as well being able to kind of push up alongside this when, you know, their placements haven't been really anything to write home about, but just a little extra kind of bump up here for them. Unicorns of Love joining the pack up towards top doesn't surprise me too much, but I think it is also telling to see a team like ScrimFarm have these off day, on day, off day, on day, but still third when it comes to the kills. If they have a few on days in a row, they'll be number one for sure.
I think they can definitely make it up there. Though I do want to mention also real quick about Lakonostra MVP. Their kills, I think, are mostly off the bat of them being in a really good position, and they just pick the kills that are available for them. I would like to see maybe trying to seek out for opportunities a little bit more in terms of grabbing kills, because I think that 33 from the positions we've seen them get, especially a lot of the times on Erangel in the northern side of the circle, that's typically where they like to rotate from. They could convert that, and I think potentially 10, 20 kills extra, I think, compared to what they've been doing so far. Not saying it's bad, it's still good. They're top 10 fraggers so far out of all the teams. That's still great. Keep it up. But I do think that because of how good their rotations are, I think there's opportunities from time to time to maybe increase those numbers a little bit.
I have something else to say here as well with Eastern Stars and Destiny. So we were talking about it after the show yesterday, and you might recall this conversation. But for me, I feel Eastern Stars is best right now in this lobby when they're playing edge and sweeping. And that kind of playstyle usually results in more kills, especially if you're very successful with it, which is what Eastern Stars is. Destiny on the other side, I feel like they're best right now. It's not to say that these teams can't do the opposite style, but you know, I feel that Destiny is best right now when they're center, holding down a location, being able to take all of the information from around them and then assimilate that and work with that. And sometimes that results in a few lesser kills, but it does result in those big chicken dinners. So yeah, that could be why we're seeing that slight disparity between the top two here.
Well, even if you look at just the ratio of knockouts to kills, right? You see 65 to 55 for Destiny, and if you're holding Central, if you're holding a compound, you're going to get a lot of knocks, but you might not necessarily be able to confirm them because obviously you're not going to chase out for the kills, whereas as you said, Eastern Stars sweeping around, they're going to be looking for those kills, but they still have a relatively high amount of knocks, only about a 6-point difference between knocks and kills there. So really interesting to see for both those teams, and I definitely want to keep an eye on this because we've seen teams be able to be extremely good in fragging, but really bad in placings, though we've seen the likes of Destiny and Eastern Stars be relatively good at both. And for me, generally, Max, from what we've seen over the course of PMGC, PMPL, everything last year, teams that can kind of keep that nice 50-50 ratio or maybe, you know, slightly more placements to kills are generally the teams that have the most success.
Yeah, I use this example a lot when we're talking about PMGC as a point of reference. Bigatron. I mean, Footballers is more like inconsistent. They do good in league play, then Super Weekend, they're like, oh, we're not here anymore. But Bigatron, they're a team that is really good in terms of rotation, and especially if Ryzen can frag out, he's going to do it in big ways. So I fully agree. I think that good old 50-50 ratio is great. And I think that if you're not around that ballpark, it means you can potentially improve on a few of your weak dark spots. So I'm thinking, for example, you have a few teams like maybe, once again, Lakonostra, really good on rotation, can't get as many kills, increasing then their point placements, but not their kill points at the end of the day. So it goes to show that 50-50 should be your main focus. Of course, you're going to have some teams that are a lot more aggressive or some teams that are a lot more focused around positioning points, which is fine if it is your playstyle. But if you don't have something that makes you really stand out in how you play the game, I think that 50-50 is always just a good first point of reference for yourself as you start your way in competitive.
Well, speaking of standing out, one way you can make yourself stand out is with the new OnePlus 9, because mobile gaming has never looked better than with the OnePlus 9 series, the OnePlus 9 and the 9 Pro with the 120 Hz refresh rate. You get the smoothest experience possible. Add that with the OnePlus 9 Pro's new HyperTouch technology that syncs 6 times faster to reduce display response times, and you get the most responsive gaming controls ever. Hashtag never settle. And speaking of responsive controls, we have a production with responsive controls because we're going to bring our commentators in now for our second match of the day. Kalaris and Maxman, I'll check with you guys in a few seconds over in our green room. Make sure you warm me up a nice little coffee. John Allen and Blank, I summon you guys back into the midst here of our virtual reality. And Lost Bullet, what's up? I'm right.
Okay. Sorry, what was that? You cut out. I couldn't hear you there, Jason. Sorry, we're losing you. We're losing you.
Who is he? Where is he? Where's he gone?
I simply ignore the reality with which you present me, and I substitute my own. Let's get into game number 2 on the day. It's going to be Miramar. It's going to get hot and toasty, roasty toasty. Let's go.
It's going to be a roasty toasty. Get your marshmallows out. Just hold them underneath the sun. It'll do the same thing as the fire because, you know, like you say, John, it's going to get hot here. And I mean, the heat is on for a lot of these players, especially as we're heading into one of our final matches of the Super Weekend. Obviously, we have made it through 2 days already, and this will be where, you know, you're going to get all those points online. Getting points online here, super duper important, because we mentioned yesterday, especially about Destiny, can they continue with this pace? Because if they can, all things are fantastic, but you don't want that burnout towards the beginning of the week. However, there is a positive to this, because if they do very well this weekend, sure, if they get into the next week and they don't do too well, their numbers will still hold up, purely because we might see some more star teams start to play out of their minds and get some more points for their side. Really, the goal is just to make sure you are in a position to get into those finals at the end of it, and then head on towards the regionals. But here we are getting Miramar on the stream, Polar Race heading towards Campo Militar, with a fairly eastern plane heading down from Campo Militar to Puerto Paraíso. We will see most teams just heading out towards their general drop spots. Polar Race obviously not able to head towards Ruins. It is very, very far away, unfortunately for them. Clash, though, they're making the run for it. They're going to try and get to El Pozo.
If they can make that, we'll keep a track of those proceedings yet to come. And we're talking about, you know, Destiny keeping up their averages. What they need to be doing is consistently logging those 7, 8, 9 point games, because it's the top 3 they're really shooting for, right, in these Super Weekends. Certainly towards the finals as well. And that's sort of where you want to be sat in terms of that prestige. And what you need to do to get in those top 3 is get yourself into that 10-point average per game. So obviously you're going to have better games than that, but you need to be consistently putting the work in to get those 7-point and up games.
Oh, absolutely, John. I think that with that consistent work comes like that burnout. Luckily for a lot of these teams, there is only 3 weekends now of the Super Weekends, as opposed to what we used to have before, which was the 4 Super Weekends, which was quite long as you came into the finals as well. Obviously, it's less time to get those points, but it is more time of full-on action from these teams, where maybe they're not taking a Super Weekend to sit back and relax. Here we can see teams just playing to their fullest for the longest amount of time. So I'm personally really happy with that change. I think that league play being shortened is beautiful. It's a great change in my opinion, and I think that a lot of these teams will appreciate it as well, to make sure that, you know, maybe there's teams towards the bottom that are a little bit sad about it because they have less time to make up for things that they have not done before or not accrued many points, but teams towards the top that deserve to be at the top will be there, and I think that's the main takeaway.
Absolutely. You don't get somewhere without, to some extent, deserving it in most scenarios. But GODSENT at the moment, this is a team that we talked about them. Yeah, we talked about GODSENT a little bit last game, but they didn't sort of have that super impact they maybe were looking for. It was an unfortunate third party that I think took them down. It was Panda, off the back of a fight that they had trying to hold off their compound. And it was Panda with that one shot just to shut everything down and close them out of the game, which was very unfortunate. We'll see if they'd be a little bit more lucky here on Picardo. Panda all the way down in Valle de Mar, and actually in Los Higos as well for Panda. So they're quite a ways away. Hopefully they won't play spoiler this time.
Yeah, I told you they'd be in Los Higos. You know, I predicted that 4 days ago.
Jason. Well done.
I predicted it mid-game. I'm the winner. I'm the best. Well, that's a few scopes on the floor there for Hamo.
There's a point. We haven't done any predictions for this game so far, I don't believe. So what are you thinking? We've got a little bit of an early game view of what's going on. We've got that first circle. Tell me which way your juices are flowing.
Which way my juices are flowing? Bloody hell. Okay, fair enough. Well, if I feel the juices, you know, I'm just you know, dipping my fingers in. I'm trying to feel the flow right now. The flow is telling me that it's a ScrimFarm game, personally, just because of the position they're currently in and where we're looking. With most teams heading towards the east right now, ScrimFarm don't have to worry about too much towards the western side. Sure, QLASH is in that position, but I imagine they move down towards Monte Nuevo, La Driera, and actually head towards Chumacera in the end of things. But for ScrimFarm, very happy. You know, they can head up towards the top of Picardo, just have a cheeky peek over the top of the hillside there, see what's what, and then decide where they want to go after that. So I think the ScrimFarm have a pretty good shout here. I just really don't want them to get caught out because I feel like they've had a few fights recently where, like I said before, you know, they have the man on the flank. He doesn't seem to do too much. I think their gun skill is very, very strong. So I just rather they stay as 4 because obviously this scouting is not working out for them. Either they're not doing enough of it, or the guy they're sending back is just not doing enough for them in that regard. So I'd rather them just stay together and just react to these scenarios because they are a bunch of very good players. And I think in some ways you can kind of excuse that reacting when you are that good.
Yeah, if you're super poggers, sometimes you can be a little bit less poggers, but that still means you are poggers. You know,
Yes,
you're not super poggers, but you're still poggers. That's pretty good, I would say.
There's not many super poggers teams in the world.
Exactly. That's few and far between. We're looking for those ones. Interesting. Now we've got ScrimFarm back on our screen at the moment. They're still dropping in San Martin, and nobody is dropping Hacienda. And I think it was either you or it was James. I can't quite remember actually.
Colaris,
who said, was it Colaris who brought up the fact, why are they not going to Hacienda and looting there as well? I mean, they cover more ground, they get more info. If someone else challenges them for that drop spot, then sure, they could just fall back into San Martin. But you can cover more ground, you can get more information, and on Miramar, especially in these early games, that can be pretty crucial in terms of deciding your early rotation paths. Not to mention, you got the Golden Morado, or the Dorado, as I like to call it, in that position, which of course is the flyest car in the world.
It is the flyest car in the world, and with the Dorado, you get the road to the victory, really, at the end of the day. Honestly, Hacienda del Patron, it makes sense to go there, right, as well, because we do have so many teams in this lobby, which is somewhat unusual because in a few different regions, we don't see many teams taking the long parachute towards Tierra Bronca, Torre Hamada. We don't see that very often. Here we do, so if I'm ScrimFarm and watching back the games, I see this, and I'm like, let's move down to Hacienda del Patron, let's check out where Lakonostra MVP is going, let's check out where Polar Race, Rice Gang, their rotational paths are heading up. Instead, they just chill around San Martin instead, like you say, John. So it's a little bit confusing at times, but I'm not entirely unhappy with it. Their general rotation paths from out of this position haven't been too bad, but they are currently moving just a bit further north, try and see if there are any teams on this side. Clearing the angles, that's always good. Nexus, though, again, is a team that I'd like to see get a win, honestly. I'd love to see Nexus getting a win, just because we see them so many times towards the top. And I mentioned this last game. I think they have the chops to do it as well. And Dexter, more than anyone, I think he deserves the win on that team because he's been making some fantastic plays over and over again. The guy looks super clean, super fresh, but not quite able to pick up that chicken dinner yet.
Not quite, not quite. Time will tell, though. Time is the great equalizer of us all, Blank. From ashes to ashes, from dust to dust. Whence we came, we shall return. See if they can return to a victorious position from which they have once heralded. In Los Leones on the western edge at the moment, they share it with RESQ, a big city. They're going to be absolutely fine with that. There's plenty of loot for both of these squads. Sorry, what was that?
Guess I'm going back to hell. Where I came
I'll keep
from.
you around. I'll keep you around for a bit longer, mate. It's all right. Don't worry about it. The Black Sparks on the southern side, they've gone on a south coast tour at the moment, and they are swinging on up. Pandas have left the position near Los Higos. You can see that they've moved into the Chumacera Hills right now. And the Black Sparks are starting to incur on that old location. See if that territory is going to be beneficial for them moving forwards. Next circle just about to pop.
Yeah, I do think this is a lot of experimentation from Black Sparks today. I'm okay with it. I'm chilled out by it, actually. It's quite relaxing to see a team decide that, you know what we're doing right now isn't working. Let's switch it up. Let's see if we can find something a little bit different that maybe works in our favor. And so far it already has. I mean, Black Sparks made it quite far the last game. Obviously, like you said, I think the main word was it was a scuffle towards Rozhok, and it really was. Like, no one was coming out on top of that one. GSG especially not so, as they were bombarded repeatedly in their small shack. Still made it to second place though. They'll be happy with that. Panda again though, relying on GK first to get that number 2 spot, which I don't think is ideal or great. But it's currently keeping them in the long run. So, I mean, they're probably patting them on the back and be like, can you just keep doing that, please?
Yeah, good job, guys. Just keep on going. Nice one. Thumbs up from across the way. You're doing great. Fantastic stuff. Well, at the moment, it looks like there's a 3-way fight potentially starting to brew around the graveyard. See who's going to be digging and how many holes they're going to be putting in the ground. Looks like one is going to fall for the Lost Bullets. So they're down to 3. RESQ yet to lose a player, as well as Lakonostra MVP across the way. No downs or knocks coming in for either of those 2 teams. So really only Lost Bullets taking casualty here.
I mean, Lost Bullets have set themselves up pretty well, though. They understood that between Minas Generalis as well as San Martin, this is one of the major points of ingress on this circle, as well as ScrimFarm. I would have preferred them to move slightly early, because on the western side, just the east side of the road that comes down from Monte Nuevo, that is a position where you can come through the circle. I think they've just about got there in time, but they could have done it a bit quicker, but now they need to hold out Polar Ace. I think if there's any teams that need to move in from the north side, that's the position. So ScrimFarm currently all dropping out their vehicles, holding Polar Ace out on the circle. This is really good. I like this. It's identifying those paths within to the circle, which is really strong and very smart. This time ScrimFarm are playing as the 4-man. They've not gone for that flanking member. Again, another welcome change for me. GODSENT, however, all the way in the middle. You talked about this team, had great success yesterday. I want to see it again. They're in a great position to do it. I mean, they are slightly out in the open, so I'd hope they'd go find a compound fairly sharpish. Mihi back in for Destiny as well. He's checking out the warehouse down towards Los Leones. Looking if he can find a position to hold. Currently just on the ridge side, though. The rest of the team up towards the north, making sure they maintain presence towards Lost Bullets, Lakonostra MVP, and RESQ. Again, another smart rotation, one that I like. That's similar to ScrimFarm's position, where they know that is the only position where teams can come into the circle. It's what I need to look at.
I'm just looking at the mini-map at the moment, and look at Lost Bullets' position there. It just slid away, but it was right in the middle of 3 teams. They are absolutely trapped here. There is literally no way out for them at this stage. If they manage to survive, I would be very surprised. They have to choose a fight and take it, really, at this stage. That's their option.
Yeah, here it's a little bit rough for them. I mean, they have compound quotation marks really to work around. It's not really much to do with, but they are a little bit trapped. The saving grace is they're both RESQ and Lakonostra MVP. They're both along the same line as them, so all of them have to move forward to get into the circles. It's kind of a game of chicken at this point, who moves first. Again though, Destiny waiting with open arms, kind of like a hungry coyote, just waiting for these teams to move out and they can pick up the pieces afterwards. GODSENT, however, they're looking at this position as well. Now if I'm Destiny, I see this circle, I move. Okay. I know that I'm the first of the pack, so I just need to get in vehicles and get out of here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that is a pretty hard shift down to the southwest, over towards the Chumasada Hills. That's great for Black Sparks, great for Panda. Unicorns of Love and GSG, they're currently in it. Unicorns of Love and GSG first to face, though, so potentially more difficult for them. Clash starting to pop off against GODSENT now, RESQ going against GODSENT now in that center area. Where it once was. The western edge as well starting to pop off. That's Polar Ace and Clash fighting on the western side. And 2 players go down for RESQ. Sorry, just the one on that first face. As they start to move on forwards, but you've got Lakonostra MVP moving in to deal with it. I don't think they want to try and third-party this. They just want to get to the circle. Destiny, though, look for the fight. This Rice Cakes to be able to lay down the law on the hillside. Gets the frag, gets the conversion as well over onto Destiny. So Destiny lose Mihi very early.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure how I felt about this push from Destiny. They moved up trying to pick up the pieces from the fight between Lost Gang and Lost Bullets. On the other hand, you have Lakonostra MVP who just dip. On the other hand, tried to head down toward GODSENT's position. Currently working out slightly better with GODSENT being locked in combat with RESQ, Lakonostra MVP in Lakonostra MVP fashion, just moving past this fight. No. That is sad.
Unfortunate. A little bit of an early strafe there on the nade. GODSENT still on their hillside. The tree getting in the way. I hate it when that happens.
Yeah, my only weakness. Bark.
Always at the... Bullets, my only weakness. How did you know I was allergic to them? Goodness me. Very difficult to handle. RESQ shoot down the hill now as Destiny try and move up towards their position as well. Lakonostra MVP made the first move, and they're going to get some reward for that. We'll see if they can continue to hold that pressure. They're not in the next circle just yet, but it looks like they do want to hold out just a little bit longer in their spot.
Yeah, it's ScrimFarm currently on the squeeze right now. Probably would want to move further down towards the southwest. Polar Ace were able to evade them and actually move further down that way into the Chumasera foothills. So regardless of what happens right now, ScrimFarm is going to be walking into enemy territory, which is the rough part of things. Detati move forward. Already Woodson is down, so I don't know how well ScrimFarm can play out the rest of this game because they're pushing, like I said, into a lot of other teams who are also moving. Again, though, this push from Destiny was curious. I think they want to try and get as many points as possible on board, but again, like, why are you taking this fight? I think it was imperative to move early there whilst these two teams were locked in combat. Instead, now you have this weird scuffle where I'm almost certain that Destiny isn't going to come out of this one alive.
It's very, very difficult to handle at the moment. Rice getting up to 4, but one of them gets sat down. Destiny getting backstabbed in as well. And that is going to be the conversions coming through. Slyke able to do the dirty there. Beast on the off angle, tried to go at the flank, but it wasn't there in time. Unfortunately, Tommy Gun on the reload. Rice kicks down in the smoke, so protected for now, but only from vision. Will be spotted there as well, but only 20 bullets in the magazine. Maybe not the most ideal situation for them. Healing coming through. Medkit being popped off actually for Rice Gang. Bandages only at the moment for Beast. Only has one first aid, wants to save it for the end of the fight. Around wide, you've got more damage coming through from the Rice Gang. A nice nade to send him out, and another one over the side to stop the push. Out wide, the spray is there, not good. And they both try the drop shot. Looks like Rice Gang comes out on top, and that's Destiny eliminated on the northwestern side. Yeah. Or the northeastern side.
But this is the thing, right? Everyone dies. Everyone dies from this. No one comes out happy at all with that transaction. It's a bad transaction.
I'll tell you who comes out happy from that one is GODSENT, who we're seeing on our screens right now. It means no one's around their area right now.
Well, they did the smart thing, in my opinion, is they heard all that fighting and they moved towards this compound just to the north of the road, and they were ready to hold out any team from there. So they were doing the smart thing of clearing angles, and I think that Destiny, I think what they thought they were doing was clearing the angles, but they were right in the blue. Like, they weren't in safety. Teams didn't have to push in towards them. On the other hand, GODSENT make a nice heads-up play and wait for that. Now they can move in. Only really have to worry about the left and the right of themselves. They don't really have to worry about what's going on behind them just because they know that they've already cleared out 3 teams in that location.
Now we're on board with Nexus is Dexter, looking for the spray down onto Lost Bullets, not landing too much damage at the moment. Quite a range. That was ScrimFarm going down and out as well. In the meantime, they only had 1 player left. Fair enough, they got spotted, got taken out. No damage really being found at all here for Dexter, but managed to take down the vehicle. Hang on a minute. He took out Master with it. Finds a second. Was that Lost Bullets just going down? How many of them fell?
I think that was 2. I think 2 got out as well, though, so Alush survives in this situation. Nexus with a nice spot. Black Sparks, though, nice ridgeline to play around with. They also have sightlines denied to their west with the huge hilltop there in the way, so they're pretty happy here. I like Black Sparks today. They're looking much more on point. Nice shots coming through from GSG. Unfortunately, Lakonostra MVP has the better of them here. I mean, you're holding behind these unbroken vehicles, so of course they're going to get exploded.
Levi look at it, shimmy his way to some sort of safety.
Yeah, move away from that vehicle.
Has the angle. You do need to get away there, unfortunately. They do have an off angle in Andalito, but not going to be able to really utilize that. Moving up in the Mirado, moving up to regroup. Lakonostra MVP are just moving south and trying to go around the problem, right? They're flowing through this map rather than trying to go up against and break down the wall.
Yeah, they're never fully taking team fights at the moment. They'd rather just cause cuts and bruises than fully commit to anything. Now, GameLord were the one harassing GODSENT before, but GODSENT, they spent much more time, heads up wise, finding a compound for themselves. Obviously, they're sharing it now with 2 other teams, but they have a good spot at the moment. 2 upstairs, 2 downstairs, pretty classic play. Unicorns are loved there, sat with 3. GameLord already taken a knock, though, so in a bit of a rough position, but both teams can just hold this down. Oh, Aegon! That nade just slipped past his face and he was like, oh dear.
Turf wars right now at the moment. We'll see you out in the yard, says GameLord, and he says, Unicorns of Love. No, thank you. Here's a nade through the window. Victor does take a knee. They're going to get sent back. Unicorns of Love on the inside track. That's Lost Bullet finally eliminated. They only had one player left after that car went bang. We're going to say bye-bye to them for now. Lakonostra MVP as well, getting guarded out. GSG trying to stop them, but no. Okay, fair enough. Lakonostra able to take them down in the meantime. The turf war continues.
Yeah, Lakonostra MVP is pretty happy right now because they're safe from this western side, just because GODSENT and Unicorns of Love as well as GameLord, they're all locked in combat for the time being. So Lakonostra MVP can potentially pick up their player, head down towards the east, but Black Sparks, they've identified this. They know that with this horrific circle that has just popped on our screen, there's really not a lot of playable space. So one of the major places that they can see teams coming into, because they know that west is clear, it's up a bloody hillside. The eastern side is where they have to worry about, and that's Lakonostra MVP's position. So you've got Hamo moving out, trying to clear out players, the last player from Nexus. Now this is clearing its angles at its finest, but already Hamo going down. This is unfortunate. If they lose a player for Black Sparks, their ability to close out this game is severely hindered. You can already see Vindex moving in, but they're taking 1v1s.
Fights going in and on this turf war here as it rages on. The apartment complexes start to crunch down. Unicorns of Love right now looking to be the strongest in this spot. GODSENT swing out wide, find Ked as well, but take a knock on their own terms. AZY looking for more, looks for the spray down for the confirm, sees the player go right, looks for more damage, but can't quite find it. All of them wiped out in one fell swoop. That's the punishment you get for overstaying your welcome and for standing in those fights. You need to escape, and that's what Lakonostra MVP have done. They've gotten away from this one yet again. However, they are down to 2. They have been spotted by the Black Sparks, I believe.
Oh, I mean, everyone had to leave there, but none of you want to be the first ones to leave, right, John? Because if you leave, you were going to get shot at by 2 teams. It was also inevitable that all those teams are going to go down. I think they were more than less hoping that the circle wouldn't center up here on this ridiculous location and rather instead center up towards that compound, but it doesn't. Now, Black Sparks moving up back towards Lakonostra MVP's position. It took them so long to remove Rana from Nexus. Lakonostra, once again, like you say, flowing like the river into this circle. Now they've found a slight little foothold for themselves. Polar Ace and Eastern Stars. This is a big fight right now. If Polar Ace can remove them, life becomes a lot easier for them in the southern edge.
They're out in the blue, looking for one knock. Will find it, but it's traded back. Unfortunately for them, there's more Polar Ace than there are Eastern Stars, and they'll be able to take those trades every day. Polar Ace looking to crawl on into the zone. Can't get the res out in the blue. Need to shuffle on forwards. Bended knee to continue to play into the game. But they're safe on the southern side. No one really looking their way right now. The northern edge, a lot more hotly contested.
Come on. Come on. This is not cool. This is not cool at all. Yeah, I was going to say, if this goes east, Black Sparks have a great shot to win this game. If it goes west, Panda has the chance. But with it going towards here, like, you've got to make a mad dash position right now and try and take the hillside. Black Sparks, though, they're rather trying to make their way towards this pretty much only position where you can hold. Hey, Coney goes down to Elised, who's holding behind the loot crate. He's still within the wings with Banger, though, so Banger will certainly have heard those shots. Now, Panda that wants to take shots on their side. Again, though, still a good game in their eyes. 2 in a row at this rate. Already into 4th place, even if they go down early here. But they have a long crossing to make across this massive field, and teams will certainly see them. Polar Ace, though, taking shots towards the rest of Black Sparks.
Unfortunately, MZ has their number, and everybody who's tried to go towards that position has been knocked so far. There's just a field of people crawling around, having a bit of a mother's meeting. This is a 3-way crash going onto the same compound, actually. I think everybody trying to get some sort of position here, but Panda are holding it out. So are Polar Ace. Polar Ace take the first knock against, actually, MZ to be able to find it. Another one is found as well. That's Panda coming in yet again. Black Sparks taking more damage. That's finally the kill starting to come through and get confirmed. Polar Ace down to 1 now as well as Panda stand strong, prove themselves dominant from this northwestern edge right now. They're 3 players strong, everybody else on 1.
You think that your position is safe? Well, I have hay bale, and this is a superior compound. MZ, though, still alive with the vehicle over on the western side, so still trying to stay alive here. Banger hidden in the smoke, but Panda, despite all things, have played around this ridgeline beautifully. This is one of my favorite circle endings on Miramar. It's so fun to watch. It is just like complete guerrilla warfare out in the fields. You got to stay down on your knees, stay down prone, stay hidden as much as possible. But it's MZ versus 3. I believe that's Oh, XT's moving all the way around. This is beautiful. What a great rotation.
Okay, fair enough. First aid kit starting to come through. Only 3 on board for MZ. And with Banger right in the middle of the zone, I don't really know how he can sort of expect to win this one out. It's all on a timing game right now to see if Banger gets spotted before these first aids run out. This is the last first aid coming on through, so I don't expect that to be the case. I'm pretty sure they know that he's in the smoke. Has a buggy in there that was sort of hiding in, I believe. Banger has got spotted out. And it's MZ! Oh my goodness me! Okay, he steals it away from out of the zone, but it's not to worry. It's the Panda squad to be able to take the chicken dinner all the way in the end. MZ with a clutch and towards that second place as well. The Black Sparks get denied their potentially earned second spot there, but it is Panda to take the chicken dinner.
It is, yeah, Panda. I mean, it's not far from their stomping grounds, let's be honest, though. I mean, they're towards Los Higos when they finish, so it's pretty easy for them to just drop up towards that position in Chumacera. Very small micro rotations for them, so making those positions work is nicely for them. Again, they would have preferred that Western shift, but they bide their time, players went out nice and slow. They understand all these teams are trying to rush in as fast as possible to those positions, specifically Polar Ace as well as Clash. But MZ, though, out on the side. Now, I think it was fairly easy for him to locate where that final player was, purely because, you know, Panda created like a triangulation system for him. Well, there's a player over there, a player here, that's a pyramid. That guy's right in the center, isn't he? He's by that vehicle. So then he just takes shots. So just like the police, MZ finds his position nice and easy. It only took him 14 seconds this time around. Lovely stuff from him.
Absolutely. I'm not even sure if he would have entirely known that it was the final player from one of those teams to ladder up, but chose the right target and was able to shoot it down. Nicely done. It was on a massive timer as well, by the way. You have to remember that as well. He was out first aids. Stims were coming through, but that wasn't going to keep him alive. If he didn't land those shots there and then, that was going down in third place. So earns 2 extra points for the squad and the kill point as well, which means he lands up 3 points extra for Clash. And in that second spot with Destiny going down early, that could be pretty impactful.
I want to say it's the last ditch attempt, but here on that circle is more like the last hay bale defense for MZ in the end of the things. So good stuff from him. I think Clash so far have been playing pretty damn well. Happy with the way they're going about things. I think that ScrimFarm definitely fallen off for me today. Black Sparks, on the other hand, that's a team that's come up in my eyes. I like the current playstyle they've got going for themselves. They're getting towards the top place, or at least putting themselves in a position to make it happen. So good stuff from them. Panda played nice and slow. Obviously, it's not a hyper kill game, but then again, who is going to have that hyper kill game when you get a circle like that, John?
We have sort of changed our tune as well about Lakonostra MVP a few times, and we talked a lot in that game about their rotations, as we did kind of in the last one. Maybe we're looking a little bit too much. We've got the British goggles on, and we're seeing them everywhere we go.
I don't know about changing my tune about Lakonostra MVP. I think the tune is very similar. I'm playing the same few notes on the piano at the moment for them. And their rotations are really strong. And the way they get into the circle is great. But again, closing it out, it just doesn't happen for them. I think there comes like a stumping position for them around about phase 5, where, you know, they've really cautiously moved around. I think what I'd love to see from them is play that playstyle that you've got at the moment, where you're able to, like Bruce Lee, slip past these teams, flow like water, but then you need to sting like a bee when you get to that phase 5, because you need to just lash out at that point and play much more aggressive. And I think the one time we did see them have success is on Miramar, where they saw an opportunity to take the ridge side. Now, it's a very obvious opportunity, though. Let's put it that way. It's a very obvious opportunity. They're like, let's go up here. This is the best spot within the circle. We can take it now. I want to see them identify those positions quicker and faster in these games, and make kind of like a Destiny rotate where they rotate within 2 seconds. Again, though, this fight here was wonderful, gorgeous, beautiful PUBG Mobile for me to watch. It's at its finest. I love that the observers sped it up as well, because that fight took a while to finish, but the blue in the end did the job. Again, crazy game, crazy overall game here on Miramar, but one that I thoroughly enjoyed.
Going into that compound, that sort of set of 3 apartment blocks in the first place was probably the mistake that these teams would have made there. But it's unfortunate, because once you're in that, you're locked in. That's it. You're kind of, you don't have a choice. You don't have a choice as to what's going to happen. You are all going to die. It's just a matter of who dies first, who gets those kills as well. And I believe that in that scenario, it was Unicorns of Love who came out with most of those kills, so they'll be pretty happy. I think they finished with an 8-point game overall. But Panda getting a load more than that, able to claim that chicken dinner in the mad dash for the Valley ground. We'll see just what happened a little bit more with the breakdown from our analyst desk after this break.
Another match and another solid game coming in for Panda as they get themselves the chicken dinner, $1,000, and some more points to add to their tally in their overall rankings here in our very first Super Weekend. Jason Kaplan, Klaris, Max, we're going to break things down here in that last match because it was another crazy one. We'll get to the exact crazy moment in a little bit of time, but to start things off, let's take a look at the rankings here from this last match. It was crazy indeed. We had the Shack in Game 1. We had the House in Game 2. I don't know what's going to happen in Match 3 when we get over to Sanhok, but we can see 21 points for Panda. But more importantly here, Klaris, not more importantly, also, because it's not more important than winning chicken dinner, Black Sparks bounced back.
Yeah, actually, they kind of skirted by the wayside for me with this one. It surprises me that they were able to make this bounce back here in this game in particular. 17 points to their name, down towards the south, and cleaning up a few kills here and there. And happy to see it, because I know that they have the chops.
Yeah.
Lakonostra and Polar as well, Max, because I'm not going to let you say the number 3 team.
Oh, I want to jump on them. We'll jump on them a little bit later. But yeah, Lakonostra, I mean, as usual, we're talking about the tone with John and Blank during the cast here, and I do still think that the tone is still sounding pretty similar for Lakonostra Power. They're aiming for position. They're fragging out in decent ways from time to time. They did get themselves a total of 6 kills so far in this game, which I think they are getting a little bit more comfortable and taking those fights, and I think they are feeling a lot more at home in this lobby, so they are getting there. They are inching closer and closer to the end goal by the second. And Unicorns of Love, I mean, man, only 1 positioning point and yet 7 kills coming their way. Once again, showing that they're an aggressive team, but sometimes taking fights too early on will cause you at the end to not be able to have a chance to make in those top 5s or those top 3s. So Unicorns of Love, still good aggressiveness, but you maybe want to try and decide which fights you want to take to increase your odds of making in our podium of every single game if possible, because I think that would drastically help them out in solidifying potentially a spot into the EMEA regional finals.
Well, I think we're going to see a little bit later on. What did happen for them in this match in particular? I got them those 7 kills. We'll take a look at the second page, though, and see our other 8 teams. Again, we're not seeing GODSENT here. We talked about the potential of them rising back up here into the day, considering their performance at the end of yesterday. Again, 4 kills, 1 placement point, so not bad. It's actually better than I'd say their average has been over the course of the Super Weekend. So it is on the up and up. But when there's an up and up, there's always a down and down. And that's where Destiny and ScrimFarm are currently sitting out here, Klaris.
They're having a rough one at the start of this, aren't they? I mean, Destiny came into today with a 20-point buffer up towards the top. That's now completely gone for the most part. And I don't know how Destiny was going out here. But meanwhile, ScrimFarm, we said the up day, down day, up day, down day. Today's supposed to be one of those up days, mate. And it's not gone well in these last 2 games. And next is Sanhok. And yeah, we all know what's going to go on there probably. And I'll continue to, be confused.
Gonna be
breaking our hearts, Klaris. You started the day, you're like, oh, I'm gonna go with ScrimFarm because today's an up day, right? Yesterday was a down day. It seems like there might be 2. Yeah, there's potentially 2 down days in a row. We can see here, though, our top players of the last match. GK first again, back-to-back top finishers for him and his team. Alicio, though, getting there as well for Lakonostra. It's great to see Lakonostra back on our top players, but for me, though, Max, whenever we talk about Lakonostra on our top players, it's always Alicio being the one to be there.
Yeah, I mean, also there we talked about it. They had 6 kills total, half of that coming out from Elysia itself. So it did seem like the fight was just a little bit of a hustle, a struggle happening for them in the northern eastern side of the circle. But I think that Elysia has just already proven themselves, right? But we want to see more kind of communication and team focused players coming out from them. I think that Elysia stepping up is good, but I want to see something maybe like I talked about Unicorns of Love being very aggressive. We want to try and see maybe the rest of their team actually show up a little bit more. So I think that Elysia could get there. But man, we got 2 players of Black Spark. Finally, they're back into it. Got Banger just making it really easy because that was a bang of a game indeed. And Belen being up there too after a great performance and showing yesterday. So it feels good to see 2 of those players being up here.
Well, Banger as well for me, I think is like the newer one. We don't see him in our top 4. I think it's Sanfor, if I'm not mistaken. That's usually the one that lead the charge for his team. So it's great to see some new players coming up. And we've said so many times, especially when it came to league play, you don't want to have that one player only in your team to depend on, like your Clown for ScrimFarm to put up the kills. We want to see other people be able to join in the ranks. It seems like Black Sparks might have unlocked that key to their potential here when we get into our last day of the Super Weekend. Let's take a look, though, at our total damage here in the last match and kind of compare the damage numbers from all of the teams, and maybe we'll see Black Sparks really relatively high up there and actually going to be the highest. But again, the spread's not going to be that drastic here from 1st to 8th.
I do wish we could just, instead of doing total damage, we could do a heat map of the damage across the map, because most of the damage would have happened in that one particular building. Be it via the blue or be it via guns, who knows? But regardless, Black Sparks takes the top spot. Unicorns of Love's well up there as well. And I'm curious as to how many of Unicorns of Love's kills were off of that situation. That would have...
I think they were all there.
I think so? That'd be nuts.
I wouldn't be surprised, yeah. I think they would just have made... I think they actually got themselves on most of those squad wipes because they're one of the last surviving at the end. So we'll see exactly. We're going to have a replay of it later on, but I think most of it came from there for sure.
Well, gentlemen, there's a team we're going to have to talk about in particular. It's going to be the team that eats bamboo and apparently eats teams alive here in our 3rd day. Panda have put on a clinic here in day 3 of our Super Weekend, doing phenomenal in our first match and second match. I think they had, 20 points in match 1, 21 points in match 2. This team is having a fantastic day, Coloris.
The nature documentaries all warned you. When the bamboo runs out on this planet, where then will the pandas go to eat? And
David Attenborough, right, was narrating that.
That's right. Humans are the victims, and Panda doing well for themselves. I said it midway through this game. I think that Panda has the chops, the ability, the potential to be one of the biggest risers throughout this entire lobby, and to the point where they could potentially, down the line, be a top 3 contender for those EMEA final spots. And I think previous game might be a kind of prelude to that. This game is kind of the almost confirmation of what they have in their capabilities. There were not that many kills, of course, down the line for this one, but they know how to play position, in my opinion.
I've been talking with also just a few players and also coaches or other teams left and right, and I like usually asking which are your rivals, and I also said which for you is the dark horse of this tournament. And I think that out of most of the teams I asked, I think that maybe 5-6 teams actually said, oh, Panda, that they're the dark horse. And sure, they didn't show immensely in the first league play stage openings to try and qualify to here, but now they're actually to the point where the points matter. They are really showing up, so I think that they truly are the dark horses and now becoming a team to fully reckon with. They will take you down. They will steal away your wins if they have the opportunity.
I mean, I know they were endangered before for going extinct, but not anymore. I mean, maybe we should rename it from Dark Horse to Dark Animal right now because Pandas are showing up. They were in 12th place at the start of the day. Now they're currently in 4th place. I mean, they only had 63 points at the end of the day yesterday, and they've already taken 41 of those points and added on to that 63. That's just ridiculous out of this team. And at the start of the day, we talked about, the new challengers approach, right? Clash was one of those teams we talked about, and we have to look at them yet again and compare their stats from day 1 and 2 up against today so far, because they are playing consistently as well as yesterday, if not slightly better here, Colaris.
Yeah, I mean, the crazy thing about these numbers is that everything is almost better, and the damage is absolutely equal. Don't let the 7 damage on the other side fool you. This is as clean, consistent as it gets. This is another team that, again, we're looking at as the time goes on, as they get more and more familiar with how this lobby is playing, who are the edge teams, who are the central teams. I'm going to be able to predict off the back of that how that team is rotating, which team has already taken this compound we may be looking at. This is the kind of team that I think has the brains, has the firepower to be able to go all the way.
And I'm going to cut him before Max even has a second to talk about them because we don't want to curse them whatsoever. Let's just keep letting it happen the way it is happening. Now, we've been talking about this play that happened, this fight that happened between three different teams, Unicorns of Love, GAMELORD, and GODSENT. And we do have a replay of it really quickly just to kind of show you what all went down because that was one of the craziest fights we've seen happen inside such a small area. Let's go ahead and hit play and put it up on the screen for you guys to watch at home and you guys can talk over it. But this was ridiculous. And the funny part was at the end of the day when it was all done and dusted, no team survived.
How did so many teams get in this first place, like in the first place? That's the real question. We got to see what exactly happened before that one. But yeah, Unicorns of Love, GAMELORD, and GODSENT all in this shack. Typically, the team that was there first should have been the one to zone away the other teams trying to approach on this position, but it seemed like they were maybe midway thinking they want to rotate into the circle. And you can't leave this position because if you do, you're going to get backstabbed. And you can see GODSENT here, they're looking to go for the engage on Unicorns of Love. And at the end, nobody survived. And nades were the opening factor of this fight between the likes of Unicorns of Love and GODSENT, trying to get closer. But this is one for the books, man. This is a weird one.
This is very similar to the breakdown that I'm looking at it now and seeing how they all ended up getting in this building. It's similar to what I was saying, breaking down ScrimFarm, being in that compound, and then teams crashing one at a time, but they should be all crashing kind of together to displace ScrimFarm. GAMELORD made the right play, in my opinion, when coming into this fight. They're up against the circle. They have to go through this location to get in. They see that GODSENT has gone. They hear the fighting. They have to join this fight, considering where that they previously were. And yeah, everyone's dead.
Oh my gosh, it reminds me of like the movie, I think it was a movie called Semi-Pro with Will Ferrell, where, in the middle of halftime, they just say, somebody hit somebody, and they all start fighting. And funny part was, GAMELORD comes at the very end of that fight, but they're one of the first ones to go out. But still crazy action between all the teams. You talked about the 7 kills Unicorns of Love had, and probably all coming from that in particular. You can see our schedule coming up, and it is our patented Sanhok, our only one we get to see in a day of our Super Weekend. The League play, we'll be seeing it quite a few times coming up in this week. And we wanted to look at one team in particular when it comes to this map, because we've seen this team become the Blue Man Group. They're no longer called ScrimFarm, they're Blue Farm, because all they do is sit in the blue on Sanhok. We're not sure exactly why, but we want to take a look at their stats across Erangel, Miramar, and now Sanhok. And I wanted to say that we should expect ScrimFarm to have some really wonky, weird stats on Sanhok, but to be fair, Max, they're relatively equal to Erangel.
The thing is also is that they stay in the blue for most of Phase 4, potentially even a little bit inching towards Phase 5. It doesn't do an insane amount of damage, and because they loot a lot in the northern side towards the likes of Tatmok, such and such, they got a lot of meds to play around, so it's okay. But when you play like this, you're not aiming anywhere close to top 5s or top 3s. You're aiming for average stats, and that scares me a little bit because I think that when you're getting onto one of the biggest tournaments in the European region for PUBG Mobile esports since ever, you're not aiming to be average, right? We said it, making it top 16 to go to the finals of the PMPL is already great achievement, but are you really aiming for that, or are you really aiming for the EMEA regional finals? And I think that if they keep playing like this on Sanhok, knowing we're going to get even more Sanhok into the next league play to qualify into the 2 Super Weekends, I think this is not a walk-in formula. It works now because there's not too much, but the moment you increase the number of Sanhoks actually getting played, that's where it's going to hurt them a little bit more, I would say.
Just as an aside here, Miramar being the map that they're able to pump most damage out on, as well as survive longest on, is, in my opinion, the polar opposite battleground to Sanhok, where Miramar, very long-range fights, very heavy about the big, wide rotations and channels of rotations. Sanhok, close combat, a lot of very infighting. You've got lots of foliage along those hills compared to Miramar. So maybe, they just prefer the desert compared to the jungle.
Maybe they like the dry heat instead of the wet heat for them. Who knows what's going on, but the upside is the moist map. The upside is, though, if you are a team that goes out early on Sanhok, you have at least 15 minutes of time until your next match. You know what you can do with that 15 minutes? You can use your OnePlus's capability to get a full day's charge in 15 minutes, courtesy of the unique 65-watt warp charging and warp charge wireless 50 available on the 9 Pro only. Hashtag never settle. Claris, he's staring at that phone as if he wants to just grab it and take it for himself. But you know what? We can't grab it through virtual reality. Maybe we can get one sent to us and we can show it off on stream. Who knows? But what I do know is you two need to go take a quick little break. Go back into the green room. Max, this time I would like only 1 lump of sugar in my coffee, not 2. Come on, you're better than this. I love how it gets cut out perfectly. Let's bring John Allen and Blank back into the mix here and drop into Sanhok here in a few moments. Guys, ScrimFarm in the blue. I want to hear your guys' thoughts on it as we just heard the devs talk about it.
Well, not good. is the summary, I think.
Bad.
Don't stay in blue. Get out of it.
Yeah, I feel the same, John. He's bad. He's not good. We'll see what happens. I mean, surprisingly, ScrimFarm still somehow makes it to us top 8 on the Sanhok, despite basically just being off in the blue, playing checkers with one another for half the game. Destiny, on the other hand, they've just got their hands in the water as they breeze through on the botation, wherever they want to go. But yeah, we're getting into Sanhok now. An interesting map, to say the least. This is one where we've said it time and time again, you know, it's going to be so many third-partying. That's where it goes. But I don't know if it will be as third-party-ish as last game on Miramar, which was absolutely insane. That was a case of teams just all over the place. But this is the first time that we've really seen this type of circle during the Western Europe Pro League. Up towards the northwest, a lot of water in this one already. Huge amount of ground has been removed from play. So I'm expecting a lot more fights. So we've seen Sanhok before. Most teams been very chilled out, actually, on these maps before, which is always very curious to me, honestly, John, because Sanhok is very, very fast-paced map.
Tends to be, certainly, and this might put the accelerator down to floor if things go their way. Look at that, we've already got a knock. That's GODSENT taking on a player from RESQ and taking down a player from RESQ as well. You've got Slyke as well waiting in the wings next to GODSENT, but they just want to regroup over towards Hatin over on the north side there. So really nothing to be found in terms of retribution. A nice early pickup for GODSENT.
Yeah, GODSENT can be happy with this one. It gives them a little bit more room to play around with as well, which is nice. Always good to be in that kind of spot, right, John? And once you're there, playing out from that position becomes easier. You know that you have more control over towards Hatin, which is a good spot overall. And if you can start to like extend your presence in this area, you have full control over the bridge towards the east, which is great. Great news.
It is, tends to be. If you have more control, more damage, more oversight, tends to go your way. We'll see if they're able to leverage that. Lost Bullet over on near Ruins, down on the southwestern island. They're pretty close to Panda, obviously having a great day so far. And potentially looting up on the shoreline, moving up a little bit later on. We'll see what they opt to do. Unicorns of Love take Paradise Resort. They have got Nexus just down the hill to the east of them. Just maybe waiting to move on through, but they are in the circle, and pretty comfortably so, which isn't normally the case for Paradise Resort, for that location. You're normally on that sort of northern edge and will have to move down south. So this is potentially a unique situation for the Unicorns of Love.
It's also a unique situation for ScrimFarm, because they will have to directly go against the circle to get into the blue. They want to do this. So they might have to actually play Sanhok once, which I find riveting, to be honest with you. Absolutely fantastic.
Playing the game. Yeah,
actually playing the game.
I tend to agree.
Pretty cool, to be honest. RESQ currently towards the top of the mountain. They've got a player down towards the bottom at the moment, just holding out towards that compound. Destiny all the way out on the ridgeline. Oh, actually, they're in the compound towards the bottom. Okay, this is fine. This is fine. I mean, they can move up towards the mountain if they want to right now. Panda's already scouting that. He is very far away from the rest of his team. GK First just about crossed the bridge, getting ready for the rest of his team to regroup with him. GAMELORD, they might have to take a nasty little chunk against GODSENT if they want to get onto this northwest island, but it is by no means confirmed that we will end here. Black Spark's currently towards the roadside. This is a team that's been doing great today. I've been really impressed with them, loving the new changes, but honestly, again, another team that's in a similar situation to ScrimFarm where they can't play this new playstyle. Well, for ScrimFarm, it's an old playstyle. For Black Spark, it's the new playstyle of playing on the edge. They're already forced towards the center.
That's just how it has to go sometimes. You know, the PUBG Mobile gods decided, you know what, we're sick of you being in the blue. We're just going to move the circle at you, so you can't be in the blue. Nades rolling downhill, as they are wont to do. RESQ feeling the brunt of that pan from up on high. Looks for the spray down. Doesn't have a helmet, so needs to be careful, but we'll be able to find one. The Mutant able to take down one from below. Off angle found as well, but a little bit too much damage sent back their way. Looks like minimal armor on side for Yiz right now, so needs to be careful. No meds to speak of either, so no healing to be possible here. Drops down, looks out wide, but interrupts the res. For now, anyway. Looks like some bullets are flying in from somewhere across the map. The spray downs continue. A lot of damage found, but not quite enough. It's unfortunate there. If Yiz had anything, any sort of bandage, maybe it would have gone the other way, but it's not to be.
Kill me! I mean, I feel like this is slightly dumb from Panda, not gonna lie. Like, there's no way to put it.
There.
I mean, Years is all the way out on the north side of the island. The rest of the team's yet to regroup. One player from Panda is like, I must get there with him, dies to a player from Destiny. So yeah, it went well in the beginning, and then Years kind of fizzled out. Gizzled out there, unfortunately.
I was waiting for you to say that.
I know. You felt it. Did you notice when I was like,
it's like when you feel it in your bones that a storm's coming, you know?
Yeah.
I know it. I know it's going to happen.
Yeah. So.
And lo and behold, you delivered. I don't know.
Ah, you tried. I mean, you did use GK first post. What is it? What is going on?
I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on.
First class delivery. God damn it. I had it as well. It was such a good one. GK first class delivery. Damn, guys. All right. Sometimes you fail, sometimes you win. Today, I devastatedly failed.
Well, certainly not the classification for that pun, but certainly on the nades that he's been lobbing out over the past couple of games. We'll see if they're able to have a little bit of strength with 2 players moving forward. Panda down to 2 early on in Sanhok. The Northern Circle, maybe not their favourite right now. They have to move on from the Northwestern Island. You can see not GCS, goodness me, GSG, over in the...
Everyone's got one of those.
The hills towards boot camps. It's his best subject.
It is. Yeah, let's move away from that one. I mean, it was, I had to say it because Black Spark's banger was on the screen, and I knew I had to bring a banger to the table. That's the only problem. And it really did zing a little bit, you have to admit. Oh my god, wait. Okay, let's bring it back to the game really quick. ScrimFarm have literally gone out into the blue. What? Are you kidding me?
How have they done that? Oh no.
Come on.
I can't believe that this is... Honestly, this is very surprising. Cow is a good spot for them in this circle. They were there.
You were there, guys. Why are you over here?
There the whole time. Goodness me. Okay, yeah, that is not good.
To Mongnai. Dear me. This is terrible. Anyway, big fights coming down towards Paradise Resort. GSG, Black Sparks, you got Unicorns Love as well as Nexus in this position. Again, I'm looking for that Nexus win. I think they can do it. Come on, guys. Don't disappoint me. I'm really believing in you. Clash, they're rocking up into docks right now, getting prepared for the big rotate in the boat. The boatation it is. I mean, I almost missed that one. I feel like I'm a popular YouTuber at this point where, you know, you've said like a slogan for so long, you just have to keep saying it now. So it's like, boatation, there it is.
You're committed. It's like when you name your audience or something like that. When you,
yeah, I know.
when you're a streamer, it's like, if you name them something bad at the start, it's not good. It's not good.
Not good. From that, you were Russ. You were really far. Think about that. You gotta have brand loyalty as well as brand class, because if you don't, it's all downhill from there. For Clash, though, it could be downhill depending if ScrimFarm have calculated this perfectly and they actually know that a team is going to move up towards Mongnai and try and take position there. But I wonder if they're just going to drop by side of Lakawi and try and move in past Barn. There are a few trees there. I mean, Barn's quite open, unfortunately, for them, so I would imagine they'd go further. But again, we're heading still towards this northern side of the island. I'm excited for this next circle to pop on our screens because there is still a lot of that Northwest Island in play, and we could get a hard southwest shift, especially with the circle being so much towards the water. Again, we could just have this confluence of rivers become a problem, but it's not. Painan is now out of play. We're most likely leaving that Northwest Island now, and Bootcamp Paradise Resort become all the more better pieces of property to hold.
See if ScrimFarm decide to move into the circle this time around.
No.
He's still out of the blue. Eastern Stars, they have escaped the blue on the southeastern side, but they're right next to Polar Ace right now. Could be a dangerous crash if they do go a little bit too aggressive here, if they haven't got that scouting on board, which I don't think they do. They do roll up on this set of buildings here, just down the hill from Polar Ace. They won't have info on where Polar Ace are right now, but they should be aware that there should be people in these hills.
Yeah. Kapahala on the vehicle. This is the perfect time to take shots. Doesn't go for it. Looks like Polar Ace would rather just hold this position. I mean, Eastern Stars are directly next to them, so they're not out in the blue at the moment. So, you know, if taking fights on them right now, you could be equally as ruining your own chances as you are theirs. ScrimFarm's just still in vehicles, driving around in circles, I imagine, doing ScrimFarm things. I mean, with the bad performance they've had today, and let's be real, it has been a bad performance, I feel like you have to play Sanhok. Like, you can't just not play Sanhok, guys. Please.
Yeah, that's an interesting technique for them. Clash, though, they're similarly employing this strat. However, they did go for that rotation up the eastern coast. They're moving through Camp Bravo now, and I'm imagining they're going to continue to push on towards that circle, potentially moving in towards this fight for Clash. So maybe a potential third party coming through, maybe spotting out a couple of the players for Polar Ace and giving the game away, letting the Eastern Stars know that there are players here. Because right now, they seem to be completely unaware that there's anyone there. They're holding out, more worried about the West. An instant knock coming through, and RESQ lose a player. Lickety split. Rice Gang put more bullets down their way as well. The lead's hot. It's going to burn Rice.
Yeah, I mean, Rice Gang have been Rice Gang have been holding this coastal side for a long time. So as soon as RESQ drop upon this position, try to swim through, Rice Gang's ready for it. I think it's been nice that they've been patient with this position, especially because of the way the circle's been chopping and changing. Tick tries to move away, does get knocked though, and now it's pretty much game over for RESQ. Wild Alone's out in the water by himself. There's no chance in hell that he's getting up or at least doing anything. I think he just needs to slip away underneath the water.
Yeah, need to get across as well. This is the thing. Rice Gang have won this fight, but they've got Panda at their back. They need to get across this water, and everybody is on the other side right now. Lost Bullet, you've got Lakonostra MVP, and they're just going to get crunched on in, and that's exactly what's starting to come through now. Lost Bullet starting to chime in from the opposite shore.
Yeah, I mean, Panda playing the old, we have two players, and therefore we will get second place game at the moment. Lost Bullet, though, like you say, taking shots over towards Rice Gang. I think they stayed a little bit too long in this position, trying to take the final player from you boys on RESQ. Wild Alone, all by himself in the water. I think this next circle is the one that's going to break the camel's back here, though, John, because things are going to get very hectic. I think we'll finally have a position where we can almost confidently say it's going to end around this area, and then teams will be making that mad dash for the circle, for the presence, for that real estate. But at the moment, it's still fairly comfortable for a lot of these teams. But again, when it moves, that river could become a really big problem. A lot of these teams on the western side could have to move over towards it. That is not nice. You've got basically the Pac-Man circle there. You've got to see its little mouth on the western side.
Waka waka.
Waka waka. A lot of these teams are getting waka waka'd on the head in a second as they have to move across the water. It's going to be pretty unfortunate.
ScrimFarm still in the blue. They've all moved out there, and that's bad. Do better, unfortunately. We'll see QLASH, Clash, head in ahead of them, getting into Paradise Resort. And Polar Ace over down a little bit further south. They were potentially going to third party that fight, but Clash have now moved over the north side. They're looking to leapfrog in towards Paradise Resort, which is actually going to be a pretty good spot. Unicorns are love. They left there earlier on, and if Clash can take hold there, that might be pretty strong, especially if they can get on the south side.
Yeah, exactly. On the other end of things, GODSENT on the western side, they've already got a couple of players across the bridge. They're moving in towards those rice fields, which have a nice little bit of elevation that you can play behind, so deny a lot of the sightlines down from where GameLord's currently playing. Polar Ace, though, finally deciding that now is the time to take shots. I don't know if I'm in agreement with this. I think Eastern Stars know that they're here now. I think earlier, if they could have got that free, easy knock on there, it could have gone better. But again, this goes back to Polar Ace just not being confident enough. But Lakonostra MVP, they're finally lashing out. This is what I want to see. Phase 5 is basically Phase 3 here on Sanhok, let's be honest. And they really want to take control of the southwest edge.
Looks like they're going to do just that. They're holding a very important part of the crossing as well. They've got an excellent cliffside position. If they can get rid of the lost bullets here, and they are really quids in at this stage. Destiny as well, looking to try and shut them down from across the way. Very, very difficult to make this crossing, however. So Destiny, whilst they have the advantage now, there is a clock on it.
Yeah, exactly. I think that right now they're in a good position. But as that blue further pushes them, you can see right now they're probably just looking for those kill points at the moment to get those consistent points online. Mazzaro taking far too much damage his side. Lakonostra MVP, though, again, this is what I want to see. I think this now is a different tune. This is more like a marching band where we have them sitting in boot camp, holding down that 2-2 split. This is much better. And they made a good rotate to get here too. So happily sat in a fairly decent position, continuing to scout out towards GSG's position, who are currently stuck in the forest. So beautiful stuff from Lakonostra MVP so far. Panda, on the other hand, moving up towards GODSENT's position. Very smart from GODSENT, by the way. They still have a 2-2 split over the bridge. They're currently making their way across now. And what a horrific timing to do it. I take it all back. Panda's just made their way up here and seen them go across. But at least now they have 2-2 split on the other side to kind of hold out any team that is trying to make that rotate. And they made it as late as possible, so I do still respect it.
QLASH taking the fight now with Polar Ace, a lovely nade to back up the teammate in the building. Trazen stays alive, gets the knock and the spray down. RESQ get eliminated in the meantime. Not going to be any luck for them. QLASH continue to ride strong, but Polar Ace continue to hold out hope for now. Another knock comes through. They're turning it around and QLASH finally fall. One player standing, only a sliver of HP. It was back and forth blank, but Polar Ace put the chill down.
Polar Ace, yeah, that was a nice fight from them. Again, Muzi, such a low HP, so a little bit rough. Finally, ScrimFarm decide to move in, and they've heard this fighting from Polar Ace, and they see them. Goodbye, good night. Nice stuff from them. Finally, the rest of Polar Ace will fall there, and Clown will pick up a kill for his troubles. So, ScrimFarm, we're just waiting in the wings. Master will take down Mickey, moves up a little bit too close, but Destiny Whiskey will finish that one off. But unfortunately, Mickey will go down in the process.
And that's going to give the position away. Fight going on between GODSENT and Nexus right now. Trying to push on in. It's GODSENT going for the spray. Excellent work here from Reeves to get the job done. One player standing. They managed to get the res. Sushi trying to hold her own here. Looks for the shot. Reeves gets sprayed down. I think that might have been a third party or maybe an off angle there on the northwestern edge. GAMELORD looking to try him in. Yeah, it was. It was GAMELORD coming in across the way.
That's interesting. They shot down the vehicle. I thought that was Sushi taking down the vehicle there and exploding one of the player from GODSENT. Now GAMELORD looking to move in. Players trying desperately to bring their players back online, but GAMELORD haven't pushed this fast. This is unfortunate for them. Lakonostra MVP starting to move out towards the coastal side. They know they need to remove these players on the southwest edge, but GSG playing a pretty cruel position here. They're not even attempting to make their way out towards Paradise Resort area. They just want to play the same kind of game that Lakonostra MVP is playing here and taking out all those teams that are trying to cross the river.
Very difficult now to move on that southwestern edge. Black Sparks versus Eastern Stars. This is southeast side of the circle, blank. All the way on the southeast. Nades starting to fly back and forth. Not really doing more than damage at this stage. Not really having that pressure, but it's only a matter of time before one of them connects, and that's the go time for either of these two teams. Black Sparks with four on the side of Eastern Stars as well, so it is full pitch battle. Billend up close, potentially a spoiler angle there. Vindex as well. I think they've spotted this one out. Maybe a little bit better there, unless they're just trying to cover to push to that position.
Yeah, I like this from Eastern Stars. Yeah, it covers this off angle that Vindex is trying to take. Steps up quickly, but now knows he has to return to the rest of his team because he's getting absolutely nothing done whilst they've covered him off by that smoke. It's a really wonderful position, this one, to play. It's played so many times on Sanhok. You've got the hillside that breaches one another, but there's a lot of hard cover in terms of the rocks on this hillside, but it is pushing Eastern Stars up towards Black Spark's position, which is the only problem. Next circle drops on top of Unicorns of Love, so Max could finally get the result he was hoping for.
Although the sharks in the water from ScrimFarm, they have now started to leave the blue. They're getting a little bit more confident here on Sanhok. Eastern Stars with their backs to it. Need to try and push on out. They'll find the first onto Billend. Look for more as well. Moving out wide. Unfortunately, there's a player downhill. It's Banger to be able to spray down with the Tommy gun. Looks for more, and Atis falls close. 2 players down now for Eastern Stars. And players pretty low for the Black Sparks. ScrimFarm still not going for this fight.
No, they're waiting. They're just biding their time. Again, for ScrimFarm, Sanhok's kind of all about cutting their losses, to be honest with you. Fair play, you get one consistent result throughout the day, that's cool. Banger's moving up right now though. Bazzi hits the deck, Banger's so low, and now I think that's just one player left for Black Sparks. Eastern Stars managed to perform this beautifully. No one currently gone down yet for the Eastern Stars, but I think it'd be very difficult to pick anyone up whilst they're in the blue. Lakonostra MVP, they've just got one player in Will that they left behind, I imagine, with a lot of meds to just try and play this one out as long as possible, especially with how hectic this map is going to get. He can hope to try and get a top 5 place if he has enough meds.
There's 14 first aids there coming through for Eastern Stars as well. Will, a couple more meds as well. See how long they can heal on out. It looks like Blacksbox actually trying to play spoiler here. Moves on up, stops the healing, forces the prevention there. Needs to find some cover, but can't quite get it. Blacksbox look to close it down. They ladder up another place. Nicely found. GSG eliminated in the meantime. The circle zones up yet again onto Unicorns of Love.
Unicorns of Love, though, surprisingly have taken a knock whilst in this compound. Mazzaro still trying to make his mad dash of into the circle. You can see him there flying in. But this is, again, once where Destiny has tried to make a spoiler, but he will finally go down to the circle. That's him going out, I believe, in 7th place, sorry, and then Lakonostra MVP will shortly follow. So a 6th place finish for Lakonostra MVP, not too bad. I think they just got very unlucky with the circle there as it headed directly on top of Unicorns of Love's position.
Very tricky to navigate as well. Down to 5 teams right now. Panda with their Lone Ranger from the start. They lost 2 and they've made it all the way to 5th place, Blank. No points other than their placements right now. So I believe that's 7 points, if I'm not mistaken. Or is it 8? No, it is 7 because there's a drop. I've completely forgotten the point scoring system now. But we're going into it. It looks like a couple more kills going over towards GameLord. Panda on the northwestern edge looking to try and push in. Don't know how much HP he has. But XT right now on GameLord, they are going to get eliminated. Look at that. Able to get all the way up into 4th and get 2 kill points. Panda turn a bad situation around. Fair enough. Makes it work. 3 teams now remain. Nexus Gaming, ScrimFarm, and Unicorns of Love, all riding fairly strong.
If ScrimFarm win this game, I will cry with laughter because they have played the funniest game so far. Nice Day comes over the top, tries to pill up fresh, but ScrimFarm firmly out in the blue. I mean, this is where they make their stand, though. Yeah, they definitely deserve this. It's like you will play in the blue, you will die in the blue. That's how that happens.
Sliver of HP. Yeah, okay, there we go. Good job, Unicorns of Love. Fantastic. ScrimFarm get eliminated a lot later than they should have been, but either way, they are denied a victory here. Unicorns of Love, however, looking to keep on going. Nexus have taken a knock. Another player low HP. Sushi able to heal back on up. They held out earlier. Let's see how much more they can do for Nexus.
Yeah, Ked's got a really nice spot right now on top of the rooftops, and this is what, you know, this position provides you. Also gives you a good position to throw those nades, but I really like that push from Rana. He realizes Ked's got a grenade in hand, and instead of just waiting that position, takes the opportunity to move to a different rock because, you know, it's very hard to quickly pull out the weapon whilst you're a grenade in hand. But Unicorns of Love, I believe they might just win this one out. Sushi, though, still in the wings. Rana tries to run into the circle. Ked is down. Savage X moves out, but there is no ability. Sushi might just get flanked upon, and that's it, ending. Unicorns of Love will finish one out. Max, you'll be able to be happy with that one.
Dead chuff there. Unicorns of Love hold their compound. The circle moves their way, and everybody has to do it as well. Nexus needed to cross that open ground between them and that compound, but they just couldn't make it. Unfortunate, but they still got pretty bloody far. So close to that chicken dinner you wanted for them, Blank, but no cigar just yet. Unicorns of Love steal that one away.
Much closer than they have done before, though, so I'm happy with that 2nd place. It's good for Nexus. I think that they show, like, those signs of being a winning team, right? Like, they have some cool outplays here and there. Unfortunately, I think Unicorns of Love are, like, the happiest team in that circle, just overjoyed by the way that was dropping on top of them. Unicorns of Love, like, they've been waiting for a win for a while. They have good gun skill. They understand how the game works. And, I mean, when you can set up for about 10 minutes in one compound, should be pretty fine, right, John?
It's like trying to take on Rambo on his home turf. It's just not going to work. It's just, you are going down. There's no two ways about it, unfortunately. Any way you turn, you've got spikes coming out of walls, and there's nothing you can do about it. Unicorns of Love able to hold it. They stand their ground nicely. Exactly. They have all the power they needed in that game.
I think that ScrimFarm getting 3rd place, though, is...
Travesty.
Travesty. Like, how is this happening? But yeah, cool. If that's the way we want to play the game, look, I'm not going to stop them. They do it. They do it pretty okay as well, annoyingly. It's like one of those things where it's like just bugging me, but I'm like, but it's working, so I can't be too annoyed by it.
It's stupid and it works.
Is it stupid? Yeah, that's the real kicker, isn't it?
Exactly. But then again, even stupid choices do have a 10% chance of working maybe sometimes. So we'll have to wait and see just what sort of payout they'll get over the long run. Obviously, only actually playing, if they manage to qualify for all 3 Super Weekends, they're only going to be playing 15 Sanhoks. It's 1 per game day. Sorry, not even that. 3 times 3 is 9, John. That's going to be, so they're only playing 9 Sanhoks, right? Moving forwards into this Super Weekends. So out of the total map pool, their set of games, it's going to be a lot less impactful than any other sort of map strategy.
Well, yeah, but I mean, let's wait until we get to the league play where we just play a lot of Sanhok, because that will be curious. I'd like to see them in the Super Weekend then, which they probably will be, annoyingly. Again, though, I think that Tati is definitely one of my favorite players, but I think one of my favorite players from the first 2 days just hasn't been that good anymore.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I mean, we've seen so much from this team, and they just are being very, very quiet today. I mean, even in that game, they came 3rd. They got it through the strategy that they've been employing time and time again, fair enough, but they weren't really loud. They didn't do anything more proactive than go to the edge of the circle and wait in the blue for the final circles. It felt like it just wasn't sort of, it was nothing special. So it's not like it was them making good plays or making good decisions. It was afforded to them by the situation across the rest of the circles. You know, that confluence of river where everybody was bundled up around on the northwestern island, everybody trying to get across, everyone was focused that way. They were just chilling and vibing. They didn't even have to move down from the north.
Not really. I think that we banged on about ScrimFarm for long enough, really, but there is one other team that we need to mention, give a little bit of love to, and that's GSG, right? They've had a pretty good day today, and I think there's definitely improvement there. And we're not on board with this team very often, but they're taking good positions around the map at the moment. Good holdouts, I think, for where they were spotted out just above Lakonostra MVP. They were ready and waiting for all those teams to pull up around that south side. So honestly, good stuff, GSG. I'm very impressed.
Let's see if we can get a little bit more of those good rotations in the future. But we're going to head back over to the analyst desk after this short break. Don't go anywhere.
Well, there are 2 things in life that are guaranteed, death and taxes, but also now a third. ScrimFarm playing from blue for at least 15 minutes of time when it comes to the map of Sanhok, as we saw yet again. And we'll get into those details a little bit later on, as we're going to drop straight into the map rankings and see how many points the teams did accumulate. Now, Max, start of the day, match 1, you said Unicorns of Love would win. They didn't win that match, but they won this match, and they put up some good points behind it.
You can't give it to me. Come on. Like, I noticed ping, okay, was the curse had some ping too, and it did go away eventually for the side of Clash. But yeah, I think the Unicorns of Love also, we got to mention, they had a really strong compound. The circle did come their way, but I think they defended it in a really, really strong fashion. And I think that that's what Unicorns of Love does, unlike last game where you had like 3 teams in the same compound and it got a little bit too hectic. But here was definitely manageable for them. And I love how also Ked was playing the rooftop in the final positions, giving information over to Savage X, and he would, as his aggressive nature would allow him to do, go for the pushes onto Nexus, onto ScrimFarm to secure the win. This is Unicorns I love to see play, and they secure it nicely. So yeah, nothing to say. That was a strong finish from them.
The 2-2 split that they had across that compound was fantastic. They know that they don't have to worry too much about the northeast side because there is that cliff face there. So very, very well held out. I mean, they can hear the fights going on. And when they heard Nexus eventually win their fight up towards the top, up in that northeast side, and then eventually wrap down towards them, they knew exactly where they were going to be coming from. So brilliant by Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, we do see Destiny Destiny and ScrimFarm ended up getting themselves a decent game here, but more importantly, Panda, 21 points or 20 points game 1, 21 points game 2, and now we see themselves get another 10 here. So able to really keep the momentum going on their side and really reinforcing the fact that you said, Claris, that you see them as easily being one of those dark horses and one of the teams that can come through and surprise a lot.
That's right, Dark Panda. I think 10 points coming in from this game. Of course, it's not too flashy a game from them, 2 kills here and there. I mean, the circle itself, once they have a very wide initial split on that western side. To then collate together and then try and get onto the mainland and try and make a campaign of that is going to be difficult, given where they start things off.
Oh, we can see our second page, and as we were talking about Black Sparks having a good match, finally they do see themselves in 13th place, Clash as well at 12th. And GODSENT, again, it seems like what we're talking about before, kind of alluding to the fact that they're able to show some good kill potential today. They had a really rough time on Sanhok. But to be fair, Max, I mean, this is the least played map at the moment in the tournament. Obviously, when we get into league play this week, we'll see it quite a bit more. But I'm hoping, again, we see GODSENT bounce back here, because this is still not the results we're expecting out of the caliber of team they can be.
Yeah, I was really pumped up, especially after yesterday. We mentioned that Miramar game, which I think by far throughout the entirety of this PMPL was their best game in every single map also involved. I think that was their best game by far. And yeah, they've been dropping off a little bit, not really being the strong team we were hoping in this third day, the final day of this very first Super Weekend. So hopefully they can make it work out. Then I want to talk a little bit about Clash. I know I'm not supposed to talk about Clash too much. I just want to mention one thing that I really enjoyed that game. They went for the rotation from docks. All the team rotated onto MZ, picked up the boat, and they actually rotated towards the coastal line next to Camp Bravo, which is not a position where teams usually play. And they went into the circle then by foot instead of going right up north to the coastal line. I think that's just something that is a lot more safe, and I think that was a very clean approach from Clash.
Yeah. I think they could have even made it further in this game had they not played edge as much as they did and maybe moved up to towards Paradise Resort compared to taking that fight against what we saw there from Polar Ace, but that's just me.
We'll take a look at our top players. We do have a new name join the likes of Freshcat and Mihi at the top. It's Cakes coming through out of RESQ here with the most damage and most kills. But good to see Fresh coming back in here to the front page, as well as Ked and Mihi. We've seen these three quite a few times here in our top 4, Max.
Yeah, I mean, it feels good to see, of course, the likes of Fresh, because I thought that Fresh was maybe going to be one of the most passive players. I talked about Beg for Mercy, Savage X, Ked being really aggressive. So this has been multiple times now where Fresh is there. So I did maybe not count him as that strong of a performer. But you know what? I take it back. Fresh has been performing so consistently for the team. Really love to see it. And Cakes, of course, as you said, the newcomer here, getting most of the kills of that game for Rice Gang. Even though I still have the same issue. And I'm Rice Gang. I feel like I'm trying to nail this point home, and it's still not coming through. They are in good positions, right? They were dead center on phase 1. Phase 2, they were still really comfortable, and yet they delay their rotations, and because of that, all the other teams, boom, smack right in front of them, and now like, well, we're getting gate kept. If they could get in those positions a lot earlier and maybe a little bit faster, I think they would be fine, but there's just that reaction time that's just way too slow on my end.
I guess the upside is for him, though, Max. There's still a lot of time to go here in this tournament. This is still just the first week of play. We have the 4 weeks in total, with the finals being in the last week. We're going to move on, though, to take a look at our total damage. And I wish we could change this graphic around to incorporate, as a team here, the blue zone and how much damage is done to everyone across the lobby and how many kills it's gotten. Because, honestly, ScrimFarm would be quite an easy contender for them, as we saw yet again. But Destiny taking the #1 points in terms of damage here.
This was an important game for Destiny to even just have these kills on board, I want to say. What we've seen from Destiny in the past, actually every day, aside from the start of today, has been nothing short of excellent. But the start of this day has been rough, has been tumultuous. So having them get themselves to 7 kills on the board, very, very nice to see that rise up again a little bit.
Yeah, Max, as you said, Rice Gang, good to see the 4 kills out of them, especially with 1,100 damage behind them, able to finally put up some decent numbers. And this is one of the teams we talked about coming into the Super Weekend. That was one of the most consistent. Them and Panda together seem to be the most consistent teams in league play. But we haven't seen that be replicated here in the league or in the Super Weekends.
Yeah, it's been a little bit dicey, I would say, for sure. It has not been working out amazingly well. So this is the kind of issue, if you're looking where you're not being that strong in the Super Weekend, especially the first one, like they'll be able to improve. It's okay, I'll give it to them. We still got 2 more weeks. But if you have results like this and you do not make into the second Super Weekend, that's the bottom 4 teams. I'm looking at the Qatar Forces, I'm looking at the UDR Killers, the Gaijins. If they qualify for their very first time, those are going to be the very few early teams that will be dropping into the bottom 4. And you don't want to be there, because otherwise there's no finals for you. So you still got 2 more games to come. You need to perform right now. now. Otherwise, if you don't make it through it, once again, this is like worst case scenario. But if you don't, then the teams that are on the bottom side, that if they qualify for the first time, they're running right for your spot first.
Okay. While we were watching the match here, we wanted to look at a certain stat for one of the teams. Now, Kalaris, if I remember correctly, you said 1,500 healing you think ScrimFarm did. Is that correct?
Maybe as close as, yes.
Okay, and Maxman, you said 1,000.
Yeah, I think about 1,000 I would go for, yeah.
Okay, let's take a look. We're going to look at the head-to-head here between ScrimFarm and Unicorns of Love. Obviously, our winners here out of Unicorns of Love and ScrimFarm, who seem to just love the blue. And we're looking ideally for one stat, and we can obviously see the healing was...
What? I should have gone
1,000?
Well, I win because I price is right you.
I mean, you price righted me, yeah, sure.
But I said my number first. I knew it was going to be so high. This is nuts. This is ridiculous. After watching them play this style over the past two Sanhoks and then coming into this one, and let's break down how ScrimFarm played this game in particular. They're dropping in Tapmok, they're dropping in Cow, the circle ends just south of them. However, they decide to go all the way to the east, constantly looting, healing. We can't argue with it. It is working out. They did get themselves third place with a few kills here and there, and that's enough points to keep your average in a decent spot. But 2,000 healing, oh my days.
I also want to talk, I feel really bad because back in college when I was doing math, it's mainly down, you found the right answer, but it's not the right method that you had to use. It's like, well, we still got the right answer, right? Well, yeah, but we didn't want to see it do it that way. And I feel like with the evil teachers that are just taking the marks down because they didn't do it the way that everyone should have. So, hey, if it works, I'm not going to complain, but it is a little bit out of the ordinary, so we'll see if they can make it work out. But yeah, still good showcase from ScrimFarm in general, but 2k damage, that is nuts, mate.
Well, look, sorry, go on.
Oh, I wanted to go back to ScrimFarm, to be honest, but because I wonder if maybe the whole strategy behind that is just the sake of we're avoiding every early game fight. The only fight we do have is against the blue zone, right? And we just have to make sure we stay healed up. What's up, Kalaris?
I am like that crazy man with the pictures on the board. I've got my tire loosened out. I'm like, this is why they're doing it. This is why they're doing it.
Got strings connecting different pictures.
It's all over the place. And ultimately, yes, that is probably the reason. Avoiding those early fights. They know that they can heal through this blue very confidently. They can come in later on. They came in when there's 11 teams left alive. You've already eliminated 5 teams. And then from there, you can continue to play the edge. However, it could be because they want very specific loot. They could want QBZs, QBUs. I'm going to stop before I keep going because I could run about this for like 10 minutes.
Maybe they just want to drive you crazy.
I think so.
You know what? I think, Kalaris, I think you in particular, and maybe all of us could use a short little break here. So we're going to head to a short little break. But while we're in break, you at home get to enjoy a little fun video we got to record with the teams called Would You Rather. So stay tuned. We'll be back here with our 4th match of the day. It's time to head into Would You Rather so we can learn a little bit more about the players and offer them 2 choices and find out which one they're going to take. Would you rather use the Uzi or the UMP?
Use. Ahora mismo UMP.
Creo que ahora mismo usaría la UCI, aunque la UMP ha mejorado bastante sus estadísticas.
Would you rather play Miramar only for 1 year straight or not play Miramar again?
Only Miramar.
Miramar for a year straight.
Miramar only.
Would you rather play Erangel for 1 year straight or Miramar for 1 year straight?
Erangel.
Erangel.
Miramar.
Would you rather headshot someone from 500 meters away or drive over them in a US?
Drive over them in US.
Drive over them with the US.
Drive over them.
Would you rather play for kills or for placements?
Marto.
Ahora mismo con el nuevo reglamento, puestos.
Ahora mismo por placement, porque te da más ventaja a la hora de los empates.
Would you rather own the Murado in real life or the Roni?
Mirado. All day long.
Murado for sure.
Mirado, of course.
Would you rather get $100,000 today or $1 million in 5 years?
Mitad fácil.
$100,000 podría ser $1 millón en 5 años. $100,000.
Diría que $1 millón de dólares después de 5 años.
Would you rather never use salt again or never use sugar?
Never use salt again.
So,
Never use sugar again.
Would you rather shave your head or grow your hair out to waist length?
يكون لي شعر طويل لقصري.
Como Shakira.
Me prefería raparme el pelo.
Would you rather eat an unpeeled lemon or an unpeeled kiwi?
Unpeeled a kiwi.
unpeeled lemon because I'm allergic to kiwis.
I'd go with kiwi.
Waist length hair like Shakira. I just wonder if his hips lie. Anyways, we'll take a look at our schedule now for our fourth match coming up. And we're going back over to Miramar here before we head over to Erangel to end off our very first super weekend. I'm going to bring our analysts back in maybe, or maybe our catchers. I don't know who's going to be coming back to join me because the madness has set in for quite a few people. And Claris, did that break help? Did you get some time to recoup and maybe work on your board a little bit more?
Yeah, to the point where, of course, I mean, I have to be working on it because we are going to have more Sanhok, not only in the weekdays, but also those super weekends. So I think we're going to be seeing a lot of this.
It's so funny, though, Max, because we're not hating on them for it, right? It is a unique strategy, but the funniest thing is that it's working every single time. And you can't argue with the results. I mean, yeah, Sanhok might not be the biggest map you have to play. You only have to play it once each day in Super Weekends, only once when it comes to the finals, but we don't know what the map pool is going to be like when we get to the EMA Regional Championships, as you were mentioning before.
It feels like when an episode of Big Bang Theory is like, we don't need questions, we need answers. Like, we need to know exactly what's going on inside their heads eventually. But yeah, I mean, as I said, this could be something that would not work, and if from time to time, I mean, I say that, but it's been working so far, so I can't really say that even. I don't know where. I've got so many ideas going through my mind as to that play from ScrimFarm, but I think that teams will start to adapt it a little bit, and I know that Mustache Dave has been calling that the Blue Zone Papa Blue. I think I'm going to start calling ScrimFarm Papa Blue, because they're always going to surprise you from that spot. It's insane.
It reduces...
Well, if you guys go ahead.
It reduces the bird spider effect, I think, on Sanhok, where you're avoiding these teams that are just kind of, again, hiding in the foliage, and all of a sudden, bam, they're jumping up on you. This is, yeah.
Become that team.
Great. Now gonna have nightmares tonight. If you guys have any thoughts to why ScrimFarm is doing this, remember you can tweet to us with the hashtag PMPL and let us know what you think, what reason ScrimFarm are consistently playing from the blue. But one thing we can all agree on, we can't knock them on the results. Gentlemen, thank you very much for joining me here and breaking things down, and hopefully, Claris, we can get you a great therapist to help talk you through. And speaking of great therapists, we have Banks, who likes to hear everyone's problems, and Imperium, who's going to provide all the problems to talk about. I don't know what this means, honestly. I just don't know what to say anymore because Banks rips me every time for having small arms. Hi, what's up, guys?
I'll help you, Jason, right? You won't need a therapist. You just need me in the gym with you to make sure you can get that.
Iron therapist.
Look at Imperium, right? Look at Imperium. He's doing so much better. Look how good he looks. It's just what happens when I became his wife. It all makes sense now, mate, doesn't it?
It does. Hey, I'm happy that Jason's talking to me fair. Like in the green room, he was giving me the silent treatment.
Yeah.
Bad man. Felt bad man indeed. But either way, we're going to be getting into this Miramar game, and I'm super excited because I think the action so far today has been definitely entertaining. I don't think it's been as crazy as yesterday's games, James, but we're heading into the second Miramar of the day, and anything can happen.
Oh yes, it's my favorite time, right? When I get a bit of a Miramar madness to go down from start to finish. Not the worst play in the world for these guys to start off with here, but you called it right. You were saying about things when it came to Unicorns of Love. They, in general, would be happy with the previous game, but can they achieve some success here on Miramar? It's what we saw yesterday, right? From who was Destiny's Miramar game. That was the crazy one. Yeah. That was the one that we never expected to go that way. Maybe we won't get something like that again, but it always does make me hyped up and ready for all of it.
Oh man, they call this actually, I personally call it Miramania, believe it or not.
Oh, there we go, Miramar. I like that. Yeah. I like that. I'll take that.
You know, you're a fan of rock. I'm a fan of wrestling. You know, I thought you might appreciate that Miramania. So who's going to lift the?
I'm one day going to be that size, mate. It's going to happen. Trust me.
Oh, one day, man.
One day. Get there.
One day you'll be like 45 years old. Like, I'm still getting there.
They'll try it. Yeah. He's a beast. He's the absolute beast. Like some of these players we've got in the lobby, though, for sure. Now, one thing, mate, we've always touched on this a lot of the way when it comes to what GODSENT are doing and where they're sat right now. and we spoke about it yesterday. You told me, okay, maybe don't worry just yet. It's the last day of the Super Weekend. I am worried. I'm hitting that panic button all day long.
They're coming into today's games with what I would regard as their OG roster, right? Marty, Reese, Azzy, and Vito.
Yep.
I do think Reese had definitely a positive effect with his eye gelling, with his call-out.
Said that yesterday, yeah.
Definitely, but it just hasn't come to fruition in today's games. When we look at their total points, they have 75 points so far the Super Weekend. When I look at kind of other regions and what the minimum is of the 16th place team that's qualified for the finals that have had 2 Super Weekends, that breaks down to about 75 points per Super Weekend. So I'm not too worried about GODSENT in terms of their ability to make it into the finals. It is just about, well, where does this start happening where they become a Clash level team, right? An Eastern Stars level team. Yep. You know, a Panda level team where they're in that top 5, top 4, top 3, getting those chicken dinners game after game. So yeah, definitely is something they should be looking at. Again, I don't think they're going to be too worried. Mention Clash. And I know Maxim was talking about it, but what I love about them is that they've become the Clash that I know them to be now. They've become the Clash that they were revered to be over the last 3 to 4 months. Always in the top 5, always in the top 4, getting the 2nd, 3rd place. Could they do with more kills in the Super Weekend so far? I believe so. I don't think that kill to placement difference should be any higher than a maximum of 10. Right now it's 36. So to me, they're lacking in kills. But other than that, I can't deny that they have found their consistency. They found their flow. They found their rhythm.
And that's the thing, right? When you're talking about the kill side of it, like, if you don't start to step up on that point, you're never really going to reach the upper echelons, right? You're never going to be sitting on a first place position. You can be consistent, you can look good, but you'll be really struggling to push further up on the leaderboard and try and grab the big win. And that's what's always going to be an issue for them, unless they can maybe try and take, because the thing is, right, it's a risk versus reward. You can try and be more aggressive and go for those kills because you know you're dwindling on that, but at the same time, you then change your style of play, and that may then help you lose some of that consistency. We know teams multiple times will overextend.
That is very true indeed. Teams are pretty well positioned inside this phase 1. It's a little bit on the west, but for the most part, encapsulates a lot of the central areas of Miramar. You have Picado Hill, which GODSENT can rotate towards. You have the kind of power grid, Hills of Monte Nuevo in play. Plus Chumisera is going to be a pretty half-decent part because the southern half of this phase 1 is, for the most part, that high ground area where the likes of Unicorns of Love can hold on to. One question actually that I had for you, to be fair, man, is you said before we came on to cast that you were listening to some music to pump yourself up. What music were you listening to?
Oh God, do you really want to know?
Kind of. Hey, why not? Why not? Let's all get to know the one and only Mr. James Banks a little bit more.
So I was listening to some Belarusian rap from Max Korza called Her Fault. And I mean, it's if anyone wants to look at that track, it's a pumping track. Like, it hits heavy, it hits hard. So I knew I was coming into this. I was like, let's go, baby. It's time. Okay. It's time for me to shine. We get 2 games today. You know, we sit back and we watch the games. We're talking in the green room, having some fun. But like, just them last 10 minutes before we get into it, I'm like, cool. Let's go find my groove now. Let's go get ready. I have my little ritual, I guess you would call it.
Exactly, and I think that's, and I know we've even mentioned it while we were casting a Miramar game. If the players can find a way of maybe doing something like that before the game, right, while they're listening to a bit of music, it can definitely pump them up. It can make them feel a little bit in the groove in the moment where
I'll give you
transfers in game. Yeah, go on.
But when I was a player, right, so this is going years back, like 2003, 2004, I used to get onto deathmatch before we were playing into like the tournament matches. Put some trance in my ear, like high BPM trance, real fast pace, and just rock out on deathmatch. And then no matter what, even if I was getting domed in deathmatch a bit and just not doing well, I'd be comfortable. I'd come in and be like, cool, okay, we're ready. You're in that zone, you feel vibed out. But I just wouldn't talk to anyone either. Like, I wouldn't talk until we got into the game. Like, I wanted that just like that kind of peace of mind before going into it, that bit of zen. I've known the players that have also meditated before as well, by the way. They like to keep their, it was a StarCraft play. He liked to keep his heart rate lower. because I lived out in Korea for a while. I was working with some of these StarCraft players. And he basically, every time before his game, he would sit there and meditate for a good 10, 15 minutes or so and just get himself all chilled and get himself rested. It was his way of dealing with the nerves. I found very interesting. Don't know if any other players try it. Maybe someone listening want to give it a go, but there's many options depending on the type of person you are. I'm the person who likes to be like fully hyped up, pumped up, ready, and then probably spending too much energy, but you know, it's just 2 games to commentate today, so let's go for it.
Let's go for it indeed. Now teams are going for it in terms of the rotations into the circle. Clash making their way out of El Pozo. Lost Bullet are sandwiched in between 3 teams right now. You have Panda to the south of them. You have Unicorns of Love to the southeast. And you have GAMELORD to the north of them. So they're in a little bit of a tricky position. However, the compound they hold onto is definitely valuable. You saw GODSENT on our screens just a minute ago. They're looking pretty good on the hills above Picado, which I expected them. Couple of teams still outside the circle. Eastern Stars and Black Sparks most notably on the eastern side, but there's plenty of space coming into this phase 1. Miramar is vast. There's a lot of area to move around, while Nexus taking a couple of shots towards Mihi of Destiny. Destiny's gonna move away, gets away with it in a nick of time, but for how long?
Yeah, they're heavily on the hunt for him. Dexter trying to get the nade pinned and ready. Now spots him out just in the nick of time. He was about to throw it elsewhere. Can't quite make it go deep enough, but he is going to get railed down. Tons of bullets going on out to him, and that was a quick finish off there. No chance of him escaping, and that'll find Destiny on the back foot early on here, and they now just need to be careful of maybe if Nexus decide to move any further towards them on this one.
And although I like the fact that Destiny has that player to scout right Mihi, the IGL, I really feel like he didn't need to go so deep into this phase 1 circle.
Yeah, he was
the rest of the players are holding on to the kind of high ground hill. They drop around La Bandita. They could have easily stopped for 20 seconds, did a little bit more visual scouting, and then Mihi could have maybe have moved in, and he probably would have stayed alive for it as you come into phase 2. Where's it gonna go? Drum roll, please. Come on, come on. There you go. Centers up quite nicely. Picado's pretty much in the center. GSG Europe are looking good. I think we're going to see a decent bit of kind of edge of circle-ish play because there's a lot of high grounds around the kind of edge of the circle.
You know, it's interesting when you come onto that Destiny point. I just want to come back to that a little bit because one thing I always just use like a rule of thumb when you're scouting is if you've got a position you want to scout specifically, try and make sure you have another player that can at least cover you or see you from a distance. And if you can't be seen, then maybe it's not worth going that far, or try and work something where you have 2 players split away a bit further. Because like that's how you just try and avoid getting picked off early on. Very basic stuff, but it's something that if you have these kind of rules going forward, at least you know you're always keeping your numbers safe.
It's so true, because having the fundamental rules in play that you technically don't have to like think of means that, you know, the automatic, the subconscious parts of your brain, that's made up of those rules, and then the conscious parts can be focused on the little intricacies of spotting people out, gathering that little bit of information that's going to allow your team to succeed in a game that really requires a lot of adaptation, a lot of quick thinking. So yeah, rules for PUBG Mobile and how you scout, how you position yourselves is way more valuable than players think.
Certainly don't underestimate it for sure. And never underestimate Clash. We've been enjoying what we get to see from these guys. Obviously, the start of the week, it didn't look so good and they came alive at the very end. But here, right now, they're feeling pretty confident. They're not going to be complaining about it overall. Sat in second place, only 2 points behind Destiny. 2 games to go, they could certainly jump up above them, but these guys alongside Eastern Stars have been 3 of the consistent teams in there just overall, right? When you were talking about, for example, like other teams that don't get the amount of kills they would want alongside, but they are getting the placement points. Destiny, Clash, Eastern Stars, they're in a good middle ground for it all, and Destiny again, some of their players being spotted out.
Hey. By Daddy, he stopped at the edge of the hill, realizing that he didn't have the information going forward. Will joins up with him. This is good from Lakonostra MVP. They do play more kind of, you know, round the middle of the circle, slash the edge. They're very careful with their position across these kind of games. And Daddy maybe looking to disengage a little bit forward, realizing that his buggy is at risk of getting messed up by grenades. So if you can't take the fight cleanly, just leave it. That's great decision making by Daddy.
Oh, beast. Trying to grab him as they do scatter away. Shots aren't going to fully connect. But they're willing to at least poke up and down and try and fight off the side of it for now. But I like that. I like the decision there. You already don't have the numbers.
Like, if you don't feel comfortable going into an engagement, don't do it just for the sake of it. You know, Daddy didn't know that Destiny was there. He stopped at the edge. Destiny made some noise. He made a bit of noise. Will joined up, realized it's not worth it. They did have Danny and Alicio in the back line, so it made that disengagement just a lot more cleaner, a lot easier, and they'll survive as a full squad. Talk about it time and time again as you come into phase 3. When you get to the late stages and you have those 4 players up, it makes it so much easier to enter, to control, to breach, and of course, all importantly, come out on top in these games. That shift has been pretty healthy down on the southwest. Very beneficial to Panda.
Well, this fight that could be taking place is Rice down with 1 player already eliminated. Holes on the floor and knocked here for Polar Ace. And the thing is, you can see the movement and decision making here from both teams is that, okay, we've got this in front of us, but we're in an area where we could be spotted from afar. We could find ourselves going down as Cakes wants to rattle off the first few shots. But is this a fight for either team that's worth sticking around for? You know, let Polar Ace get their full squad up like they have and maybe just back away from this, because you know the shifts come into play. You've both got to find your way into it, and you can also both take different routes to find your way in at the same time. We get the replay from what we did miss on that initial engagement.
Good.
Nicely done there from Muzzy.
Yeah, real good. And
saves himself and stops a teammate going down, you know?
And Polar Ace are the kind of team where it's not that I think they've gone backwards. It's not that I think they've gotten worse. I just think they've failed to really adapt. They were looking pretty solid when it came to rotations, when it came to positioning. But as other teams have gotten better, as the lobby has become harder with more teams shining through, they've been left in the dust. They've been left on the outside of the circles. They've been left in weird engagements against other teams. And, you know, Halls is a very experienced player. He's a very experienced IGL. And if there's anybody I would think would be able to kind of adapt to this high-level, high-intensity competition, it is Halls. So it worries me about Polar Ace.
Well, now we're going to see another fight for Rice Gang. They continue to make their way further forward in this ScrimFarm they've come up against now. A couple of players from ScrimFarm have found themselves knocked, but Nexus, he needs to deliver in a big way. He's the only player standing for his team. He's going to try and get this grenade cooked and ready. Wait for it to go off. Slight bit of damage done. Cakes is alive as well now. But it is just going to be the 2 players left alive for Rice Gang here. They know they had the 2 knocks in play. But is it going to be enough for them to try and finish off ScrimFarm at the same time? And yeah, Polar Ace have come back into the fight as well. So now we've got a triple threat going on. And I like this. It looks like Rice will decide to disengage. But Nexus, does he have a vehicle near him? I know his teammate just ran off with the vehicle. Please say there's another one down there. Like, don't just leave him. That's like bullying, man. It's like, yeah, you're cool. You're on your own, man.
Oh, no!
Oh! That is so unfortunate. That is the least ideal thing to happen in a situation like that. Watson's going to go in for the revive, but it could be a risky one. For all he knows, there could be players trying to push on him.
Hello, darkness, my old friend. That's at the edge of the circle. The next phase shows up and it shifts massively down south, putting RESQ into good position down on the south side, although they don't have that much information on who's in front of them. GSG looking good, and so are Panda once again. Polar Ace being rewarded with the fact that they did, you know, move away, but now they have GameLord in front of them. ScrimFarm behind them is on to that. He was revived up. Lenu is going to be on that front line. And Polar Ace, it seems like they're trying to run away from their troubles, but I don't know if that's going to work.
Well, they have been fighting for a long time. They came in to try and third party the ScrimFarm taking on Rice Battle. And now they're going to find themselves shot at from both sides now. Rob's ready to push on over ScrimFarm. Delivering back towards them. This is not looking good for Polar Ace. The nades are going up and over, but will they connect? The Tatty in a great position, plenty of cover for him to fight from here, and he can also see, with a slight edge on the high ground there, the GAMELORD are also close to this. The ScrimFarm looking to try and clean up where they can. Rob's already on the floor. The rest of GAMELORD need to get activated and into this fight. As Polar Ace, with 2 dead, a bit of smoke, not much cover for them, really. Just tree, a vehicle, and whatever smokes they can throw on down. This isn't going to be pretty. ScrimFarm find themselves just more players being picked off. And I don't know if you're Polar Ace, you just try to disengage, surely. You're at phase 4, it's starting to tick away further. This is where all the fights start to happen, where it starts to get more menacing for a lot of these teams. As Victor, he knows what's up, he wants to try and put them down, but he can't quite connect the shots.
And that begs a question. Why didn't Polar Ace attempt a third party to fight between ScrimFarm and RESQ earlier on, right? They would have heard the shots. They would have seen in the kill feed that a couple of players were confirmed, and they definitely could have utilized that. But because they danced around it, because they looked to run away from an engagement, ended up going against them. They are still alive in the game as we move on to Black Sparks going up against Nexus. This is inside on the northeastern edge of the circle.
Now, the Nexus players are very split away here, but the way so far the Black Sparks are looking to approach this, I'd love to see a couple, like at least one more player group up with someone, because they're all playing 1-1-1 at the moment. They're waiting for these mistakes to happen.
Yeah.
Okay, Belen's now got his teammate there, so that's not too bad. I'm not going to be against it as much now, because you just saw he was throwing grenades before out towards Sushi, right? And it was just one player in the building, one player on the other side of it. At least that's a bit more manageable when they want to go in for these engagements, because Nexus wasn't looking to move. But who is looking to fight and who hasn't had a good time fighting is GODSENT. The Unicorns of Love are the ones they're going to go up against in here. They're going to try and get these grenades further forward. I've praised and spoke highly about Vito, but so far I've not seen that magic we saw in the pro scrims coming out when needed. But can they now deal the damage they need to do here against the Unicorns of Love? First aid kit's going to be popped. They've still got 4 players up in it. In general, Marley is going to be able to rock up.
Oh, but Victor from GAMELORD?
In time. It's on the side. It's all around. ScrimFarm have finally gone down. We've continued to watch them fight throughout all of this. They're going to push in. Aegon. You can hear some footsteps. Throws the grenade on out, but it won't connect if anyone are too far away. Savage X is back up. Is that going to be the difference maker here? 3 players of Unicorns of Love all ready for this push to come through. There's a lot of smoke covering many of the angles. Oh, this is huge. Vito snuck round the side, but he gets taken out. No! He had a chance, but it was Ked. And as you say over and over again, Imperium, Ked doing Ked things. Well, this time he was in the right place at the right time to make it happen. Fresh gets taken out, and GODSENT, they want to fight. They now know they need to go for it and apply all this pressure back onto it. And Ked is the only one left alive. He was the one separated from the team. And well, GODSENT, they've pushed on in and they've overrun him. And no one is dead on GODSENT. Vito could be finished off. He's low on health just there. But Ked, one man, spots out Marley.
Nice.
Oh, Marley escapes though. He's got cover. That's perfect. That's exactly what they need. And now they know where Ked is from. But I want to see GODSENT, if they want to push him, do this together. Don't go solo. Oh, Marley was finished.
Hello.
Was he finished?
Okay.
Was he finished?
Oh, he wasn't. He wasn't.
Okay, the kill feed's just lagging behind. That's fine.
Vito, what are you doing? You clean up the kill. You clean up the kill. What have you done?
No. That all just went horribly wrong out of nowhere. Where's the disconnect at Imperium? Why are they doing this? They had it. They knew exactly where he was. They should have been fully aware of that.
Oh my God.
And they know what Ked can do. He can take these shots. He can land them. That's a big blunder. Okay, they had a way to get into the circle, but that's not the teamwork you expect from these guys, man.
No. Moving on. Unicorns of Love have gone down eventually. Reese is going to at least exact a bit of revenge. Lakonostra MVP are now going to have Eastern Stars breaching in on top of them. Kabahala going to drive on through. Will's going to get knocked down. He gets taken out, and that is the end of Lakonostra MVP.
And look at the positions here, right? Eastern Stars, well together. They had backup. Even if he'd gone down there, his teammate was right by the side of him.
Exactly.
They're not going to allow any of these players to be flushed. They've got 4 kills already, 4 players still alive. They're now going to go and grab Aphis back up, surely. As Kapahala is still well aware that GSGE is close enough by. But Andalito, he wants to try. Oh no, he had the nade ready. He thought he was in a good spot, but there's so many open areas in this. He somehow escaped. Fair play. He took all this damage. He threw out the grenade, but Kapahala, he's like, you throw a grenade up at me? Ah, you got to be pretty close. Pops on out, and we'll take him down. And if GSG can revive him, that's going to be pretty impressive, I would say. GODSENT, they're down and out of here. The top 8 finish is not terrible, but considering how it went down and what we saw, it was less than ideal. It certainly wasn't pretty. As GSG now just have 2 players left in it. Eastern Stars, are they fully aware of where they'll be coming from? Levi trying to sneak his way through. Kamara, nade in hand. Up at the top. There's just so much open area. It doesn't matter where your fight's going on. You need to be looking around 360 degrees. Do a full spin if you can to make sure you can see everything that's going on. There's QLASH, they're just being sprayed at. Levi's being gifted extra kills in here. They weren't ready for that at all. Kapahala, he was in the buggy. He could have taken the shots at it.
Oh my God.
Is he going to have the timing? Uzi spray down, not many bullets left though. It fires off fast, but he still wants to go in, push it all the way around. I like it here.
Oh my God.
Hungry going for it. And QLASH, they're taken out, put down, and eliminated by Panda as they pick up a swift amount of kills there.
Yeah, but to be fair, for a team like Panda to take him out, I'm not surprised because Panda have looked so good today and it seems like they're not slowing down. But now, as Eastern Stars, they cleaned up the Northeast, but they have to move into the circle. The circle has just been magnetized towards RESQ as we get into the top 5. Mizarro of Destiny trying to stay inside the smokes. I think Panda are somewhat aware of that, so they are taking a level of awareness coming on through.
Eastern Stars only lost Kapahala so far, but Bazzi just gets knocked down, and RESQ, they can control this. They're in a 2-2 split, taking over the west and the eastern sides of the circle because they know all the teams have to work their way up to them. They're on top of the mountain, and they're on top of this game, and they're looking for a big win. 4 still alive. They know exactly where to look for all of these teams, and they're just having an onslaught towards all the teams trying to work their way up. Eastern Stars having the hurt put onto them. And look at, I love this. RESQ now wanting to group up together. They're saying, okay, this fight's a little too hard now. Can we push ourselves together? Can we bring the full team to deal with Panda? It's 3 players left here of Panda. And Blood, he's using the vehicle for some extra cover, trying to get the vision. Molly going out towards him. Can he avoid it in time? Blood ducks around to the side. And they're not going to be able to find him here just yet.
They need to focus on that one side, but Octavian does take down Wild alone on the east, and this is where RESQ need to push. They need to push. They need to eliminate Panda, because when they eliminate Panda, then they can focus on Eastern Stars, but until then, they are sandwiched in between 2 phenomenally aggressive teams.
And guess who's still alive here? Mizarro. He's the solo sneaky man. He's right on the edge. He's down there going, yeah, you guys fight. You know, I'll grab these extra placement points. You keep doing all this stuff. Octavian is also another solo player, but they're well aware of where he is. Yep. Mizarro's the one who might want to try and steal something. But, there is a chance here that some of the Panda players may look down on towards him. Oh, look at this position from Blood as well. Behind the tree. If teammates will take the other shots, it may cause a distraction for him to pounce out from behind and catch him off guard. They may not expect it, and that's exactly what he does. Blood, a nice amount of damage. No knock coming through, but look how he's using the third-person perspective to his advantage. Oh, from the side, though, he will eventually go down. This is where his team needed to back him up and fire on to ensure that could not be going down. They're trading out knocks, though, effectively for now. As Mizarro still has decided he doesn't want to move just yet, but he's seen in the bush. Octavian will get himself a kill. He'll be going down. Good effort, mate. I know you like to do it, but it's not going to work this time around. Octavian says, hey, I'm the only sneaky solo player allowed to do this because Panda and RESQ, they're still going head-to-head, and it's now turned into the 3 versus 3. Panda, you said how dominant they've been here, Imperium. But RESQ, they had the position, they had the advantage. I completely love the 2v2 that they were doing when they split it up at the top for the moment. Then they came back together, but I think just losing the player they lost beforehand was the point where it broke them a little bit, you know?
Yeah, but I think they maybe joined up together a little bit too late. That's what my thought process is. However, they have been gifted a little bit of space because Octavian is on his own. If Eastern Stars had more than one player up, trust me, I really think RESQ will be out of this game already. It is what it is. Panda are slowing down. They're waiting. They're biding their time. While Octavian, he's going to be hugging on towards the side of the hill. This could be an Eastern Stars chicken dinner. Do not hold that back, Banks.
We'll certainly keep it in our minds. But right now, it's just a waiting game. RESQ just poking up, seeing if Panda going to make any moves. But Panda, they're on the snake mood. They do not plan on giving any chance here to RESQ whatsoever. And they'll just keep seeing these heads pop up. But there's only so far they'll be able to snake their way to success here. Octavian is chilling. Doesn't have to move, doesn't have to go anywhere. He's got the crate by him as well, just to chill behind if he needs to. He's just waiting for this fight to go down. In his mind, he's just thinking, okay, I keep looking. I keep waiting and seeing what's happening. But Panda, the triple snake round the side, working their way through the sand. Oh, okay. If this fight goes off and Octavian lands some wild nade, he throws it out, which is now going to alert RESQ to, wait a sec, there's someone maybe potentially coming up on this side. But I thought if he throws a grenade out towards when they're actually fighting, then maybe he just catches them from some sort of collateral damage. And now you can see RESQ, their minds are split a little bit here, and this is where it could be problematic for them. The Uzi sprays on out fast, but no knocks coming in. They've got to be careful of that blue damage as well. Tick healing on up, and they're both trying to just get themselves to full health now and put themselves in a good position to try and take this fight. The engage will eventually have to come through, and the Uzi, the spray down, it's working out. Perfect. The knocks coming on through, and brilliant stuff from Panda. They come through once again with a huge smart play. They won Miramar just earlier today. They could be going for the back-to-back Miramar games, and realistically, it should be theirs unless they make some huge blunders against Octavian.
They're going into flat terrain. They use a smoke. They're 3v1 and they're moving together. But that's a nice molly by Octavian.
He's doing his best to fire it off, but he's going to be overwhelmed and gunned down. They managed to take it in style. Panda, once again, looking like they've had a new lease of life with today's games, Imperium. They are feeling oh so confident in these ones.
They're single-handedly, you know, keeping pandas alive across the world. They aren't looking so extinct anymore. That performance was straight up near perfection in terms of how they rotated into the circles, how they left the gaps to adapt to each circle shift. Staying on kind of that western edge allowed them to exit and enter either kind of circle. And when it did continue to shift down south, they were so confident with their movement. They pushed things back here, pushed things back there. At the end of the day, it was just such a good performance, a fully deserved win.
You fully deserved win for sure. They didn't overextend at any point, even when they knew, right, that they had a... I guess they were on the back foot initially when they got up against RESQ. They didn't just push up and go for some crazy fights. And the fact is, I really liked what we saw from RESQ at the end with where Blood's position was behind the tree. It was like, had he had good cover from his teammates, then he should have been able to fight that off and stay alive. You could see just how he was maneuvering himself around it, right? Looking, using the third-party option to himself there to be able to see around everything. And I feel like at the end, it's like Panda just played better, certainly in that. But I'll come back to your point you made that maybe RESQ should have joined up a little bit earlier, but just a bit.
And that's the thing, because you make a really good point about Blood. That tree area, it was great, but it was only going to last for so long. It was only going to be that kind of quick 3-4 second
needed cover fire.
Yeah, and you need that cover fire. And that's where I think what sums up RESQ's game. Despite getting a good amount of kills and despite performing pretty well, it did feel disconnected towards the end. When a lot more action came around them, it seemed like they didn't always know how/where to focus in those fights. And slowing down, they knew they were going up against Panda, in my opinion. They knew exactly how hard of a team they were having to deal with, and they also knew Octavian was behind them. So if they had been a bit more aggressive on the Panda, there's a much less chance they were going to get third party by Octavian, and they did. I'm not saying they would have won, but I think it would have been a much stronger of a valiant effort from them in the end game.
Well, this is the way it went down for Panda. Miramar success, 100% today for these guys. They're going to be very happy with it. And I think that if they can just go into Erangel with this huge confidence for the last game of the day, well, why not? Why would they not be able to go on and have another big game? Doesn't need to just come in with a win. They just may be able to rack up a ton of points here at the end. This is like a little sprint on the final day here for Imperium.
And we are getting to the kind of stage, especially with the end of the first Super Weekend, where we are genuinely starting to see our kind of, front runners, our teams that can not only win the league stage, but even possibly win the finals. There's a long way to go, but man, the performance from 3, 4, 5 teams is really impressive. Man, absolutely insane. But on that note, let's go for a break, and after that, we'll see the analysis coming out from Jason, Calaris, and Maxman.
Well, the Pandas have taken themselves another victory today and added another $1,000 to their tally. They have been performing so splendidly over the course of today, and we'll break that down a little bit further on. But guys, this team, as you talked about, Claris, I'm going to throw it to you right off the bat since we don't want Max to curse them. They have definitely lived to the hype that you've been talking about them.
Yeah, I think that they are going to go from strength to strength. I mean, of course, they might not win every single game. That's fine, but they have won themselves 2 games. Yeah, calm down, Max. And with this win, especially, they had a prime position to be able to take this fight against RESQ. RESQ had very little angles to work with, whereas Panda could take up plenty of angles to greet them on that kind of 3v3 that was going down. So, brilliant by Panda.
Yeah. Mozart tried to pull off the Ryzen special at the end there, try and become one was nature, one was the bush. Unfortunately, got spotted away by one player on top at the very end. He tried his best, I got to say. It's good to see Destiny in some way try to still get some consistent results coming their way. But it was a good game once again, and yeah, the Pandas showing up once more, and it feels good that they've really got themselves to the point where I think they're feeling so comfortable in this tournament now that we're going to see potentially even more wins coming their way.
I'm scared, honestly, for other teams. They were 12th at the start of the day. They were 4th when we checked in on them earlier on today. We'll see where they're going to be at later on when we finish off the final game. Let's take a look, though, at our map ranking here for all the teams and the points accumulated for all of them. Eastern Stars, they held on as long as they possibly could at the end. We talked about Mazzaro as well, trying to do the exact same, and we do have some decent placement points built up for them. But what I want to talk about here is RESQ. I thought we were kind of all in agreement that with the zones and the way they were going, RESQ were looking like the team to beat here on this map.
I think especially the thing with RESQ is that, as you mentioned, right, they had the most control in the southern side next to Trumaceta. They had priority. They went there super early on in that game. I think towards phase 3, they were already in that position. They had top priority because of that. But Panda were just so proactive. They typically are a team that like to drop around the area of Valdemar, and because of that, they just rotated from the southern western edge and just very slowly but surely just inch their way closer and closer to that position. And because they had control first on the hilltop position of that finishing moment, they could actually deny away the entirety of RESQ. And you saw, especially in that finishing moment, GK first went for the great peak. I believe that was a double knock. The kill feed wasn't working at that moment, but I do believe it was a double knock from him, at least with the Uzi. And then it was just everything in the past from that point onwards. They got themselves controlled. There was only one player left onto the other side. It was going to be super easy to confirm it. So yeah, Panda, that control on the top side of the mountain was everything, and they played it amazingly well.
Claris, and I'm going to throw this to you because we were listening to it. Max was saying at one point in the game here, he's like, oh, Clash, they're looking like in a really good position. And I swear to you all, he said this, and within the next 5 seconds, Clash got wiped out.
It happened. I was there. I bear witness to the phenomenal power that Maxman does hold. He could probably use this power for good in some capacity or another, but it's weird. He keeps using it specifically against.
Can't control it.
Okay.
We need to get Professor X in here to help you learn how to control your powers, to use it for good and not for evil. Lakonostra MVP coming in 9th place. You can see Polar Ace there coming in 10th. Unicorns of Love in 11th. RESQ, unfortunate, you know, we just talked about Cakes, how like she topped the top players in the last match, and then unfortunately they fall really early here in our next game on Miramar. We're not really seeing that consistency come back into play here for this team that looked so good in league play.
They, I think, at this point, need to go back to the drawing board. When you, if they have one day, yeah, okay, that sometimes happens. 2 days, yeah, sometimes that happens. Now we're on our 3rd day where, aside from maybe one game before, things are not working out. I think this Super Weekend for them is going to be a learning experience for them to go back, take stock of what's going on right now, what maybe worked out in those first 2 days, maybe some of those central players, what is not working out here.
I think especially it is very important to mention that QLASH joined the roster just days before the start of this tournament. So I think there's still some major issues of communication, maybe trust also when you do bring major changes like that to the board. So they're still working for it.
All right, we got new sound in from Clars. Can you do that one more time for us?
There you go.
1100 damage for GK first with the 4 kills. Again, this isn't the first time we've seen him today on the top players board. He's having a fantastic day, and it's really helping carry Panda through. But we are seeing Tick come in from RESQ, Kappa Hall. We've seen him from Eastern Stars a couple of times. And Levi coming in for GSG. Max, we haven't seen GSG too often here in top players, but it's nice to see a new player come through.
Yeah, typically GSG Europe, we mentioned it a few times, very similar to the likes of Lakonostra. They have good rotations, and yet sometimes they're just getting contested, teams overtake their positions, and then they just get overwhelmed in some way, shape, or form. So yeah, as you mentioned, it's great to see a player of GSG Europe be here in the name of Levi, especially. I think I watched Attack on Titan, and Levi is one of the best characters in there. You know, hopefully no spoilers out there, but he's pretty damn good. So you know what, he's living up to the name, love to see it.
I'm just thinking about how you had the show spoiled for you in a particular Potato Girl. Let's take a look at our total damage. I can talk about who did that for you. Maybe the man's listening. We'll take a look at the total damage in this last match here. Now, keep in mind, GK first had 1,100 damage done, and his team had 1,800 in total. So taking over half the damage for himself and getting up to 9 kills to be the top fragging team here in this last match is amazing.
Definitely. RESQ topping this position. It doesn't surprise me considering the spot that they were working with. The thing that surprised me slightly was how confident they were about that 2-2 split. Flexed out far across, taking fights on the west side and the east side kind of towards the end of this game. They did lose one, obviously, because they wanted the 3-man to be on that eastern, western side, I should say, trying to take that fight against Panda. But I'm undecided as to whether or not that 2-2 split was what eventually cost. I mean, if you're 4-man against Panda in that spot, maybe you win out that fight on the west, but I'm unsure.
Yeah, I mean, obviously hindsight's always 20/20, and we can always look back on and analyze what went right, what went wrong, but ultimately that's the way RESQ played it out, and either way, they still get themselves some decent points in this match. But what I want to focus on here, and what we should all be focusing on, is Panda and their play today. Again, we already looked at this little stats and graphics of comparing their day 1, day 2 of the Super Weekend up to today, but we have to look at it again, because Panda, let's look at all the stats. Today has just been insane for them.
Damn, they actually just tripled their overall point average. Almost a 20-point average over 4 games. I mean, that alone, I would say it's almost, and tell me if I'm wrong on this one, but it's almost a ticket to the finals of this event, right?
It's bonkers.
That strong of a performance over 4 games today is absolutely nutty. And it's so weird too, because even the other stats like 6-point average, it is not insane. It's not close to the 10-point average we would like for teams to be very comfortable. But still, 6 is nothing to be, it's not too shabby whatsoever. And in terms of kills too, they're looking still pretty decent, but they just double, and that's the bare minimum for them. They double what they had on the 2 first days in this 3rd day. Yeah, I mean, they are really, really hyped up, and they got the hype train going, and they are not showing any signs of slowing down. Although they do have to requalify, because otherwise that's where it might get a little bit dicey. But if they keep on going like this, oh no, I thought about it. It's like I shouldn't have said that. I shouldn't have said that. Maybe not. No.
Let's quickly look at this full picture here. Average survival time of 24 minutes. I saw that instantly. I'm thinking to myself, how well have they done here today? And then I think about it. It's been like 2nd, 1st, 5th, 1st for Panda today. Like, does it get much better than that? Very unlikely.
Well, add on the extra $1,000 now they've made. Like, this is a very happy times for Panda.
Yeah, it's definitely, I would say, even potentially one of the best days we've seen so far. I think that even the day where Destiny got a double win, like, I think Destiny completely blew that one out of the water. as they're going to be having a few replays and seeing how confident GK first, going for the push, trying to hold down the likes of RESQ, and is really what been working so far for Panda in general. As now top players, what? Damage coming out from GK first? Okay.
The disparity is alarming. I think it's fair to say.
He's just taking everything. 11 kills to his name, 12 knocks, and come on, hey, Linear, Years, T, like you guys got to show up a little bit more on this one. Like GK first is doing a lot of heavy lifting into this one. Not saying it's bad, you know, but typically if the other players also perform on that level, they could do even potentially better than here. But of course, it is a team effort, right? And the reason why GK first in the first place is able to get so much damage, so many kills, so many knocks is because of the setup that's also offered to him by his team. So not to talk down on them, they're also doing a lot of work to enable GK first to play like he is right now. But GK first, those are some insanely big numbers right now.
I mean, Max, you've talked about him. You talked about him at the very start of the event, saying how impactful a player GK first can be. And that's why we're going to actually take a look at his little stats individually compared to everyone else out there. Hopefully when it comes to just today, because this man should be the top player by far. And you can see, well, in the last round, it's going to be him pretty much maxed out on every single thing except healing. But I can tell you this, across today, he's probably similar to leading the charge here for so many of the other matches that happened.
That's crazy, because his healing is, like, whenever we've looked at this radar and we've seen multiple times throughout this tournament so far, somebody has been the top of every category, but their healing has been quite high, substantial, something like that. However, this, super low. He is being ultra strong when it comes to these trades. That's ridiculous.
There we go. This is all of today. So pretty much still keeping the damage lead, keeping the kills lead. Not quite on the knockouts, but is going to be there on assists. This guy across today has been the standout player in my eyes, Max, and really proving to why you gave him, your stamp of approval at the start of the event.
I'm even going to say he is not only running to allow Panda to qualify for, the finals and hopefully the EMEA finals if they keep on this track, which hopefully they will. He's looking for the MVP position. You got extra prize pool on top of it for being the MVP, an extra $1,000. Do you have to share with no one? That is yours. Your buckaroos at the end.
I mean, you're not wrong, but I hope you would share it with your team. Clarence, what would you do? I would.
Well, I am a ginger and the soulless, so no.
Okay. Good to know. Max, we'll share our prize money with each other, and we won't share any with Kalaris, even though we get no prize money from being here working on the show. Let's take a look at the schedule, though, for today. Remember, we're into our last match, and it's going to be on Erangel every single time here in our Super Weekend. And we're going to find out which team will come out on top at the end of the day. And I'm starting to get the inkling that maybe Panda are going to be leading the table here at the end of this last match. They were 12th at the start of the day. They were 4th when we checked in on them earlier on today. I wonder if they can take away, I think, Destiny, who was sitting in first at the time, or Clash. Actually, no, it was Clash sitting there first at the time. But if I were to ask you two predictions, Max, I'm hoping you don't say Panda, because we know what's going to happen if you do. No.
I don't want to.
And since, well, you made Kalaris go first last time, so I want to make you go first this time.
Okay, that's fine. You know what? I'm gonna reverse it. Jason, what's your prediction on this one?
Well, I'm the host. I don't give my predictions, but one team that will do extremely well is the viewers who get to watch the entire game.
No.
That is. Okay, you know what? I'm going to go with Destiny. They need to win every single day. They've got to keep the streak going. So there you go, Destiny.
I have to pick a team. I don't know. Rice Gang.
Okay, not quite the pick I was expecting, but as you talked about, there's a fine difference between insanity and genius, and we'll see which way it's going to work out for you at the end of this match. We'll check with you two after the match is finished, and it's time to bring in our commentators here for the final match of our third day of our very first Super Weekend. It's going to be Banks and Imperium. And now, gentlemen, in your opinion, who do you think is going to be taking this one? We'll start with you, Banks, then Imperium go right after, and I have to disappear.
You know, I love the way, Jason, you swerved that and then gave it to the viewers. That was smooth. That was silky smooth. I'll give him it, though. We'll let him have it. In terms of who I think is going to get it, do you know what? I'm going to roll with the Destiny boys because surely, right, they've had these great games. We know what they can do. Even Mazzara at the end there was trying to steal away the game again as the solo player. So let's see if the madness and magic can happen. Imperium, what you thinking, brother?
All I'm thinking is I have a little bit of a quick prayer for all of the teams to hopefully avoid the Maxman curse. So everybody just bring your hands together and hello, art thou PUBG Mobile gods. May you keep and protect all of these teams from the Maxman curse. The devil himself, he cannot be let inside. Unleash the holiness. Amen. There you go.
All right, we've really got on a wild ride to start this off with. Poor Max and his curse. You know, at this point, either the players are going to absolutely love him or they're just going to hate him and he's going to be out of a job. So we'll feel bad if that happens. Just leave him alone, maybe. He's only little. Bigger than Jason still, though.
That wouldn't be hard, though, mate. What?
Oh, I love that you're getting in on it as well now. Poor Jason.
Yeah,
the tables have turned, man. The tables have turned. It's always brilliant, right, when the host throws to you and then you sit there and you're like, oh, well, they can't say anything back now. They're kind of out of this, you know?
All right.
Get our magic time together.
Jason will probably just give you the silent treatment, but that's okay. That's okay.
That's all right. It's kind of a good thing, you know? Don't need to hear his voice anymore. Blessings to the ears, mate.
Anyway, getting into this game, of course, the playing path was not too bad on the east, but that phase 1 circle is definitely not complimentary to it. It's going to be great for Nexus. They'll probably go onto the Ferry Pier Hill and get a lot of information there as soon as they're done looting up. It's going to be quite tricky rotationally for the likes of GODSENT, RESQ, QLASH, Lakonostra MVP, and Eastern Stars. And I'm also very curious to see what time RESQ are going to take to start rotating into the circle, because if they leave it too late, not only are they going to get screwed by Nexus, but possibly GODSENT, possibly a couple of other teams. So I would recommend that they go as early as possible.
Certainly so, right? Sometimes you need to get ahead of the curve and beat them to it. And when you're trailing from behind, I know some teams like to play off the edge or play even taking a bit longer through the blue, for example, but it can often work out to be problematic, especially on a circle like this where you'll be limited on space with a lot of the water coverage already coming into play, limiting you as you go further forward on this one, right? So time for some of these teams to try and see what they can do when it comes to this. And one team we definitely want to keep our eyes on is Panda. Obviously, they've been a huge talking point of today. The jump up is crazy, right? We don't often get to see something like that, but it seems like they saved all their energy up until this last day, and they wanted to deliver big time on the Super Weekend. And remember, with the 2 wins today, that's just an extra $2,000 in their back pockets. They will be smiling this weekend up until Monday to see if they can do some more once again.
And, you know, I know from talking to them that they actually even had a chance before the PMCO to skip the PMCO and go directly to the PMPL. You know, they had a chance to do that, but they said to me that they wanted to play PMCO for the experience, for the grind, for the preparation.
Love it.
Because not only were they confident of qualifying in the PMCO, but also they recognize that this is a long-term thing, right? You can't skip it. You have to go through the grind, and grabbing the experience of the PMCO has definitely helped them coming into the PMPL.
Oh no, we missed it. Oh, poor holes. Do love the little drive-by plays that come into it, but you know, I'm glad you mentioned that because I didn't know it. But the fact that they wanted to play again through the PMCO, people might go, oh, why would they not take the easy route? The thing is with that, like even when we're talking about the pro scrims that can happen, that is not just the best terms of prep. There is nothing that beats official games, actual qualifiers, you know, proper matches, because that is where you get everyone delivering to what should be their A game, right? Everyone coming full force, full strength, full motivation. They're not going to be like playing a slightly looser. And it's another thing is what I also always look at is when teams are practicing, like if you're the in-game leader, you should always be telling your players, try and practice in the same environment that you would feel even mentally wise going into an official game. Because if you start to get bad habits in practice games, that can sometimes transition just by mistake, by accident, going into the official matches, the big games like this here at the PMPL.
QLASH, they're starting to kind of join up as a full squad between the prison shelter region, but Lakonostra MVP are kind of somewhat chasing them, at least two of the players, keeping the pressure on so far. Both of these teams are outside of the circle, quite far away, so we could see them slow each other down if they do get into a little bit of engagement. Of course, that will create a domino effect and possibly make it easier for the likes of RESQ to rotate in the circle, and even GODSENT. However, GODSENT normally stick to the coastal line on their rotation and end up around the southeastern Pachinki Hills. I like the fact as well, Banks, that Unicorns, I love, have kind of joined up as a full squad so early into this phase one. They know that their drop spot, their split drop spot, is an integral part of this phase one. So if they were staying too split for too long, they could have gotten picked off.
You certainly don't want to have that happening. Especially when you're going on these rotations like this. This eastern side, when people start to get in, is going to be heavily contested. Hey, we always catch them. We always get to see it. Some style points in there, you know. Luckily, no one was looking at you. No one shot at you. You were stuck there. You're fine for now. How would it all go down?
They have all 4 players in one vehicle.
I know. I wasn't going to mention it. I wasn't going to mention it, you know. I was going to give them a bit of breathing room on it. It is the worst thing to see for sure, but they didn't travel that far, so I'll give them. I'll give them a tiny bit. Mate. I'll allow them on this one. We actually haven't seen a 4-car blow up yet, have we? It hasn't happened.
No, but if there's any
there
chance that was going to happen, it would have been when that car was running over, you know?
The slowdown, and they all sat there clenched going, oh, please, no one shoot us, please.
We're seeing Mad Max as well, because I said Clash kind of slowing down with a potential engagement with Lakonostra. That wasn't the case. They started moving away, and it's in the same path line as RESQ, which I kind of expected, but they have avoided each other for the time being. Clash are going to go on towards the Pachinki Hills, overlooking the kind of Headshot Valley region. RESQ are going to go straight through Headshot Hills, but they're going into the unknown. And who's there? You got Panda, you got Polar Ace. This isn't looking the best for RESQ, just simply based on how they've been performing so far in the Super Weekend.
Yeah, I would not want to be RESQ going on into that. Maybe they'll just bypass, as we can see on the screen at the moment. They continue their way further forward. But at the moment, for Polar Ace, well, pressure is being applied to Caster. His teammates are slightly further away. He's just trying to make sure he's got his eyes on everything around him, but oh, they're so close. The door gets closed on him. He shoots on through it, but is able to get the knock. Oh, straight in for the confirm as well. That's actually huge. That is a big difference in it. Panda, Lin was there. There was a great chance where he'd be able to save his teammate. But Caster, he was fully going for it, and he's still dancing around the building now. He's saying, go on, come for me. I'm ready to do some more damage. Get up close and personal. Lin's taking some extra damage as well. And Panda, just stick together now. Muzzy's there on the outside, able to put some shots out as soon as anyone from Panda makes the wrong step out there. And now this is completely flipped on its head. This is crazy. Whoa, nice bike flying, you know, some style points added to it as well. Panda just giving us a bit of a show at the same time. I'm all for it. I would have loved to see it like explode midair, land on someone at the same time as well. But, you know, we'll get there in Hollywood eventually, Panda. You'll learn.
Oh, no, so I was just saying Salazar needs to be careful that somebody could come in and backstab him. That's going to be the case. But Caster's going to drive on in. He gets a knock onto Yiz. Now it's working on sidelines as Muddy is joined up on him. Panda being shut down by Polar Ace. This is the best Polar Ace have looked so far in today's games.
Polar Ace have dealt with this well. They had pressure applied to them from both Rice and Panda. Caster was on his own to start off with. Now you've got them stuck together. Okay, he couldn't confirm this second kill to come through.
Yeah.
But this is still winnable for Polar Ace. And Panda, if you stand around here too long, maybe you'll get shot at from the side. Maybe more people will come at you. More damage being done as well. And okay, they've got the meds for it, but the constant pressure, the constant fighting and shots coming out here from Polar Ace, it's looking good for him. Caster's just hiding behind that door the entire time. And they've almost got a crossfire. I love it.
Exactly. They're covering each other while still staying separated, that they're able to pick them off. And the movement around the building, the consistent movement around the building up until this point was perfect.
Oh, from the side!
Used the members of Panda while RESQ are being the third parties.
The nade! It's going to put him down. Brilliant stuff there. Rice have helped him out and Polar Ace. But are they going to be aware of this? One player from Panda out towards a different building. He might be able to get the shots off they need as Lin. He starts to get pushed away. He's not going to be able to get into this fight. Polar Ace have got some good awareness of everything going on around them here. And Rice is just sticking around saying, cool, someone make a wrong move. Someone step out of position. We are going to be firing down on top of you. We will clean up whoever tries to get out of here.
And this could be good for Panda because the distraction by RESQ onto the members of Polar Ace could allow the reset to come on board, plus the revive onto Yiz. This is beneficial indeed. Nexus pushes in, keeps Slig and Cakes on the backline, as well as just making sure that QLASH is covering. But I have a feeling that for now, RESQ have too many players in the backline. Nexus can't be in the front on his own. It has to be a minimum of 2 players.
As long as he doesn't move from this building, right, he doesn't try to push on them, I'm not fully against it. But if he goes deep, then again, remember we talked about that line of sight, it won't be there for him. So
exactly.
We'll have to wait and see. Oh, there you go. Look, Slikes come around now as well. Good. Cake's pushing on up. So they're fully taking control. It's only QLASH in the back. Timing is starting to work out for him. Polar Ace have really slowed things down and they're just holding the building.
With the phase 2 shifting up north, RESQ have to be careful that they don't get third party by potentially Clash.
Oh, yeah. Clash might make a move.
That's
certainly potential for it. Yeah, they stuck around. They know that both these teams haven't moved in a while. Smart decision. Not going to complain about that whatsoever. And for Panda, well, we've praised them so heavily of what they've managed to achieve today. They're certainly not done for yet. They'll now see Rice rotating away. They'll hear it. They'll understand what's going on. But Caster, he's been holding this down for a long time alongside Muzzy. But they need Panda to make the mistake first. That's the thing.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Oh, no. It went through?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. It looked like it bounced back, didn't it, on the lines? I was like, wait a second, not another one. But no, there was damage done towards Muzzy. You see him bandage himself up. There actually was a point where Caster only had bandages. He didn't have any first aid left either, so they can't really take too much damage. We move on over to Destiny going up against GAMELORD here.
Yeah, good push coming out from Destiny to send GAMELORD back in towards North Georgia. Sprays from Whiskey, nearly connecting, not quite enough to get a knock on any of the players in the buggy, but like I said, it is a pushback indeed. Phase 3 has centered up around the area where all of the teams are. I'll tell you what, we just keep on going back to this fantastic engagement between Polar Ace and Panda. Panda are being tested. It's a compound that is now on the very northeastern edge of the circle. So that's actually pretty good because none of the teams around them are really going to be focusing on it.
Yeah, it's not going to be a point that'll come under contention from anyone else anytime soon. But this is like a true war-style battlefield hold from these guys, right? Pure patience. And even Panda, though they have the numbers, they're not taking a big risk. They're not going to go in and give another opportunity to Polar Ace to find a knock or potentially get a flush in there with it as well.
Yeah, but I really worry that this is just going to hurt both teams at the end of the day.
Oh, it will. It already has.
Games where teams have fought in a compound and either both of them go down or one survives, but then they get taken down from the blue zone or another team. When they all go over that compound into the kind of northern eastern side of the circle, they're on the high ground, they're out in the open. All the other teams are going to be able to look at them. So yeah, nobody's realistically winning unless the engagement happens before phase 3 pops up.
Oh yeah, like, don't get me wrong at all. If this is just a battle between two teams and nothing else going on, you go, cool, this is enjoyable. But like you mentioned, this just doesn't benefit anyone. They've lost numbers. Panda could have disengaged by now if they really wanted to, but instead they're just sticking it out. And Polar Ace are already, they just only have 2 players. They're the only 2 players stuck in, and now we might see a breach come in. Now we see Panda gearing up for it. First few shots going to be fired off. Polar Ace want to move around it. Shots aren't connecting just yet. They're more warning shots for now. Oh, he may have just seen him. He is. Just through the small gaps in there. Crossfire now won't work out from this position. Muzzy and Caster just need to make sure they communicate as much as possible. And as soon as the first shots come through and the actual push starts to happen, you're going to see the building completely swarmed at that point. They're waiting on out. Oh, not again! You don't give them the chance to get this one in there. And they're playing it so well. The shot's coming on through. No one's jumping through the windows just yet. They're waiting in for it. Yes, trying to land some shots. Isn't able to put anyone completely out of it just yet. Lin wants to have the chance to bring his teammate back up. But he doesn't have much health at all. The revive, oh, they bait him for it. They let him to try and get the revive. And Panda, oh, they're down and out of it. The first team eliminated. A crazy fight, but so well played here from Polar Ace. Beautiful stuff.
I just got to say, Caster and Muzzy, dynamic duo. Phenomenal. It may not reward them in the late game, but when you're talking about those moments, when you're talking about that surviving engagement, that was really clean, really clean. But Phase 4 has popped up. It's centered around the Chopsticks area. You have RESQ there, you have Lost, you have Nexus down on the south side, and Black Sparks, they're going to crash in onto Lost Bullets right now, and you can see it right in the feed. Lost and Black Sparks, they're trading.
Oh, wow. Who's going to come out on top? Another fight that, okay, you're fighting for a good position here, but if you get too many casualties, it is certainly going to be problematic. Already Banger, he's dead. Lost Bullet. Got Master into the building already, but he could be pushed at any point. A-Lush on the floor as well. Bleeding on out slowly, and Master, he's going to have a tough time dealing with this. Straight away finished off. They're gone as the next team falls. And Black Sparks, okay, you lost one player, but you've got a really nice spot within this circle. But it could be challenged at any point if another team wants to send for it.
QLASH are coming in on the east. They're going to be playing around that roadside that is now down on the southeastern side. RESQ up on the hills down south, not in the circle just yet. Like I mentioned about Nexus, they're going to have control on the south. GODSENT are pushing QLASH back. And with the Chopsticks in play, there's a false sense of hope because you think Chopsticks are well protected, but it's not. Not when you have 3 or 4 teams around you. It's going to be incredibly hard to deal with.
Certainly is going to be hard to deal with, and well, that pressure being applied non-stop, grenades being cooked and thrown on up.
Wow,
Polar Ace
like
is gone.
that.
Rice, they're coming up with it. Destiny's gone as well. There's my pick, down and out of it, mate. No chance for them in that one. And this is a game of very big ups and downs for sure.
And that's where the early game disengagement by RESQ has benefited them in the late game. Plus, taking down Destiny allows them to just protect their area inside Chopsticks a lot more effectively, because let's be fair, it's not a bad place to be, but all 4 members in the hole, you throw 5-6 nades, you're out of here. So taking down one squad, seeing yourselves in the kill feed, the other team seeing you in the kill feed, that is beneficial.
Hilaris right now is sat there thinking, have I been the ultimate evil genius with my pick of RESQ? Currently in last place, looking to save the day. Imagine they got a win as well. The $1,000 win, big jump up in points. Anything is possible. Anything can happen. Oh, there's so little cover here for GSGE. I don't fancy their chances at all. The amount of bullets are just going to fly over towards them. As now we come on to GODSENT, taking on Lakonostra MVP.
Nice.
Reeve starts off strong with the first not coming in, but it's instantly traded out, those speedy Uzis, and he's taken it down, flushed out. And this is what GODSENT does not want to allow happen. They found 2 kills already within this game, but can they deal with Lakonostra? A lot of noise being made here in the house.
So close.
First 2 shots taken. Molly on the floor as well, could do some good damage, and AZ finds himself down and out of it as well. GODSENT just not winning these crucial engagements, even when they do have a chance.
Now Marley's in the front line, pushing on in through the window. Will's going to be driving on forward. Near knock comes through. Marley has to disengage away. Why is the revive being pulled off on Dazzy? It does work out. Vito's going to drive on by. He's going to get knocked down. Will's going to get a 1v3. Will he get a 1v3? 2 more victims in play. 2 more areas in control. He drives in. He's going to find another. No, as he keeps GODSENT alive.
GODSENT are so lucky right now. I'll be honest, they didn't deserve to win that. They did not deserve to win that at all. The way that was played was scrappy at best.
Yep.
But they're still in it. It's something to play with here. But what's not to play with is Black Sparks. They took that key location, and okay, it's going to be out of this next circle, but they can still take a lot of shots onto the other teams from across the fields. There's a lot of open land they can fight up into here. And as long as they're aware of their surroundings, it can benefit them massively.
Unicorns of Love left it so late to exit Gatka. They better be damn sure that they have all the information and all the readiness to push in, because they're now outside the circle. GSG haven't really been dealt with. Either RESQ and with GAMELORD down on the southwestern side, they could swipe Unicorns of Love away as well, but they're taking their own fight. Rana gets knocked.
Can't get the confirm though. Victor now gonna have pressure applied to him. I love the jump, Bam. Bam, Bam. Thank you, ma'am. He gets himself it. And we'll be able to get the revive on, keeping Nexus in a good spot as Leno. She was out in the open. She gets taken down. Next can't get close enough to Victor to try and save him. And Dexter, he's the one providing that cover fire. Good positioning overall here from Nexus. As RESQ, they're the next team to fall in these open fights. Yes, there's bushes. Yes, there's hay bales. And there's still a few compounds they can sit within. But the numbers are dwindling. And you mentioned Rice's position, right? No one is still throwing out a ton of grenades towards them. They've been fighting and taking shots. But ultimately, they still have their team together. And we've got to come all the way back to that disengage you mentioned, Imperium. That paid off massively for them. They bypassed a few teams and they stuck in it.
Clash have also stuck in on the southeastern side, all on their lonesome, I might add. Eastern Stars are on the other top 6 as well, but now here comes indeed Unicorns of Love looking for a way to push in.
Certainly not going to be easy for them though. There are 2 teams they're going to be going up against as we see the extra shots come through. Aegon, return fire, Kamara straight in with a flush, wants to put an end to it. As Unicorns of Love, they're trying to push their way in. Their smoke's down. Fresh, will he even be able to get out of that blue to a position where he could be revived? Unicorns of Love came very late to the party, and that party had already started for them to now try and get activated in. Savage X very low on health. Ked just down and hiding. And Rice, they're in the position to clean up everyone else that comes their way.
And because nobody's realistically going to breach him on the western side of the chopsticks, they can focus fully on the east, on the northeast, like they have been doing. So Rice Gang have been playing this game perfectly. 2 players left from Unicorns of Love. They're prone down. It's in the flat grasslands. Black Sparks could also be looking in their direction. Ked's knocked down.
They try to throw out the grenades from the Unicorns of Love, but you saw it, Rice were willing to take these fights. They were even just spraying where they didn't know where players were sat, ready to take them out, ready to put them down, and now it's all on Savage X here for Unicorns of Love. And he is prone, he is just hiding behind a small little bush. But it's 4 players of Rice, ready and waiting. And look, the circle has popped. Eastern Stars, they're still within it. Rice just on the edge. They will now have to move momentarily. Oh, a straight send from GODSENT. Is it going to be enough here? 2 players knocked already. Unicorns of Love eventually taken out. It's Rice that do pick up that final kill. So they deal all the nice damage coming into play there. As these grenades back and forth between both of them. You mentioned it, when you're in chopsticks, it's very hard to get yourself out of there when the grenades can't start barreling out towards you. GODSENT, so much more damage done towards them.
Oh my god, but now Clash are coming in on towards the shack on the other side of Eastern Stars. They're sandwiched in between 3 teams right now. The chopsticks, the grenades. It's not looking the best for Eastern Stars, but they are keeping themselves up as a full squad.
Oh!
And a grenade by Octavian.
That is a Kobe and a half, right on the money. And it may secure Eastern Stars some more money. They've got 4 players still alive in this one. Only 6 teams remain. They'll be looking for a chicken dinner. And the final win here for the opening Super Week here at the PMPL. 4 kills up on it in total. Aphis slightly further away than the rest of his teammates. Clash are aware of this. Their grenades are going up, but it's not putting him down just yet. He's avoiding it all very nicely. They can't seem to get a focus point on him. As Blend has also found himself knocked. Black Sparks, again, they just can't fight successfully here, any of the teams that are in there. And now Eastern Stars, they're able to come alive. They've got a good position within the circle. They've got good cover. They've dealt with all the grenades that have come out towards them. And just look at the vehicle positions you've got here as well. When these grenades have been falling on in, often or not, it's been able to just at least give them some extra cover despite how close some of the players were. And Aphis, all in this time, he's just been keeping an eye on either side, popping up when he needs to, and taking these additional shots, delivering the hurt.
They changed from a 2-2 split to a 3-1 split to deal with Black Sparks on the northern side of the circle. So now they can focus on that south. They can focus on Clash, and the circle shifts on up.
Look at
it
this.
Goes in their direction. Rice Gang are exiting. Bam's waiting. He's waiting. He finds it.
Couldn't quite get the confirm, but the grenade goes on up.
Oh, look.
Aphis steals it away. Another kill for Eastern Stars. They're loving life, and they see this game as one that's in the palm of their hands. as Rana drops a very successful nade out. And Aphis, he doesn't have the meds, just 2 bandages to play with. That's not what he would want. The smoke's out there to give him extra cover, but all it will take is a few shots to come through. And look at this from Eastern Stars. We continue to talk about their teamwork. The cover fire. Octavian's like, come with me, Aphis. I'll take these extra shots. I'll make sure that you can try and run as successfully as possible because we will not allow them to poke out towards you. So many shots, so many knocks. Eastern Stars, they're in full control. And they want this game in a big way. RESQ, though, do still have a chance, but they now got to push their way in. Late to the party than anyone else, they're the furthest on the outside. And we saw that Bam, right, was there the one to be the nuisance for Nexus. He's now the only player alive for Nexus. As GAMELORD are gone, 3 teams remain, 10 alive, and there it is. He's finished off in the end, and we now get to see who can win out of Eastern Stars, RESQ, and QLASH. QLASH now, they've been dealing with Eastern Stars for a long time. The problem I see for Eastern Stars is they are now sandwiched in between both teams, and they know exactly what's going to be happening soon, because the moment the big fight starts, then they'll all start to encroach on that position.
But because they're down in the dip, RESQ and QLASH, they're on level playing field. They're most likely going to target each other rather than being able to target Eastern Stars.
I cannot believe that QLASH could get this right out of nowhere. How is this a thing, Imperium? Have we got to this stage where our 16th place team has a chance of taking a big win here and making him look like a god amongst all of us common men here at the PMPL? The almighty QLASH looking for the random cheese pick win. And he truly had no idea. He was like, RESQ. Right at the very end. But for Eastern Stars, they're still popping up every now and again. These grenades.
Lovely.
Can't do anything. Doesn't quite make it. Trazen got enough cover in it, but this next shift, this next move, it's going to force them on out. Kapahala comes in with the knock. That's exactly what they needed. And the problem is QLASH aren't going to be moving from here anytime soon. Aphis, he's on the money. He's on point. The knocks are coming on through. And it's from both sides. One onto QLASH, one onto RESQ. Eastern Stars are in full control, and they are loving life right now. This is a huge opportunity for him. The nade goes on out to Octavian, but it doesn't really matter. He's just be comfortable. Throw all your grenades forward.
Oh, good.
Eastern Stars are ready for it. The teamwork is there. The communication is so far very successful from the Eastern Stars players. And they'll continue to be able to fight this. But Trazen, he's just looking for more information. It's now only MZ alive. He's hiding behind the bush. They knew exactly where to look for it. And Kapahala, well, he took the shots for sure. And he was very comfortable with that one. Now it's RESQ. Wounded, injured, crawling on forward, and Eastern Stars, they're looking to finish this off in a big way, but Kapahala, low on health, limited meds, they've been fighting for so long, remember, Imperium. Oh, the nade goes on out, doesn't quite take him down, there's little cover he can find, but it doesn't even matter. Eastern Stars grab a huge win. The teamwork, the decision-making, and the on-point shooting was all they needed to grab that win. We do not often get games like that, Imperium.
Really bad indeed, man. What a performance from Eastern Stars. The circle ending towards Chopsticks was unexpected in itself. Yeah. Normally it kind of shifts away. But to talk about how Eastern Stars played the end of that game, they were constantly proactive. They were constantly making noise. They knew that if they had stayed quiet in that dip, teams would have suppressed in either side of them, right? From all angles. Right from where they took down GODSENT, where they took down Black Sparks. And they knew that they had 2 teams either side. They knew they had QLASH on one side. They knew that they had RESQ on the other. If they had done nothing, one of them would have taken them out. Simple as that. But by making a noise, by popping up, shooting, repositioning, it was all theirs. I really could not have asked for a better performance from a team. Eastern Stars are back, and they end the final day with a win. And
a big win, man.
That was actually for first place in the overall standings between QLASH and Eastern Stars.
Huge moves by Eastern Stars to claim that win, but also, right, you got to look at the thing, and I'm going to come all the way back to what you mentioned on the rotation we saw from RESQ. We could have seen them go down very early on if they'd engaged in that fight that was between Panda and Polar Ace. If that had happened, we could have been in a whole different scenario. There would have been nothing for these guys to fight it off with and do. But Rice, they managed to get themselves a very respectable position there at the end. Considering they're in 16th place, that was heavily needed and a good confidence boost for sure. But you know what? To talk about more of this will be the desk in just a few moments. We're kicking it to a break, and we'll see you real soon.
Honestly, it's been a crazy first Super Weekend here at the PUBG Mobile Pro League Western Europe, and I once again want to give a shout out here to our sponsor of OnePlus. You can see them on the screen here between me and Kalaris, and that's where the sponsor likes to be, between these fine-looking gentlemen. Though, Max, you are looking good, but you have that curse next to you, and I think everyone wants to stay away from it. But the OnePlus 9 series has the next-gen Qualcomm Snapdragon 888 chipset for the most graphic-intensive gameplay, alongside heat dissipation that keeps your phone cool enough to play on Maxman 30 settings. Hashtag never settle. There, I gave you a little shout out, Max. You got in there. But what a crazy day of games it's been here, guys. I mean, Rice Gang, who would have expected them to come in second? Well, Kalaris, he had their backs.
Ah, yes. Sorry. Sorry, I was, 20 points. Look at that. Look at that step up. You know, it was not a Hail Mary. It was not out of the blue. Nothing like that. I just knew it was going to be almost their game. 20 points to their name here. I think, you know, to contrast what we have with Max's curse, the Kalaris blessing, Max, I think it's real. What do you think?
I hate you.
What do you mean?
Well, like, I was going to get put down at the end. But like, to be completely honest, it was a really good call because they need to get points too. This was their last chance because seeing how much they're struggling, we don't know if they're going to actually make it back into the next Super Weekend. So even though they were really far behind, it does somewhat make up for their poor results. And I do want to give respect in one regard too, because there was that big fight in Headshot Valley where they were actually trying to go for a third party on the likes of Polar Ace and Panda. The simple fact that they did not take that fight because at the time it made no sense enabled all of this late game and allowed them to actually get a second position. So I don't know what the change was, because we said that Rice Gang needs to change a lot of their playstyle. That change there was drastic and it worked out great. So we need to see more of that. That was awesome.
Yeah, I think we need to see a lot more of that. I think their focus definitely now should be on league play, right? Considering they need to requalify. They need to get themselves out of the 16th place, because if you fall out of top 16, well, you're not going to be playing in the EMEA Regional Championship. But we can see here our second page, and as we're talking and building them up throughout the entire day here, Panda, unfortunately, I think you're allotted to have a bad game here there, Kalaris.
Yeah, what did I say? I said second, first, fifth, first, and getting yourself a 16th towards the end. Your job is done today, guys. Don't worry. Go have some bamboo shoots. Go and rest up for the next week coming on up, because you've done enough.
Yeah, to be honest, they did take that fight and actually lose it to the hands of Polar Ace. And I gotta say, how Caster and Muzi were playing, as Imperium called it during the cast day, they were the perfect dynamic duo. And you know what? Even though Panda did die in that one, a little bit unfortunate for them, just because of how Caster and Muzi play there, I think that they deserve to survive that fight and take it for themselves, allow them to get a total of 4 kills, all of those being taken on Panda. So it was a fight didn't quite go their way. As you said, they did pretty good, so it's fine, we'll give it to them. But an L, it happens every once in a while.
Jason, which team did Max pick?
Well,
See,
I think it's
that's what I
pretty
mentioned.
easy to figure out which one of the two teams he potentially picked here by the teams who scored 0 points. Destiny.
Yes, they died because I said their name. Yeah. Do I have to go any further on that one? Okay, top players. Nice subject. I'm going to talk about that instead. 3 players of Eastern Stars going to be on our top side, and Kapahala, 1,000 damage, just shy of the 1,000 just above it, so he's going to be looking really strong. And it was such a good control because they had chopsticks, and they had such good synergy. Literally, half of the team would be focusing on Rice Gang over to the west, and half would be focusing on Clash. The moment Clash died, boom, all of the focus went over to Rice Gang. Chopsticks is not the easiest position to play because normally you are prone to taking nade damage quite a lot, but I think that they were actually playing on different positions further away from each other really well to somewhat negate those nades.
Yeah, they were very widespread across the Eastern Chopstick, and that is all important. Kapahala as well, not only getting himself the 1k damage here, but also we have seen him multiple times on these top 5 match across multiple matches here today. So the entire team is doing brilliantly, but Kapahala, I gotta tip the hat. Very well done.
Yeah, I mean, Eastern Stars are living up to what we've been saying about them, just being mad fraggers constantly throughout the Super Weekend, putting up the big kill numbers. I do want to see, though, our total damage in that last match. I mean, we saw them have Kapahala with over 1,000 damage done. I'm wondering if they could be the team leading the charge, and yeah, they will. And I think that's even more impressive for the fact, as we talked about, they were in chopsticks, especially when they were surrounded by multiple teams. They were still able to get in a solid amount of damage done.
Also, one thing that I loved is that at one point you had Octavian that was actually allowing the team to regroup once the circle was actually taken. I think it was about maybe 40-50% of Chopsticks, actually the southern side being taken away. So Octavian was behind the cars in the northern side of Chopstick and taking cover fire to make sure teams like Nexus could not contest the entire team repositioning in that northern 50% of Chopsticks' stealth. So yeah, Eastern Stars, a lot of that damage was just trying to keep teams away from their position, from their dip. And the fact that they were able to convert it so heavily, I was not expecting them to convert that much damage in that many kills, but the nades they were getting from down below with that third-person perspective was absolutely huge, and it was just a beautiful execution from a position that I myself can't play that well, but they just played it to a T.
I mean, you wonder why we just harass you so much, Max, but you just make it so easy when you do it to yourself.
Hey, I'm going to lie on broadcast. I'm going to say, yeah, I'm the best player. No, that's why I'm here analyst, right? I'm not there playing because... Well, I know it's PMC, I'm not.
Yeah, we know what happened then. We know what happened in your math classes. Let's take a closer look, though, at Eastern Stars here in this last match across the entire team and see how they really performed. And it's great to see them be able to have another standout game because, again, for me, they were looking a little bit lackluster when it came to day 3. But we can see the other players on the team, and, well, Bazzi's going to get himself onto the list here.
Yeah, of course. Kapahala, really, we've just seen it taking the top spot here. But Octavian, I want to give him the nickname The Doctor. Not only because of Dr. Octavius, but every single time. He's surgical with these kind of engagements that he's taking, and he's always dishing out the damage. And we even saw it on Miramar at the very end. He was the last survivor. The Doctor, man. Octavian looking crisp.
Crisp indeed. I mean, the thing is, Eastern Stars, I wonder if there's any team that can compete against them when it comes to just raw fragging power. I mean, we've seen, Mazzaro before, and we were talking about it yesterday. We've seen a lot of teams have that potential, but I think Eastern Stars have been the team to be the most consistent when it comes to getting these kills, Max.
Hey, $2,000 very easily. I mean, yesterday got himself 1 win, today they got himself another one, and those dollars are going to be coming into the bank very nicely and slowly. So, I mean, they're looking as so far one of the best teams by far, and I think that it's great to see once again some Romanian representation on the top side of the leaderboards, because it's great to see when you see, especially the PMGCs, and we see all the top teams from Europe in general. You see the CIS teams, you see the Turkish teams, and those are typically the 2 kind of countries you see the big European teams come from. But it feels good because I think the Romanian are actually putting their name on the map, not only for the European region, but potentially for the international stage. So I can't wait to see them potentially go into the PMGCs, go into the international events to see how they can power up against NA and also Eastern teams. I think they have a chance.
Okay, well, let's look at another team here. The team that Kalaris had when it came to their backs here of performing well in this match. And, I think this one's going to hurt a little bit here as we look at their last match compared to their play over the course of the Super Weekend. But we have to point out, how important it was for them to have a good game here and how important it was for them to show up, at least in this final match here of our final day of the Super Weekend. I mean, just look at that alone, points, kills, everything, obviously going to be exceptionally high. The sad part is, though, is that Rice Gang were in 16th place by over 40 points. So even with this victory, it's not like they're able to take any placings away, but at least give them a little bit more buffer room going into our second Super Weekend.
Their averages across the previous matches, bit of a disaster, really. But this last game, good stuff coming out from them, taking advantage of the position that they took at the north of Chopsticks, which I was concerned for them. They were going to get naded down in a different, obviously, Eastern Stars, we mentioned it before. The weakness is, you know, you may get naded because you're clumped up, but Eastern Stars negated that by being spread out. RESQ was still clumped up. Nobody could get close enough, though, to be able to exploit that position that they kind of took up. So good stuff by them. Really happy to see them get points on the board here and bump up, even if it doesn't increase their standings right here in this Super Weekend. It's enough to be able to say, whew, okay, we've put some more on the board for maybe next Super Weekend.
What's so weird to me, Max, though, as a last little point for RESQ, is that we saw them in League play have performances like this. We've seen RESQ be able to perform, but when it came into the Super Weekend, we don't know what went wrong for them. This wasn't the team we saw in League play, and do you have any thoughts into maybe why, or is it just, are you just as clueless about it as I am?
I do have a little bit of an idea as to why. Come into the league play, your main objective is to qualify. So you want to be top 16 out of the 20 teams that are in that position. So I completely understand what the approach was, why they were maybe a little bit more passive in that approach, and maybe sometimes getting strong positions and then starting to play more aggressively. But now you come into the Super Weekend where points actually matter, where your results actually matter, and decide if yes or no you make it to the finals with the top 16 teams. And I think that because of that, they had a big change of mentality, saying, okay, we could have played as we wanted into the league play. Now we qualified. Now this matters. Now this is important. So we're going to try and play very safe. And I think that this is a prime example of a team playing overly safe, where it actually caused their demise many times. Rotating too late because they don't want to try and push when they have no information. They don't know if teams are rotating. Sometimes you're always going to take a risk eventually. It's PUBG, and even some of the best teams in the world will die 16th position with 0 points, but they still give it a try. And I think that that's RESQ that was not even trying anything. And we saw it there. They tried something. It worked out. Sure, it was not a flawless game by any stretch of the imagination, but it's RESQ trying something different that worked, as you mentioned, for them in the league play. And I think that this is going to unlock their potential as to like, okay, we should have played this like at the very start. Now they requalify, and hopefully Super Weekend 2, if they get there, will be a lot closer to what we saw in this final game.
Right now, RESQ is at their best when they're a center team. If they've got a position to hold down on, maybe if they get a little bit of circle favor, but everyone would like that. But they have been at their best when they've been a central team. The first 2 days of play-ins to this Super Weekend, that was when they were accruing the points. That was when they were getting their best averages. There has been not as many opportunities for them here in this Super Weekend to be a center team and to be able to capitalize on that.
Okay, well, I do like to hear the analysis about them, and I'm curious if they'll be able to take their day off tomorrow and regroup some things and figure out what they can do better into league play, and hopefully for their sake re-qualify, though I know there's going to be 4 teams gunning for that position when we get into our Super Weekend yet again. But let's take a look at what, hold on. Don't rush this one just yet. I normally do that. Yeah, don't. Oh, no, hold on. Stop. No, let's not do it. Okay, good. Whew. I love production. Top 10 fraggers across the Super Weekend. I want to hear some predictions from you guys. Do you have any players that stood out in your mind of potentially taking #1? I'm thinking Mazar. I'm thinking Athis as well. 2 players up my head. Clown. I don't think we saw ScrimFarm perform up to the likes that we were hoping of what he can do. Maxman. I'm going to throw it to Klars first.
I'll take it. I'm sticking with Athis for this one. I think Eastern Stars have been super consistent throughout this Super Weekend. Gotta stick with Athis.
Okay, I'm going to go with GK first. I think Panda had a good day today, so GK first sounds like a good choice for me.
Okay, let's take a look. Who are our top 10 fraggers at the end of our very first Super Weekend? I'm not going to give my prediction because it's probably going to be wrong anyways. And it's going to be Kapahala, actually, but it is going to be Eastern Stars indeed.
There you go. Good job.
I was expecting more hype out of you guys, but yeah, there you go. Kapahala, Athis, both 27, 26 kills. That is insane. Fresh, we talked about Unicorns Love quite a few times, getting 24. I think the interesting part about this, though, is you have Clown in there, where ScrimFarm had a very rough day today and a very rough day yesterday, and yet it was still able to get 4th overall in our Super Weekend. But there's your GK first, Max, and 6.
Yeah, I'm feeling good. It's still 22 kills. I'm not going to overlook that. It's still a really good performance over the course of all these games that have been happening. So GKF is still able to show up in some ways. Of course, it would be, as I mentioned, I would like to see maybe more of the rest of Panda, but it is a team play, and it seemed like GKF is the catalyst for Panda in general. And Destiny, though, hey, Mozaro, Beast is still going to be up there. Would like to see Mihi potentially later on. But overall, I mean, are we surprised by seeing some of these teams, except maybe with ScrimFarm, that hasn't really had the amount of results we were expecting? Not really. I mean, you see your freshers with Unicorns of Love. He's been the clutch nade master so far in this Super Weekend. And Elicio also for Lakonostra. He was the top fragger for his team. And this is not surprising top 10. The order maybe a little bit, but the names I was expecting to see them up there.
I mean, we had 4 players, all 4 players for Eastern Stars get into our top 10, top 27, bottom 28 or 18. Like, that is insane. And we talked about them being like potentially the top fragging team in the tournament, and they're definitely proving to be that. We're going to move on now, though, to talk about our daily report. We're going to give you an idea of who won what matches and in what order and what stats they had as well. We don't have Destiny getting their victory today. So, Max, your curse went even further and prevented them from continuing their 1 chicken dinner a day. When are you going to learn, man? But we did have Panda pick up 2 wins and $2,000 today.
Should I just stop mentioning teams? I just say this team with this logo that looks like this, maybe it'll work. I don't know.
I think we'll maybe change you out. Maybe we'll have Imperium come in here and do analysis, and you can go cast. That way, you know.
Like I can cast them live. That would be great.
Yeah, exactly. Time. Yeah. No.
Well, you can see lost bullets, 2,000 damage done. I mean, we didn't have a standout 3K damage day today, though, but it's still great to see Stars able to pull off the most kills at 15.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the double Panda wins, I need to reiterate, I do think that this team has the potential to be one of those top 3 towards the very end. Now, off the back of what Maxman just kind of made the prediction of with GK first, there does need to be more performance, I think, from the other guys other than GK first being able to push for this team. But they definitely have the ability to do it, and I would like to see it down the line.
Okay, well, let's move on from this, though, and take a look at our overalls. And I'm curious, will Panda have been able to pass out all the other teams and get themselves a first-place finish at the end of our Super Weekend? But either way, even if they're not first, they went from 12th at the start of the day here and have been able to bump themselves up extremely far overall in these standings, and they won't be there. It's going to be Eastern Stars to maintain or to get their lead, as you can see at 174 points, but not too big of a spread across the board in our top 4, and even Panda moving up 8 slots in total.
Blackspark able to climb back up actually at the very end there. 2 extra slots coming their way, so they're going to be on the front page for themselves. ScrimFarm, though, it's a slippery slope, mate. You got to be careful. You are maybe going to be falling out if you keep on going like that, even though this is going to be the end of this first Super Weekend, so we're going to be locked until next Thursday to see these standings change up a little bit. But Unicorns of Love also, we said we wanted to see them improve on their kills. They're fragging out compared to the first position for Eastern Stars, which is typically because you see them get to those finishing moments a little bit more. Unicorns of Love, there's still that point I mentioned today. If they can try and get more consistently after that Sanhok game, that was great. I want to see more of that. They wouldn't be a top 5 team anymore. I think the top 3 is definitely in their repertoire of positions they could be at the end.
Come on, come in, come back. Cars, please.
I'm trying to think of what I want to say, to be perfectly honest. I mean, the fact that we've had, you know, Eastern Stars being as strong as they have been super consistently throughout the Super Weekend is fantastic to see. Very happy to see the huge Panda jump up. Happy to see the Black Sparks jump up. Even Nexus Gaming with a little bit of a bump up as well is very nice. But I'll tell you something, Jason. Congratulations to this top 16, because you know what? If this tournament were to finish now and we were going into the finals, this would be the top 16. Do you know why? Because these are the only 16 that have played Super Weekend. So, off the back of this, yeah, that's how it works. So, off the back of this, the next 2 days of those week plays leading into the next Super Weekend are going to be extremely important, especially for these teams that are a little bit lower down. Because if you don't qualify for that and you are a little bit lower down whenever we do shift on, yeah.
No, whoa, no, we're not shifting yet because there's something I want to talk about.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh, the host becomes analyst. Nexus Gaming, 37 kills, the lowest amount of every team in our top 8 at the moment. But they are also the only team without a chicken dinner here in our top 8. So their placements are extremely good. They've been able to stay alive for an extremely long time, hence why they have so many placements. But for me, that's not enough. I want to see them get more kills. And I don't know what it is about the way they're playing, but I think what they're doing currently now is not going to be enough to get you top 3 by any means when we get into our finals.
That's actually crazy. They were 4th in terms of placement points across the whole lobby, which would put them above Panda that had 2 chicken dinners during that, which that is crazy to see. But I mean, I said at the beginning of the overall tournament that maybe, you know, this 4 Romanian men Nexus Gaming roster does have some punch behind them, but you're totally right. Somehow the frags are not being found when we know that they can find them because we've seen it from them multiple times in past tournaments.
If it was only kills, they'd be like 13th place. Well, I mean, technically even lower because you have Polaris and GSG with more kills. Like, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, they've been trying to dodge fights, I think, a big portion of that time. So hopefully they can try and look for the fights a little bit more and increase the average on their side for the second Super Weekend. That is if they qualify. And talking about teams that have to qualify, as you mentioned, Jason and QLASH, if you're on the bottom side here, you are in the danger zone for sure. Looking at RESQ, you're looking at GSG Europe, Polar Ace, GameLord. These are not results that are going to be substantial enough to secure your slot in the top 16. So these are the teams that not only need to try and re-qualify for the next Super Weekend, they also need to make sure they get also some good results in that Super Weekend if they make it there in the first place. GODSENT, Lakonostra, Lost Bullet. I would say typically the teams around 100 points are somewhat going to be okay for now at least, but they could be contested away really easily if they are some of the teams that do not qualify, if they also get overtaken by the bottom 4 teams. So if you're on the second page here, one Super Weekend is not enough. You need to re-qualify a second time minimum to make sure you can go to the next stage.
Yeah, I'd say like if you're maybe, let's just say 11th place, 101 points. If you're Lakonostra and you just qualify every Super Weekend, guaranteed going to be into the finals. Like you have no problem for you, right? But it's the other teams below that have a lot of pressure, and more importantly, it's the teams who didn't qualify in this first Super Weekend that have the extra pressure added on. Though they do have the 3 extra days to prepare specifically for league play coming up here in 2 days of time. But we're going to move on now and take a look at our MVP across our entire Super Weekend. Remember, $1,000 goes to the MVP at the end of the finals, but this gives you an idea who potentially we could be seeing in the finals if they do get there. And Fresh actually going to take things away, even though he doesn't have the most kills. He's got a good mix of everything else.
Look, I love being proven wrong from time to time, and you know what? Fresh did exactly that, because I mentioned Unicorns of Love at the very start. Very aggressive team. You got Ked, Savage X, Beg for Mercy, and yet Fresh is the MVP above anyone else. They're not even on this top page, when Ked, I think, had a few really strong performances, but I think that Fresh has just been this player that's just been extremely consistent for the entirety of the Unicorns. Like average kills, of course, 1.6, not something absolutely mental when you think about it, but over the course of 15 games, holding that average every time is actually pretty impressive with a decent survival time also. So Fresh definitely surprising me in the roster of Unicorns of Love for sure.
I think the look he's giving us right now is like, Max, please don't talk about me. Please don't talk about our team.
Oh, no.
Don't curse us yet again, but don't worry, you have time as well to kind of fix your curse potentially. And speaking of time, we are going to have tomorrow off. There are no games being played on Sunday. However, on Monday, we will be coming back with league play. But I want to ask you two, you know what? We always talk about PUBG Mobile. I want to ask, QLASH, Max, what are you guys going to do with your day off tomorrow? How do you guys relax after a show?
Oh, damn. Watch some anime, man. I mean, One Piece comes out on Sundays. I'm going to do that probably. Check some VODs. So I'm a weeb, so yeah, I'm going to stay at home. Yeah.
QLASH, you said work?
Yes, it never ends for this man. It's work, work, work. All day long, baby.
Well, you know what? I would ask all the other talent, but unfortunately not here. But Oh, okay. I am getting word that Banks actually wanted to let us know about how he relaxes after a show. So why don't we bring him in here and take a quick look? I mean, typically I'll finish some work, maybe review some VODs, maybe just chill on the couch. But Banks has a little bit of a different idea. Can we see? Is that possible, Mr. Production Man?
It's turning for your love.
I saw this. It goes on for a long time.
I hope, well, not long enough, unfortunately, as you have to cut it here. But thank you, everyone, for tuning in. You know what? If you want to go watch some One Piece, go watch the VODs. If you want to go work, if you want to go relax on the couch, you do what you want to do, because you got the rest of the day off today. You got tomorrow off. And we'll see you Monday for week 2 of the league play of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Western Europe.